The Sword of Song, Liber LXVII, called by Christians the Book of the Beast, 1906. To my old friend and comrade in the art, Bhikkhu Ananda Metteya, and to those fools who, by their short-sighted stupidity in attempting to boycott this book, have witlessly aided the cause of truth, I dedicate these my best words. This book is so full of recondite knowledge of various kinds that it seems quite ineffective to annotate every obscure passage. Where references and explanations can be concisely given, this has been done. "You are sad," the knight said in an anxious tone. "Let me sing you a song to comfort you." This passage is a parody on one in Alice Through the Looking-Glass. "Is it very long?" Alice said. "It's long," said the king, "but it's very, very beautiful. The name of the song is called The Book of the Beast." "Oh, how ugly," cried Alice. "Never mind," said the mild creature. "Some people call it Reason and Rhyme." "But which is the name of the song?" Alice said, trying not to seem too interested. "Ah, you don't understand," the knight said, looking a little vexed. "That's what the name is called. The name really is Ascension Day and Pentecost, with some prose essays and an epilogue. Just as the title is The Sword of Song, you know. Just in the same way, just in the same way, just in the same way." Alice put her fingers in her ears and gave a little scream. "Oh, dear me, that's harder than ever," she said to herself. And then, looking determinedly intelligent, "So that's what the song is called. I see. But what is the song?" "You must be a perfect fool," said the knight irritably. "The song is called Stout Doubt, or the Agnostic Anthology, by the author of Gas Manipulation, Solutions, the Management of Retorts, and other physical works of the first order. But that's only what it's called, you know." "Well, what is the song, then?" said Alice, who was by this time completely bewildered. "If I wished to be obscure, child," said the knight, rather contemptuously, "I should tell you that the name of the title was What a Man of 95 Ought to Know, as endorsed by eminent divines, and that." Seeing that she only began to cry, he broke off and continued in a gentler tone. "It means, my dear," he stopped short, for she was taking no notice, but as her figure was bent by sobs into something very like a note of interrogation, "you want to know what it is, I suppose," continued the knight in a superior but rather offended voice. "If you would please, sir." "Well, that," pronounced the knight, with the air of having thoroughly studied the question and reached a conclusion absolutely final and irreversible, "that goodness only knows, but I will sing it to you." Preliminary Invocation. Nothong, the name of Siegfried's sword. The crowns of gods and mortals wither, moons fade where constellations shone. Numberless eons brought us hither, numberless eons beckon us on. The world is old and I am strong. Awake, awake, O sword of song. Here in the dusk of gods I linger. The world awaits a word of truth. Kindle, O lyre, beneath my finger. Evoke the age's awful youth. To arms against the inveterate wrong. Awake, awake, O sword of song. Sand-founded reels the house of faith. Up streams the howl of a running sect. Out from the shrine flits the lost wraith. God hath forsaken his elect. Confusion sweeps upon the throng. Awake, awake, O sword of song. Awake to wound, awake to heal. By wounding thou resistless sword. Raise the prone priestcrafts that appeal in agony to their prostrate lord. Raise the duped herd, they have suffered long. Awake, awake, O sword of song. My strength this agony of the age. Win through, my music charm the old sorrow of years, my warfare wage. By iron to an age of gold. The world is old, and I am strong. Awake, awake, O sword of song. Introduction to Ascension Day and Pentecost. Not a word to introduce my introduction. Let me instantly launch the boat of discourse on the sea of religious speculation, in danger of the rocks of authority and the quicksands of private interpretation, Scylla and Charybdis. Here is the strait. What God shall save us from shipwreck? If we choose to understand the Christian, or any other religion literally, we are at once overwhelmed by its inherent impossibility. Our credulity is outraged, our moral sense shocked, the holiest foundations of our inmost selves assailed by no ardent warrior in triple steel, but by a loathy and disgusting worm. That this is so, the apologists for the religion in question, whichever it may be, sufficiently indicate as a rule by the very method of their apology. The alternative is to take the religion symbolically, esoterically. But to move one step in this direction is to start on a journey whose end cannot be determined. The religion ceasing to be a tangible thing, an object uniform for all sane eyes, becomes rather that mist whereon the sun of the soul casts up, like Brocken spectres, certain vast and vague images of the beholder himself, with or without a glory encompassing them. The function of the facts is then quite passive. It matters little or nothing whether the cloud be the red mist of Christianity, or the glimmering silver wine of Celtic paganism, the hard gray, dim-gilded of Buddhism, the fleecy opacity of Islam, or the mysterious medium of those ancient faiths which come up in as many colors as their investigator has moods. In order to get over the ethical difficulties presented by the naive naturalism of many parts of those scriptures, in the divine authority of which he firmly believed, Philo borrowed from the Stoics, who had been in like straits in respect of Greek mythology, that great Excalibur which they had forged with infinite pains and skill, the method of allegorical interpretation. This mighty two-handed engine at the door of the theologian is warranted to make a speedy end of any and every moral or intellectual difficulty by showing that, taken allegorically, or as it is otherwise said poetically or in a spiritual sense, the plainest words mean whatever a pious interpreter desires they should mean. Huxley, Evolution of Theology, A.C. If the student has advanced spiritually so that he can internally, infallibly perceive what is truth, he will find it equally well symbolized in most external faiths. It is curious that Browning never turns his wonderful faculty of analysis upon the fundamental problems of religion, as it were an axe laid to the root of the tree of life. It seems quite clear that he knew what would result if he did so. We cannot help fancying that he was unwilling to do this. The proof of his knowledge I find in the following lines. I have read much, thought much, experienced much, yet would rather die than avow my fear. The Naples liquefaction may be false. I hear you recommend I might at least eliminate, declassify my faith, since I adopt it, keeping what I must and leaving what I can, such points as this. Still, when you bid me purify the same, to such a process I discern no end. First, cut the liquefaction, what comes last? But fights clever cut at God himself. I trust nor hand, nor eye, nor heart, nor brain, to stop betimes, they all get drunk alike. The first step I am master not to take. This is surely the apotheosis of willful ignorance. We may think perhaps that Browning is hedging when in the last paragraph he says, for Blodgren, he believes, say hath he spoke, and hints some deeper ground. Probably a record for a bishop, A.C. It is useless to say, this is Blodgren and not Browning. Browning could hardly have described the dilemma without seeing it. What he really believes is, perhaps, a mystery. That Browning, however, believes in universal salvation, though he nowhere, so far as I know, gives his reasons, save as they are summarized in the last lines of the below-quoted passage, is evident from the last stanza of Apparent Failure, and from his final pronouncement of the Pope on Guido, represented in Browning's masterpiece as a Judas without the decency to hang himself. So, i.e., by suddenness of fate, may the truth be flashed out by one blow, and Guido see one instant and be saved. Else I avert my face, nor follow him, into that sad obscure sequestered state, where God unmates but to remake the soul. He else made first in vain, which must not be. This may be purgatory, but it sounds not unlike reincarnation. It is at least a denial of the doctrine of eternal punishment. As for myself, I took the first steps years ago, quite in ignorance of what the last would lead to. God is indeed cut away, a cancer from the breast of truth. Of those philosophers who from unassailable premises draw by righteous deduction a conclusion against God, and then for his sake overturn their whole structure by an act of will, like a child breaking an ingenious toy, I take Mansell as my type, as represented by his encyclopedia article, not in such works as Limits of Religious Thought, AC. Now, however, let us consider the esoteric idea-mongers of Christianity, Swedenborg, Anna Kingsford, Dewson, and the like, of whom I have taken care as my example. I wish to unmask these people. I perfectly agree with nearly everything they say, but their claim to be Christians is utterly confusing and lends a luster to Christianity which is quite foreign. Dewson, for example, coolly discards nearly all the Old Testament, and picking a few New Testament passages, often out of their context, claims his system as Christianity. Luther discards James. Kingsford calls Paul the arch-heretic. My friend, the Christian clergyman, accepted Mark and Acts until pushed, yet Dewson is honest enough to admit that Vedanta teaching is identical but clearer, and he quite clearly and sensibly defines faith, surely the most essential quality for the adherent to Christian dogma, as being convinced on insufficient evidence. Similarly, the dying to live idea of Hegel and Schopenhauer, claimed by Caird as the central spirit of Christianity, is far older, and the Osiris myth of the Egyptians. These ideas are all right, but they have no more to do with Christianity than the metric system with the Great Pyramid. But see Piazzi Smith, an astronomer whose brain gave way. He prophesied the end of the world in 1881 from measurements made in the Great Pyramid. Henry Morley has even the audacity to claim Shelley, as a Christian in spirit. Talking of Shelley, with regard to my open denial of the personal Christian God, may it not be laid to my charge that I have dared to voice in bald language what Shelley sang in words of surpassing beauty. For, of course, the thought in one or two passages of this poem is practically identical with that of certain parts of Queen Mab in Prometheus Unbound. But the very beauty of these poems, especially the latter, is its weakness. It is, possibly, that the mind of the reader, lost in the sensuous, nay, even in the moral beauty of the words, may fail to be impressed by their most important meaning. Shelley himself recognized this later, hence the direct and simple vigor of the Mask of Anarchy. It has often puzzled atheists that a man of Milton's genius could have written as he did of Christianity. But we must not forget that Milton lived immediately after the most important revolution in religion and politics of modern times. Shelley on the brink of such another political upheaval. Shakespeare alone sat enthroned above it all like a god, and is not lost in the mire of controversy. So it is usually supposed. Maybe I shall one day find words to combat, perhaps to overthrow this position. P.S. As, for example, the note to this introduction. As a promise keeper, I'm the original 11 stone 3 Peacherine, A.C. This also, although I'm no Shakespeare as too probable, I have endeavored to avoid, Yet I cannot but express the hope that my own enquiries into religion may be the reflection of the spirit of the age, and that plunged as we are in the midst of jingoism and religious revival, we may be standing on the edge of some gigantic precipice, over which we may cast all our impedimenta of lies and trickeries, political, social, moral, and religious, and, ourselves, take wings and fly. The comparison between myself and the masters of English thought I have named is unintentional, though perhaps unavoidable, and though the presumption is, of course, absurd, yet a straw will show which way the wind blows as well as the most beautiful and elaborate vein, and in this sense it is my most eager hope that I may not unjustly draw a comparison between myself and the great reformers of 80 years ago. I must apologize, perhaps, for the new note of frivolity in my work, due doubtless to the frivolity of my subject, these poems being written when I was an Advaitist, and could not see why, everything being an illusion, there should be any particular object in doing or thinking anything. How I have found the answer will be evident from my essay on the subject. Vide infra, Berashith, an essay on ontology. I must indeed apologize to the illustrious shade of Robert Browning for my audacious parody in title, style, and matter of his Christmas Eve and Easter Day. The more I read it, the eventual anticlimax of that wonderful poem irritated me only the more. But there is hardly any poet, living or dead, who so commands alike my personal affection and moral admiration. My desire to find the truth will be my pardon with him, whose sole life was spent in admiration of the truth, though he never turned its formidable engines against the citadel of the Almighty. If I be appealed of blasphemy, of irreverence in my treatment of these subjects, I will take refuge in Browning's own apology from the very poem I am attacking. I have done, and if any blames me, thinking that merely to touch in brevity the topics I dwell on were unlawful, or worse, that I trench with undue levity on the bounds of the holy and the awful, I praise the heart and pity the head of him, and refer myself to thee instead of him, who head and heart alike discernest, looking below light speech we utter, where frothy spume and frequent splutter, prove that the soul's depths boil in earnest. But I have, after all, little fear that I am seriously wrong, that I show to my critics the open door to the above city of refuge may be taken as merely another gesture of contemptuous pity, the last insult which may lead my antagonists to that surrender which is the truest victory. Peace to all beings. The Sword of Song. Ascension Day. Curious position of poet. I flung out of chapel, Browning, Xmas Eve 3, last line. I flung out of chapel and church, temple and hall and meeting room, Venus bower and Osiris tomb. The numbered notes are given at page 48. I flung out of chapel and church, temple and hall and meeting room, Venus bower and Osiris tomb, and left the devil in the lurch, while God got lost in the crowd of gods. Venus bower and Osiris tomb, Crowley, Tannhauser. And soul went down in the turbid tide of the metaphysical lotus-eyed. Gods, Hebrew, Alhim, Genesis 3:5. The revisers, seeing this most awkward juxtaposition, have gone yet one step lower and translated both words by God. In other passages, however, they have been compelled to disclose their own dishonesty and translate Alhim by gods. For evidence of this, the reader may look up such passages as Exodus 18:11, Deuteronomy 32:17, Psalms 82, in particular where the word appears twice, as also the word al or al, but the revisers twice employ the word God and once the word gods. The AV has mighty in one case, Genesis 20:13, where again the verb is plural, Samuel 28:13, and so on. Trigellis, Bagster, 1859, SV, for proof that the author is on the way to the true interpretation of these conflicting facts as now established. See Huxley, H. Spencer, Cunin, Royce, Lippert, and others, and his orthodox translator's infuriated snarls in brackets when he suspects the tendency to accept facts as facts. Soul went down. The questions of King Melinda, 40 through 45, 48, 67, 86 through 89, 111, and 132. And I was, anyhow, what's the odds? What is truth? Said jesting Pilate, but Crowley waits for an answer. The life to live, the thought to think, shall I take refuge in a tower like once Child Roland, found blind, deaf, huge? What is truth? Said jesting Pilate, but Crowley waits for an answer. Bacon, Essay on Truth, line 1. The life to live, the thought to think, shall I take refuge in a tower like once Child Roland? Child Roland to the dark tower came. Browning. Found, blind, deaf, huge, or in that forest of 200,000 trees? 200,000 trees. Browning wrote about 200,000 lines. Fit alike to shelter man and mouse, and shall I say, God, be patient, your reverence. Your reverence, the imaginary Aunt Sally for the poetic coconut. Crowley confuses two common pastoral amusements, throwing wooden balls at coconuts and sticks at Aunt Sally. I warrant you'll journey a wiser man ever hence. Let's tap like the Negro who gets a good juice of it, cares not if that be or be not God's right use of it. God's right use of it, and many an eel, though no adept in God's right reason for it, kept gnawing his kidneys half a year. Shelley, Peter Bell III. In all that forest of verses, one tree. One tree, note the altered value of the metaphor, such elasticity having led Professor Blumengarten to surmise them to be India rubber trees. Yclept, red cotton nightcap country. How a goldsmith between the ravishing virgin and a Lemon too rotten to put a purge in, day by day and hour by hour, in a Browning-esque forest of thoughts, having lost himself, expecting a miracle, solemnly tossed himself off from the top of tower. Moral: don't spoil such an excellent sport as an ample estate with a church and a courtesan. Alternative theories of Greek authors. Browning's summary. Truth, that's the gold, but don't worry about it. Truth, that's the gold. Two poets of Croisic, 152, 1, and elsewhere. Truth, that's the gold, but don't worry about it. I, you, or Simpkin, in Album 50, 143. Simpkin has nothing to do with the foaming grape of eastern France. I, you, or Simpkin can get on without it. If life's task be work and love's the soft lippid ease, death be God's glory, discuss with Euripides. Or cradle be hardship and finally coffin ease, love being filth, let us ask Aristophanes. Or heaven's sun bake us while earth's bugs and fleas kill us, love the gods' scourge? I refer you to Aeschylus. Nay, that's a slip, say we, earth's grim device, cool, loss. Better the old Greek orthography, Aeschylos. Aeschylos, see Agamemnon, Browning's translation, preface. Or, love be God's champagne's foam, death in man's trow, hoc lees. Pathos our port's bee-swing, what answers Sophocles? Brief with love's medicine, let's drought. Bolus, globule us. Wise and succinct bids, I think, Aristobulus. Whether my muse be Euterpe or Clio, Life, death, and love are all batracho mio machia, Aristophanes batrachoi. Machia, what, ho, old extinct Alcibiades? For me do ut, God true, be mannequin liar, des. Apology of poet, skeleton of poem, valuable fact for use of lovers, invocation. It's rather hard, isn't it, sir, to make sense of it? Mine of so many pounds, pouch even pence of it? Mine of so many pounds, pouch even pence of it. This line was suggested to me by a large holder of Westralians. Try something easier, where the bard seems to me seeking that light which I find comes in dreams to me. Something easier. Christmas Eve and Easter Day. Even as he takes to feasts to enlarge upon, so will I do too to launch my old barge upon, analyze, get hints from Newton or Faraday. Newton, mathematician and physicist of repute. Faraday, see Dictionary of National Biography. Use every weapon, love, scorn, reason, parody, just where he worships. Ah me, shall his soul, far in some glory, take hurt from a mole? Grubbing i' the ground, shall his spirit not see, lightning to lightning, the spirit in me? Parody, shall not his spirit forgive me, who shall love him as long as I live? Love's at its height in pure love, dissolves gently in laughter. Then and then only the lovers may know, nothing can part them forever. And so, Muse, hover o'er me, Apollo above her. Imperfect scholastic attainments of author remedied by his great spiritual insight, his intention. I, of the moderns, have, let alone Greek. As far as they would let me, I know some. Out of the way, intuition shall shove her. Spirit and truth in my darkness I seek. Little by little they bubble and leak. Such as I have to the world I discover. Words, are they weak ones at best? They shall speak. His achievement, plan of poem, conspuis due. Shields, be they paper, paint, lath, they shall cover, well as they may, the big heart of a lover. Swords, let the lightning of truth strike the fortress, frowning of God. I will sever one more tress of the white beard. Beard, 150. A barba signoris sanctissimi pendet omnes ornatus omnium in influentia nam omnia appellentur ab illa barba influentia. It depends on all the host of a barb signoris of the most beard of the most holy of all things, and on the influence of, for all things are called away from it by the beard. The influence. 151. This is a vast array of adornment, the influence of the higher and the lower, the influence of all the object of all these. 152. From the church we depend on the influence of the life of all. 153. This depends on the influence of heaven and land, rainy dependence and food for all. 154. The influence of providence, he came to them, this omnium. Concerning them, now all of the influence depend on the army of the superior and inferior. 155. 13 fountains of oil and mightiness of the good, they depend upon the beard of greatest influences of the glory of, and all flow out in microprosopus, the microcosm. Do not say all of them, but 9 of them adjusted to labor laws. 157. And when this influence is equally, it depends on all the sanctities as far as the stomach with the most holy of these things depend. 158. In this influence extended expansion aporia below, which is the capital, the head of all things, that it is not known and is not, it is perfected. This, and all that they themselves, nor gods, nor of hell, therefore all of them from the influence of these things depend on. 159. in that even the 3 heads of which we have said open to the God, and all are associated together in this, the influence, and are to be found in it. 160. And, moreover, depend on the influence of all the host of the furniture of a part in this. 161. These letters which are dependent on the seniors, all will depend on the beard and in association with this influence. 162. And depend on it to identify the letters of another. 163. For if we had to go up to a man older than the wickedness of the letters of his, the rest of the trees on the letters of his are not established. 164. And on that account he says, Moses said, when would there be need of a tetragrammaton twice, and so in order to stress that distinguishes them both out. 165. For surely from the influence of all depend upon. 166. From that respect we are driven by the inflow from above and below, and are bent before them. 167. Happy is he who touches to this far along. Idra Sutta, that is, the synod is less than another. Section 6. 75. Forehead. 496. The front of the skull to the front to see sinners. To root. 497. And in speaking of those unmasked are then excited the judgment of the Lord. Do not blush to the contrary, those who are in the works of their own. 498. Thus the eld to be ashamed of it has the rosy. However, at the moment when the front elder for this front is detected, this appears white as snow. 499. And it is called the time of thy good pleasure for all at that very hour. 500. In the book The Dissertation School, Ruff said Jeba Siena, a receiver front-face elder. If not, Cheth version is interposed between the other two, according to the numbers 2417, 501, and another point which is also called the neighbors exchange letters, that is overcoming. 502, many are overcome, such as overcoming the other is mounted in a different place, and the other parts are overcoming that extended whole body. 503, and on the Sabbath day, however, at the time of prayer in the afternoon, not to be stirred up to the judgments, the rediscovery of the seniors of the most holy. 504, and although the extent, however, not exercised and kept. 505, from this, the front of the 20 dependent, the 4 tribunals, and on behalf of all of them who are in the works heady, as it is written, Psalm 73, and he said, how is God? How is he to know? 507, but in truth, 20 at least, why are they added 4? Namely, respect punishment of lower tribunals, which depend. 508, the remaining 20, and moreover, no capital punishment effect until, and ended up with 20 years ago, 20 respect of these tribunals. 509. However, in a mysterious thesis is shown, it will be considered by the 24 books that are contained in the law. Idra Sutta, that is, the synod is lesser than another. Section 13. I will sever one more tress off the white beard, with his son's blood besprinkled. Carve one more gash in the forehead, hate wrinkled. Cutting the small chains, learn soon to unfetter one's limbs from the large ones. Walk forth and be free. So much for Browning, and so much for me. Chains, Sakaha Dithi, Vikitita, Silabata Paramasa, Kama, Patija, Rupa Raga, Arupa Raga, Mano, Udaka, Avida. Apology for manner of poem. A chance for Tibet. Pray do not ask me where I stand. Who asks doth err. Who asks doth err. Arnold, Light of Asia. At least demand no folly such as answer means. But if you say your spirit weans itself of milk and water pap, and one religion as another, o'erleaps itself and falls on the other. You. O'erleaps itself and falls on the other. Macbeth 1:727. You'll tell me why at least, mayhap, our Christianity excites, especially such petty spites as these you strew throughout your verse, the chance of birth, I choose to curse, writing in English, just the yoke of faith that tortures English folk. English, this poem is written in English. I cannot write a poem yet to please the people in Tibet, but when I can, Christ shall not lack peace while their Buddha I attack. I cannot write. This is not quite true. For instance, this, the opening stanza of my masterly poem on Ladakh, reads, "The way was long, and the wind was cold. The Lama was infirm and advanced in years. His prayer wheel, to revolve which was his only pleasure, was carried by a disciple, an orphan." There, a reminiscence of some previous incarnation about this. European critics may possibly even identify the passage, but at least the Tibetans should be pleased. They were. Thence the pacific character of the British expedition of 1904 AC. While their Buddha I attack, many Buddhists think I fill the bill with the following remarks on Pansil. Unwilling as I am to sap the foundations of the Buddhist religion by the introduction of Porphyry's terrible catapult allegory, I am yet compelled by the more fearful ballista on Aristotle dilemma. This is the two-handed engine spoken of by the prophet Milton. Lycidas, line 130. This is the horn of the prophet Zerwiah, and with this am I, though no Syrian, utterly pushed till I find myself back against the dead wall of dogma, only now realizing how dead a wall that is. Do I turn and try the effect of a hair of the dog that bit me, till the orthodox literary school of Buddhists, the school whose Buddhism is derived from the canon and who ignore the degradation of the professors of the religion as seen in practice, as grown at Rangoon, exclaim with Lear, "How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have an intellect! How is this? Listen and hear." I find myself confronted with the crux, that a Buddhist, convinced intellectually and philosophically of the truth of the teaching of Gautama, a man to whom Buddhism is the equivalent of scientific methods of thought, an expert in dialectic whose logical faculty is bewildered, whose critical admiration is extorted by the subtle vigor of Buddhist reasoning, I am yet forced to admit that, this being so, the 5 precepts are mere nonsense. The obvious caveat which logicians will enter against these remarks is that Pansil is the 5 virtues rather than precepts. Etymologically this is so. However, we may regard this as a clause on my side of the argument, not against it, for in my view these are virtues, and the impossibility of attaining them is the cancer of existence. Indeed, I support the etymology as against the futile bigotry of certain senile Buddhists of today. And since it is the current interpretation of Buddhist thought that I attack, I but show myself the better Buddhist in the act. AC. If the Buddha spoke scientifically, not popularly, not rhetorically, then his precepts are not his. We must reject them or we must interpret them. We must inquire, are they meant to be obeyed? Or, and this is my theory, are they sarcastic and biting criticisms on existence, illustrations of the first noble truth, reasons, as it were, for the apotheosis of annihilation? I shall say that this is so. Let me consider them precept upon precept, if the introduction of the Hebrew visionary is not too strong meat for the little Marys of a Buddhist audience. A catchword for the stomach, from J.M. Barrie's play Little Mary. The first precept. This forbids the taking of life in any form. Fielding, in The Soul of a People, has reluctantly to confess that he can find no trace of this idea in Buddha's own work, and called the superstition the echo of an older faith. AC. What we have to note is the impossibility of performing this. If we can prove it to be so, either Buddha was a fool, or his command was rhetorical, like those of Yahweh to Job, or of Tannhauser to himself. Go, seek the stars and count them and explore. Go, sift the sands beyond a starless sea. Let us consider what the words can mean. The taking of life can only mean the reduction of living protoplasm to dead matter, or in a truer and more psychological sense, the destruction of personality. Now, in the chemical changes involved in Buddha's speaking this command, living protoplasm was changed into dead matter. Or, on the other horn, the fact insisted upon most strongly by the Buddha himself, the central and cardinal point of his doctrine, the shrine of that metaphysic which isolates it absolutely from all other religious metaphysic, which allies it with agnostic metaphysis, that the Buddha who had spoken this command was not the same as the Buddha before he had spoken it, lies the proof that the Buddha, by speaking this command, violated it. Lies the proof that the Buddha, by speaking this command, violated it. More, not only did he slay himself, he breathed in millions of living organisms and slew them. He could not eat nor drink nor breathe without murder implicit in each act. Huxley cites the pitiless microscopist who showed a drop of water to the Brahmin who boasted himself ahimsa harmless. So among the rites of a bhikkhu is medicine. He who takes the quinine does so with the deliberate intention of destroying innumerable living beings. Whether this is done by stimulating the phagocytes or directly is morally indifferent. How such a fiend incarnate, my dear brother Ananda Maitreya, can call him cruel and cowardly who only kills a tiger, is a study in the philosophy of the mote and the beam. The argument that the animals are our brothers is merely intended to mislead one who has never been in a Buddhist country. The average Buddhist would, of course, kill his brother for 5 rupees or less, AC. Far be it for me to suggest that this is a defense of breathing, eating, and drinking. By no means. In all these ways we bring suffering and death to others as to ourselves. But since these are inevitable acts, since suicide would be a still more cruel alternative, especially in case something should subsist below mere rupa, the command is not to achieve the impossible, the already violated in the act of commanding, but a bitter commentary on the foul evil of this aimless, hopeless universe, this compact of misery, meanness, and cruelty. Let us pass on. The second precept. The second precept is directed against theft. Theft is the appropriation to one's own use of that to which another has a right. Let us therefore whether or no the Buddha was a thief. The answer is, of course, in the affirmative. For to issue a command is to attempt to deprive another of his most precious possession, the right to do as he will. That is, unless with the predestinarians we hold that action is determined absolutely, in which case, of course, a command is as absurd as it is unavoidable. Excluding this folly, therefore, we may conclude that if the command be obeyed, and those of Buddha have gained a far larger share of obedience than those of any other teacher, the enlightened one was not only a potential, but an actual thief. Further, all voluntary action limits in some degree, however minute, the volition of others. If I breathe, I diminish the stock of oxygen available on the planet. If those far distant ages when Earth shall be as dead as the moon is today, my breathing will now have robbed some being then living of the dearest necessity of life. That the theft is minute, incalculably trifling, is no answer to the moralist to whom degree is not known, nor to the scientist who sees the chain of nature miss no link. If, on the other hand, the store of energy in the universe be indeed constant, whether infinite or no, if personality be indeed delusion, then theft becomes impossible, and to forbid it is absurd. We may argue that even so, temporary theft may exist, and that this is so is, to my mind, no doubt the case. All theft is temporary, since even a millionaire must die. Also it is universal, since even a Buddha must breathe. The third precept. This precept against adultery I shall touch but lightly. Not that I consider the subject unpleasant, far from it, But since the English section of my readers, having unclean minds, will otherwise find a fulcrum therein for their favorite game of slander, let it suffice if I say that the Buddha, in spite of the ridiculous membrane legend, one of those foul follies which idiot devotees invent only too freely, was a confirmed and habitual adulterer. Membrum virile ilius in membrana inclusum esse aiunt, ne copulare posset, or the male member is enclosed in a membrane, they say that the couple may not be able to. It would be easy to argue with Hegel or Huxley that he who thinks of an act commits it. Cf. Jesus also in this connection, though he only knows the creative value of desire, and that since A and not A are mutually limiting, therefore interdependent, therefore identical, he who forbids an act commits it. But I feel that this is no place for metaphysical hair-splitting. Let us prove what we have to prove in the plainest way. I would premise in the first place that to commit adultery in the divorce court sense is not here in question. It assumes too much proprietary right of a man over a woman, the root of all abomination, the whole machinery of inheritance, property, and all the labyrinth of law. We may more readily assume that the Buddha was, apparently at least, condemning incontinence. We know that Buddha had abandoned his home, true, but nature has to be reckoned with. Volition is no necessary condition of offense. I didn't mean to is a poor excuse for an officer failing to obey an order. Enough of this, in any case a minor question, since even on the lowest moral grounds, and we, I trust, soar higher, the error in question may be resolved into a mixture of murder, theft, and intoxication. We consider the last under the 5th precept. The 4th precept. Here we come to what in a way is the fundamental joke of these precepts. A command is not a lie, of course, possibly cannot be, yet surely an allegorical order is one in essence, and I have no longer a shadow of a doubt that these so-called precepts are a species of a savage practical joke. Apart from this, there can hardly be much doubt, when critical exegesis has done its damnedest on the loggia of our Lord, that Buddha did at some time commit himself to some statement. Something called consciousness exists is, said Huxley, the irreducible minimum of the pseudo-syllogism, false even for an enthymeme, cogito ergo sum. This proposition he bolsters up by stating that whoso should pretend to doubt it would thereby but confirm it. Yet might it not be said, something called consciousness appears to itself to exist, since consciousness is itself the only witness to that confirmation? Not that even now we can deny some kind of existence to consciousness, but that it should be a more real existence than that of a reflection is doubtful, incredible, even inconceivable. If by consciousness we mean the normal consciousness, it is definitely untrue, since the Dhyanic consciousness includes it and denies it. No doubt something called acts as a kind of caveat to the would-be skeptic, though the phrase is bad, implying a calling, but we can guess what Huxley means. No doubt Buddha's skepticism does not openly go quite so far as mine. It must be remembered that skepticism is merely the indication of a possible attitude, not a belief, as so many good fool folk think. But Buddha not only denies cogito ergo sum, but cogito ergo non sum. See Savasava Sutta, paragraph 10, quoted in Science and Buddhism, section 4, note. At any rate, Satyadithi, the delusion of personality, is in the very forefront of his doctrines, and it is this delusion that is constantly and inevitably affirmed in all normal consciousness. That Dhyanic thought avoids it is doubtful. Even so, Buddha is here represented as giving precepts to ordinary people. And if personality be delusion, a lie is involved in the command of one to another. In short, we all lie all the time. We are compelled to it by the nature of things themselves, paradoxical as that seems, and the Buddha knew it. The 5th precept. At last we arrive at the end of our weary journey. Surely in this weather we may have a drink. East of Suez. Ship me somewhere east of Suez where a man can raise a thirst. Rudyard Kipling. Trombone Macaulay, as I may surely say when Browning writes Banjo Byron. While as for Quilp Hop, oh my thumb there, Banjo Byron that twangs the strum there. Browning, Pacchiarotto, said of A. Austin. Tells us a man may raise a thirst. No, shrieks the Blessed One, the Perfected One, the Enlightened One, do not drink. It is like the streets of Paris when they were placarded with rival posters. Ne buvez pas de l'alcool. L'alcool est un poison. And buvez de l'alcool. L'alcool est un aliment. We know that alcohol is a food up to a certain amount. The precept, good enough for a rough rule as it stands, will not bear close inspection. What Buddha really commands with that grim humor of his is, avoid intoxication. But what is intoxication? Unless it be the loss of power to use perfectly a truth-telling set of faculties. If I walk unsteadily, it is owing to nervous lies, and so for all the phenomena of drunkenness. But a lie involves the assumption of some true standard, and this can nowhere be found. A doctor will tell you, moreover, that all food intoxicates. All, here as in all the universe, of every subject and in every predicate, is a matter of degree. Our faculties never tell us true. Our eyes say flat when our fingers say round. Our tongue sends a set of impressions to our brain which our hearing declares non-existent, and so on. What is this delusion of personality but a profound and centrally seating intoxication of the consciousness? I am intoxicated as I address these words. You are drunk, beastly drunk, as you read them. Buddha was as drunk as a British officer when he uttered his besotted command. There, my dear children, is the conclusion to which we are brought if you insist that he was serious. I answer no. Alone among them, living, the Buddha was sober and saw truth. He, who was freed from the coils of the reet serpent Theli coiled round the universe, he knew how deep the slaver of that snake had entered into us, infecting us, rotting our very bones with poisonous drunkenness. And so, his cutting irony, drink no intoxicating drinks. When I go to take pencil is to vow obedience to these precepts. It is in no spirit of servile morality. It is with keen sorrow gnawing at my heart. These 5 causes of sorrow are indeed the heads of the serpent of desire. 4 at least of them snap their fans on me, and by virtue of my very act of receiving the commands, and of promising to obey them. If there is a little difficulty about the 5th, it is an omission easily rectified, and I think we should all make a point about that. There is great virtue in completeness. Yes, do not believe that the Buddha was a fool, that he asked men to perform the impossible or the unwise. I do not propose to dilate on the moral truth which Ibsen has so long labored to make clear, that no hard and fast rule of life can be universally applicable. Also, as in the famous case of the lady who saved successively the lives of her husband, her father, and her brother, the precepts clash. To allow to die is to kill. All this is obvious to the most ordinary thinkers. These precepts are, of course, excellent general guides for the vulgar and ignorant, but you and I, dear reader, are wise and clever, and know better. Nicht wahr? Excuse my being so buried in dear Immanuel Kant, as my friend Miss B.R.C. would say, a fast woman who posed as a blue stocking, that this biting and pregnant phrase slipped out unaware. As a rule, of course, I hate the introduction of foreign tongues into an English essay. A.C. Do not believe that the sorrow of existence is so trivial that easy rules, easily interpreted, as all Buddhists do interpret the precepts, can avail against them. Do not mop up the Ganges with a duster. nor stop the revolution of the stars with the lever of Lath. Awake, awake only. Let there be ever remembrance that existence is sorrow. Sorrow by the inherent necessity of the way it is made. Sorrow not by volition, not by malice, not by carelessness, but by nature, by ineradicable tendency, by the incurable disease of desire, its creator. Is it so? And the way to destroy it is by the uprooting of desire. Nor is a task so formidable accomplished by any threepenny bit in the plate on Sunday morality. The deceive others and self-deception will take care of itself, uprightedness, but by the severe roads of austere self-mastery, of arduous scientific research, which constitutes the noble eightfold path. 101 through 105. There is one. Sit, 6. Hopes. Identity of poet. Attention drawn to my highly decorative cover. Yet by and by I hope to weave a song of anti-Christmas Eve, and first and second Beaster Day. There's one who loves me dearly, Veri, who yet believes me sprung from Tophet, either the beast or the false prophet, and by all sorts of monkey tricks adds up my name to Sit, 6. Retire, good Gallop. In such strife her superior skill makes you a cipher. There's one. Sit, 6. This opinion has most recently and most opportunely been confirmed by the Reverend Father Simmons, Roman Catholic missionary, and head of the corner in Kashmir Stamps, Baramulla, Kashmir. And Gallop. For more information, apply to Mr. Sidney Lee. So it's probably referring to Elizabeth Wells Gallop, who studied the ciphers of Francis Bacon. Ho, I adopt the number. Look at the quaint wrapper of this book. I will deserve it if I can. It is the number of a man. It had a design of Sit, 6, and Crowley's name in Hebrew, which, like most names, adds up to that figure on the reverse. It is the number of a man, Revelation 13:18. Necessity of poem. So, since in England Christ still stands, with iron nails and bloody hands, not pierced, but grasping, to hoist high children on cross of agony, I find him real for English lives. Up with my pretty pair of fives. I fight no ghosts. Fives, Dukes. Mysticism versus literal interpretation, former excused. But why revile? You urge me, in that vicious style, the very faith whose truths you seem elsewhere to hold, to him supreme in your own soul. Elsewhere see Songs of the Spirit and other works. Perhaps you know how mystic doctrines melt the snow of any faith, redeem it to a fountain of reviving dew. So I with Christ, but few receive the Kabbalistic balm, believe nothing, and choose to know instead, but to that terror vague and dread, external worship all my life, war to the knife, war to the knife. The Kabbalistic balm may be studied in the Kabbalah Unveiled. It is much to be wished that someone would undertake the preparation of an English translation of Rabbi Jishak ben Loria's De Revolutionibus Animarum, and of the book Beth Elohim. Buddha rebukes poet, detailed scheme of modified poem. No, on the other hand, the Buddha says, I'm surprised at you. How could a person accept my law and still use hatred, the sole means of ill, in truth's defense? In praise of light? Well, I guess Brer Buddha's right. I am no brutal Cain to smash an Abel. I hear that blasphemy's unfashionable. So in the quietest way we'll chat about it. No need to show teeth, claws of cat about it. With gentle words, fiat exordium, exeat dolor intret gaudium. Cain, Genesis 4:8. We'll have the ham to lodge its sandwich of indignation, last bread bland, which, after our scorn of gods, lust, terror, hate, Prometheus fired, we'll butter, perorate, with oiled indifference, laughter silver, omni hoc verbum vale nil vir. Aim of poet, indignation of poet, poet defies his uncle. Let me help Babu Chander Grish up, as by a posset of Hunyadi. Hunyadi Janos, a Hungarian table water. Clear mind was Sudan of the Mahdi, not cleared by Kitchener? Ah, Chup, such nonsense for sound truth you dish up. Were I magician, no mere caddy, not Samuel's ghost you'd make me wish up, nor Saul's, the mighty son of Kish, up, but Ingersoll's nor Bradlaugh's pardee, by spells and cauldron stews that squish up, or purifying of the Nadi. Nadi, for this difficult subject, referred to the late Swami Vivekananda's Raja Yoga. Till Stradivarius or Amati, shriek in my stomach, Sarasati. Such strains, such music as once Sadi made Persia ring with, I who fish up, no such from soul may yet cry. Ved retro Satanas. Tom Bond Bishop. Tom Bond Bishop, founder of the Children's Scripture Union, an association for the dissemination of lies among young people, and otherwise known as a philanthropist. His relationship to the author, that of uncle, has procured him with rather disagreeable immortality. He was, let us hope, no relation to George Archibald Bishop, the remarkable preface to whose dreadfully conventionally psychopathic works is this. Whip and spur, sporting officer, the time's competition outdone. You old screw, Pegasus, G, swish, up. To any who correctly rhymes, with bishop more than 7 times, I hereby offer as emoluum, and a bound copy of this volume. Such lines, however noble in sentiment as "Ah bas les Anglais," the Irish up, will not be admitted to the competition. Irish is accented on the penultimate, bad cess of the bloody Saxons that made it so. The same with Tarshish. See Browning, Pippa Passes, too, in the long speech of Bluffix, and many others. Subspecies of genus Christian included in poets' strictures. These strictures must include the liar, Copelston, Reverend F.B. Meyer, the cock of the dissenters' midden, he, and others of the self-same kidney. How different from Sir Philip Sidney! But que vos et claude id, ne vituperos inventus sim. In English let me render him. Wear mug in snap potato trap, or elsely it may haply hap. Panel in libel I bewail me. Funny how English seems to fail me. So as a surgeon to a man, sir, let me exercise your Christian cancer. Impersonally, without vanity, just in pure love of poor humanity. Preface. In the fevered days and nights under the empire that perished in the struggle of 1870, that whirling tumult of pleasure, scheming, success, and despair, the minds of men had a trying ordeal to pass through. In Zola's La Curie, we see how such ordinary and natural characters as those of Saccard, Maxime, and the incestuous heroine were twisted and distorted from their normal sanity and sent whirling into the jaws of a hell far more effrayant than the mere cheap and nasty brimstone Sheol, which is a shibboleth for the dissenter, and with which all classes of religious humbug, from the Pope to the Salvation ranter, from the Mormon and the Jesuit to the mongrel mixture of the worst features of both, the Plymouth Brother, have scared their illiterate, since hypocrisy was born, with Abel and spiritual tyranny with Jehovah. Society in the long run is eminently sane and practical. Under the Second Empire it ran mad. If these things are done in the green tree of society, what shall be done in the dry tree of bohemianism? Art always has a suspicion to fight against. Always some poor Mad Max Nordau is handy to call everything outside the kitchen the asylum. Here, however, there is a substratum of truth. Consider the intolerable long roll of names, all tainted with glorious madness. Baudelaire, the diabolist, debauchee of sadism, whose dreams are nightmares and whose waking hours delirium. Rollinat, the necrophile, the poet of Thysis, the anxiomaniac. Peladon, the high priest of nonsense. Mendes, frivolous and scoffing sensualist, besides a host of others, most alike in this, that below the cloak of madness and depravity, the true heart of genius burns. No more terrible period than this is to be found in literature. So many great minds, of which hardly one comes to fruition, such seed of genius, such a harvest of whirlwind. Even a barren waste of a sea is less saddening than one strewn with wreckage. In England, such wild song found few followers of any worth or melody. Swinburne stands on his solitary pedestal above the vulgar crowds of priapistic plagiarists. He alone caught the fierce frenzy of Baudelaire's brandied shrieks, and his first series of poems and ballads was the legitimate echo of that not fierier note. But English art as a whole was unmoved, at any rate not stirred to any depth, by this wave of debauchery. The great thinkers maintained the even keel, and the windy waters lay not for their frailer barks to cross. There is one exception of note, till this day unexpected, in the person of George Archibald Bishop. In a corner of Paris, this young poet, for his nature the flower of poesy did spring, did even take root and give some promise of a brighter bloom, till, stricken and blasted in latter years by the lightning of his own sins, was steadily writing day after day, night after night, often working 40 hours at a time, work which he destined to entrance the world. All England should ring with his praises. By and by the whole world should know his name. Of these works none of the longer and more ambitious remains. How they were lost, and how those fragments we possess were saved, is best told by relating the romantic and almost incredible story of his life. The known facts of this life are few, vague, and unsatisfactory. The more definite statements lack corroboration, and almost the only source at the disposal of the biographer is the letters of Matilda Doriac to Madame J.S., who has kindly placed her portfolio at my service. A letter dated October 15, 1866, indicates that our author was born at the 23rd of that month. The father and mother of George were, at least on the surface, of an extraordinary religious turn of mind. Matilda's version of the story, which has its source in our friend himself, agrees almost word for word with a letter of the Reverend Edward Turrell to Mrs. Cope, recommending the child to her care. The substance of the story is as follows. The parents of George carried their religious ideas to the point of never consummating their marriage. Will it be believed that a clergyman turned Plymouth brother and schoolmaster actually made an identical confession to a boy of 10 years old? This arrangement does not seem to have been greatly appreciated by the wife. At least one fine morning she was found to be enceinte. The foolish father never thought of the hypothesis which commends itself most readily to a man of the world, not to say a man of science, and adopted that of a second Messiah. He took the utmost pains to conceal the birth of the child, treated everybody who came to the house as an emissary of Herod, and finally made up his mind to flee into Egypt. Like most religious maniacs, he never had an idea of his own, but distorted the beautiful and edifying events of the Bible into insane and ridiculous ones, which he proceeded to plagiarize. On the voyage out of the Virgin Mother became enamored, as was her wont, of the nearest male, in this case a fellow traveler. He, being well able to support her in the luxury which she desired, easily persuaded her to leave the boat with him by stealth. A small sailing vessel conveyed them to Malta, where they disappeared. The only trace left in the books of earth records that this fascinating character was accused, 4 years later in Vienna, of poisoning her paramour, but thanks to the wealth and influence of her newer lover, she escaped. The legal father, left by himself with a squalling child, to amuse, to appease in his tantrums, and to bring up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, was not a little perplexed by the sudden disappearance of his wife. At first he supposed that she had been translated, but finding that she had not left behind the traditional mantle behind her, he abandoned this supposition in favor of quite a different and indeed a more plausible one. He now believed her to be the Scarlet Woman of the Apocalypse, with variations. On arrival in Egypt, he hired an old native nurse and sailed for Odessa. Once in Russia, he could find Gog and Magog and present to them the child as Antichrist, for he was now persuaded that he himself was the first beast, and would ask the skeptic to count his 7 heads and 10 horns. The heads, however, rarely totted up accurately. At this point, the accounts of Mr. Turrell and Matilda diverge slightly. The cleric affirms that he was induced by a Tartar lady of an honorable and ancient profession to accompany her to Tibet to be initiated into the mysteries. He was, of course, robbed and murdered with due punctuality in the town of Kiev. Matilda's story is that he traveled to Kiev on the original quest and died of typhoid or cholera. In any case, he died at Kiev in 1839. This fixes the date of the child's birth at 1837. His faithful nurse conveyed him safely to England, where his relatives provided for his maintenance and education. With the close of this romantic chapter in his early history, we lose all reliable traces for some years. One flash alone illumines the darkness of his boyhood. In 1853, after being prepared for confirmation, he cried out in full assembly, instead of kneeling to receive the blessing of the officiating bishop, "I renounce forever this idolatrous church," and was quietly removed. He told Matilda Doriac that he had been to Eton and Cambridge. Neither institution, however, preserves any record of such admission. The imagination of George, indeed, is tremendously fertile with regard to events in his own life. His own story is that he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, in 1856, and was sent down 2 years later for an article which he had contributed to some university or college magazine. No confirmation of any sort is to be found anywhere with regard to these or any other statements of our author. There is, however, no doubt that in 1861 he quarreled with his family, went over to Paris, where he settled down at first, like every Tufthead, somewhere in the Quartier Latin, later with Matilda Doriac, the noble woman who became his mistress and held to him through all the terrible tragedy of his moral, mental, and physical life, in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonniere. At his house there the frightful scene of '68 took place, and it was there, too, that he was apprehended after the murders which he describes so faithfully in Abysmos. He had just finished this poem with a shriek of triumph, and had read it through to the appalled Matilda, avec des yeux de flamme et des gestes incohérents, when, foaming at the mouth, and hurlant des blasphémies indicibles, he fell upon her with extraordinary violence of passion. The door opened, officers appeared, the arrest was effective. He was committed to an asylum, for there could be no longer any doubt of his complete insanity. For 3 weeks he had been raving with absinthe and satyriasis. He survived his confinement no long time. The burning of the asylum with its inmates was one of the most terrible events of the War of 1870. So died one of the most talented Englishmen of his century, a man who, for wide knowledge of men and things, was truly to be envied, yet one who sold his birthright for a mess of beastlier pottage than ever Esau guzzled, who sold soul and body to Satan for sheer love of sin, whose mere lust of perversion is so intense that it seems to absorb every other emotion and interest. Never since God woke light from chaos has such a tragedy been unrolled before men, step after step toward the lake of fire. At his house all his writings were seized, and, it is believed, destroyed. The single most fortunate exception is that of a superbly jeweled writing case, now in the possession of the present editor, in which were found the manuscripts which are here published. Matilda, who knew how he treasured its contents, preserved it by saying to the officer, But, sir, that is mine. On opening this, it was found to contain, besides these manuscripts, his literary will. All manuscripts were to be published 30 years after his death, not before. He would gain no spurious popularity as a reflection of the age he lived in. Tennyson, he says, will die before 60 years are gone by. If I am to be beloved of men, it shall be because my work is for all times and all men, because it is greater than all the gods of chance and change, because it has the heart of the human race beating in every line. This is a patch of magenta to mauve, undoubtedly, but the present collection of verses will hardly be popular. If the lost works turn up, of course it may be that there may be found shelter for songs that recede. Still, even here one is, on the whole, more attracted than repelled. The author has enormous power, and he never scruples to use it, to drive us half mad with horror, or, as in his earlier most exquisite works, to move us to the noblest thoughts and deeds. True, his debt to contemporary writers is a little obvious here and there, but these are small blemish on a series of poems whose originality is always striking, and often dreadful in its broader features. We cannot leave George Bishop without a word of inquiry as to what became of the heroic figure of Matilda Doriac. It is a bitter task to have to write in cold blood the dreadful truth about her death. She had the misfortune to contract in the latter few days of her life with him the same terrible disease which he described in the last poem of his collection. This shock, coming so soon after, and as it were as an unholy perpetual reminder of the madness and sequestration of her lover, no less than his infidelity, unhinged her mind, and she shot herself on July 5, 1869. Her last letter to Madame J.S. is one of the tenderest and most pathetic ever written. She seems to have been really loved by George in his wild infidel fashion. All Night and Victory, among others, are obviously inspired by her beauty, and her devotion to him, the abasement of soul, the prostitution of body, she underwent for and with him, is one of the noblest stories life has shown. She seems to have dived with him, yet ever trying to raise his soul from the quagmire. If God is just at all, she shall stand more near to his right hand than the vaunted virgins who would soil no hem of vesture to save their brother from the worm that dieth not. The works of George Archibald Bishop will speak for themselves. It would be both impertinent and superfluous in me to point out in detail their many and varied excellences or their obvious faults. The raison d'etre, though, of their publication is worthy of especial notice. I refer to their psychological sequence, which agrees to their chronological order. His life history, as well as his literary remains, gives us an idea of the progression of diabolism as it really is, not as it is painted. Note also, 1. The increase of selfishness and pleasure, 2. The diminution of his sensibility to physical charms. Pure and sane is his early work. Then he is carried into the outer court of the great vortex of sin, and whirls lazily through the sleepy waters of mere sensualism. The pace quickens, he grows fierce in the mysteries of Sapphism and the cult of Venus Aversa with women. Later on, the same forms of vice with men, and mingled with wild talk of religious dogma and a general exaltation of priapism at the expense in particular of Christianity, in which religion, however, he is undoubtedly a believer till the last. The pious will quote James 2:19, and the infidel will observe that he died in an asylum. Then the full swing of the tide catches in. The mysteries of death become more and more an obsession, and he flung headlong into sadism, necrophilia, all the maddest, fiercest vices that the mind of fiends ever brought up from the pit. But always, to the very end, his power is unexhausted, immense, terrible. His delirium does not amuse, it appalls. A man who could conceive as he did must himself have had some glorious chord in his heart vibrating to that eternal principle of boundless love. That this love was wrecked is, for me, in some sort a relative of his, a real and bitter sorrow. He might have been so great, he missed heaven. Think kindly of him. And for the liar Copleston, Bishop of Calcutta, copies were sent to any living persons mentioned in the sort of song, accompanied by the following letter. Letters and telegrams, Boleskine, Foyers, his sufficient address. Bills, writs, summonses, etc. Camp 11, the Baltoro Glacier, Balistan. O millionaire, my Lord Marquis. Mr. Editor, my Lord Viscount. Dear Mrs. Eddy, my Lord Earl. Your Holiness the Pope, my Lord. Your Imperial Majesty, my Lord Bishop. Your Majesty, Reverend Sir. Your Royal Highness, Sir. Dear Miss Corelli, Fellow. My Lord Cardinal, Mr. Congressman. My Lord Archbishop, Mr. Senator. My Lord Duke, Mr. President, or the feminine of any of these as shown by underlining it. Courtesy demands, in view of the A. Tribute to your genius, B. Attack on your 1. Political, 2. Moral, 3. Social, 4. Mental, 5. Physical character, C. Homage to your grandeur, D. Reference to your conduct, E. Appeal to your finer feelings. On page blank of my masterpiece, the sort of song that I should send you a copy as I do herewith, to give you an opportunity of defending yourself against my monstrous assertions, thanking me for the advertisement, or, in short, replying as may best seem to you to suit the case. Your humble obedient servant, Aleister Crowley. While holding the See of Ceylon, he wrote a book in which Buddhism is described as consisting of devil dances. Now, when a man in a position to know the facts writes a book of the subscription-cadging type, whose value for the purpose depends on the suppression of these facts, I think I am to be commended for the moderation in using the term liar. Ascension Day. Moral aspect of Christianity to be discussed to prejudice of the metaphysical. Here's just the chance you'd have. Behold, the warm sun tint with early gold. Yon spire, today's event provide. My text of wrath, ascension tide. Oh, 'tis a worthy day to rest. Hate's diadem from Jesus' crest. Ascends he, 'tis the very test, by which we men may fairly judge from the rough roads we mortals trudge, or God's paths paved with heliotrope, the morals of the crucified. Both standpoints joined in one, I hope, in metaphysics' stereoscope. But for the moment be denied a metaphysical inspection. Bring out the antiseptic soap. We'll judge the Christ by simple section, in strictly on the moral side. Orthodoxy to be orthodoxy, gypsies barred, Henrik Ibsen and H.G. Wells. But first I must insist on taking the ordinary substantial creed. Your clergy preach from desk and pulpit each Sunday. All the Bible shaking its boards with laughter as you read each Sunday. Ibsen, to a full pit, may play in the moon. If lunars they thought themselves to be the play. It's little the applause he'd get. Ibsen, Norwegian dramatist. This and the next sentence have 19 distinct meanings. As, however, all, with one doubtful exception, are true and taken together synthetically connote my concept, I have let the passage stand. Parson and poet, fugitive nature of dogma in these latter days, the higher criticism. I met a Christian clergyman, the Reverend J. Bowley. The conversation described actually occurred in Mr. Gerald Kelly's studio in Paris. The nicest man I ever met. We argued of the cosmic plan. I was Lord Roberts, he De Wet. Vide Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's masterly fiction, The Great Boer War. He tells me when I cite the fall, but those are legends after all. He has 100 hills to lie in, an archaic phrase signifying copy, but finds no final ditch to lie in, probably an obsolete slang term for spruit. Samuel was man, the holy spook, did not dictate the Pentateuch. With cunning feint he lures me on, to lose my pom-poms on St. John. And that hill being shelled doth swear, his forces never had been there. I got disgusted, called a parley, here comes a white flag treachery. Asked, is there anything you value, will hold to, he laughed, chase me, Charlie. But seeing in his mind that I would no be so converted, shall you, he added, grope in utter dark? The book of Acts and that of Mark are now considered genuine. I snatch a testament, begin, reading at random the first page. He stops me with a gesture sage. You must not think, because I say St. Mark is genuine, I would lay such stress unjust upon its text, as base thereon opinion. Next, I gave it up, he escaped, ah me, but so did Christianity. Lord George Sanger on the Unknowable, How the Creatures Talk. Lord George Sanger, proprietor of a circus and menagerie. As for a quiet talk on physics, sane ac, lenti, I hear the British Don spout sentiments more bovine than a sane yak ever would ruminate upon. Half Sabbatarian and half cacomaniac, built up from Paul and John, with not a little tincture of Leviticus, gabbled pro forma, Jaldi, Hindustani quickly, to aid the appalling hotchpotch lyre and lute, replaced by lyre and lute, the harp and flute. Are dumb, the drum doth come and make us mute. The Englishman, half huckster and half brute, raves through his silk hat of the absolute. The British Don, half pedant and half hermit, begins the ding on sick, as Germans term it. Vide infra Science and Buddhism in the writings of Immanuel Kant and his successors. We stop him short, he readjusts his glasses, turns to his folio, twill eclipse all glasses. Turns to his folio, twill eclipse all precedent, reveal God's nature, every dent a blessed dent. The donkey written by an ass for asses. Basis of poem to be that of the Compromise of 1870. So, with permission, let us be orthodox to our finger ends. What the bulk hold, High Church or Friends, or hard-shell Baptists, and we'll see. Non-medical nature of poem, Crowley J. I will not now invite attack by proving white a shade of black. The reader may search modern periodicals for this theory. Or Christ, as some have lately tried, an epileptic mania, citing some case where a dose of bromide duly given in time drags a distemper so morose at last to visions less sublime. Soft breezes stir the lyre Aeolian, no more the equinoctial gales. The patient reefs his mental sails, his panic din that shocked the Timoleon. The Timoleon, Timolis, who decided the musical contest between Pan and Apollo in favor of the latter. His panic din that shocked the Timoleon admits a softer run of scales, seems no more God, but mere Napoleon, or possibly the Prince of Wales, concluding such a half-cured case with the remark where bromide fails, but bromide people did not know those 1900 years ago. I think we may concede to Crowley an impartial attitude. No mention will be made of the figs and the pigs. And so I scorned 1,000 subtle points, wherein a man might find a fulcrum. Ex utero matrice ad sepulchrum. Ex praetor, such as Huxley tells. I'll pierce your rotten harness joints, dissolve your diabolic spells, with the quick truth and nothing else. Christian premises accepted. Severe mental strain involved in reading poem. So not one derogatory to your own version of the story. I take your Christ, your God's creation, just at their own sweet valuation. For by this culminating scene, close of that wondrous life of woe, before and after death we know how to esteem the Nazarene. Where's the wet towel? The Ascension at last. This is a common feat, pranayama. Let us first destroy the argument of fools, from Paul right downward to the schools, that the Ascension's self-rehearsed, Christ's Godhead by its miracle. Grand, but the power is mine as well. In India levitation counts no tithe of the immense amounts of powers demanded by the wise, from cella ere the cella rise, to knowledge, fairy tales, well first, sit down a week and hold your breath, as masters teach, until you burst. Or nearly in a week, one saith, a month, perchance a year for you. Hard practice, and yourself may fly. Yes, I have done it, you may too. Difference between David Douglas, home, Sri Swami Sabapati Vamadeva Bhaskarananda Saraswati, and the Christ, latter compared to Madame Humbert. Thus, in Ascension, you and I stand as Christ's peers and therefore fit to judge him. Stay, friend, wait a bit. You cry, your Indian yogis fall back to the planet after all. Never attain to heaven and stand, Stephen, or sit, Paul, at the hand of the Most High. And that alone, that question of the great white throne, is the sole point that we debate. I answer, here in India wait, Samadhi dock, convenient, to travel to Mahameru. Samadhi dock, ecstasy of meditation male. Mahameru, the mystic mountain of the Hindus, see southeast curse of Kihama. Or Gauri Sankar's keen white wedge. Gauri Sankar, called also Chamakankar, Devaganga, and Everest. Or Chodgo's mighty flying edge, spearing the mighty dome of blue, or Chodgo's mighty flying edge, shearing across the firmament. Chodgo the giant, this is the native name of K2, or Mount Godwin Austen, as Colonel Godwin Austen would call it. It is the second highest known mountain in the world, as Devadhanga is the first. But first, to that exact event, you Christians celebrate today. We stand where the disciples stood, and see the Master float away, into that cloudlet heavenly hued, receiving him from mortal sight, which of his sayings prove the true, lightning bescrawled athwart the blue. I say not which in hearts aright are treasured, but what after ages engrave on history's iron pages. This is one word of our Lord. I bring not peace, I bring a sword. In this the history of the West. The history of the West, De Acosta, Jose, Natural and Moral History of the Indies. Sir A. Allison, History of Scotland. Benzoni, History of the New World. Buckle, History of Civilization. J. H. Burton, History of Scotland. Carlyle, History of Frederick the Great, Oliver Cromwell, and Past and Present. A. Cherwell, Dictionnaire historique de la France. Paul Christian, Histoire de al Magi. L. D. Clarendon, History of the Great Rebellion. P. de Comenes, Chronicle. Brian Edwards, History of the British Colonies in the West Indies. C. Elton, Origins of English History. Erdmann, History of Philosophy, Volume 2. Froude, History of England. C. A. Fife, History of Modern Europe. S. R. Gardiner, History of the Civil War in England. Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. J. R. Green, History of the English People. H. Guizot Hallam, Histoire de la Civilisation. H. Hallam, State of Europe in the Middle Ages. V. Hugo, Napoleon Le Petit. Professor C. Innes, Scotland in the Middle Ages. Kingscote, History of the War in the Crimea. Eliphas Levi, Histoire de la Magie, L.D. Macaulay, History of England, J. McCarthy, A History of Our Own Times, Jos Meister, Ouvroirs, Michelet, Histoire de la Templiers, Abbé Megnet, Ouvroirs, Montalembert, The Monks of the West, J. Morley, Life of Mr. Gladstone, Motley, History of the Dutch Republic, Napier, History of the Peninsular War, Prescott, History of the Conquest of Mexico and History of the Conquest of Peru, Renan, Vie de Jesus, E.W. Robertson, Historical Essays, L.D. Roseberry, Napoleon, Shakespeare, Histories, Society for the Propagation of Religious Truth, Transactions, Volume 1 through 666, R.L. Stevenson, A Footnote to History, Reverend Ethelred Thornton, History of the Jesuits, A.E. Waite, The Real History of the Rosicrucians, and L.D. Wolseley, Marlborough. The above works and many others of less importance were carefully consulted by the author before passing these lines for the press. Their substantial accuracy is further guaranteed by the professors of history at Cambridge, Oxford, Berlin, Harvard, Paris, Moscow, and London. Their substantial accuracy is further guaranteed by the professors of history at Cambridge, Oxford, Berlin, Harvard, Paris, Moscow, and London. Bears him out well. How stands the test? 1/3 a century's life of pain. He lives, he dies, he lives again, and rises to eternal rest. Of bliss with saints, an endless reign, leaving the world to centuries torn by every agony and scorn, and every wickedness and shame, taking their refuge in his name. No yogi shot his Chandra so. Shot his Chandra, Anglise shot the moon. Sri Parananda applauds yogi, Gerald jeers at Jesus. Will Christ return? What ho, what ho, what? He meditates above, still with his sire for mercy, love, and other trifles. Far enough, that Father's purpose from such stuff. That Father's purpose from such stuff. John 3:16. Its importance, its implied meaning. You see, when I was young, they said, whatever you ponder in your head, or make the rest of Scripture mean, you can't evade John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Exactly. Grown my mental stature, I ponder much, but never yet can I get over or forget that bitter text's accorded nature, the subtle devilish omission. But what are we to say of Christian dialecticians who quote all things work together for good out of its context and call this verse Christian optimism? See Caird's Hegel. Hegel knew how to defend himself, though. As Goethe wrote of him, they thought the master, too, inclined to fuss and finnick. The student's anger grew to frenzy paganinic. They vowed they'd make him rue his work in Gina's clinic. They came, the unholy crew, the mystic and the cynic. He had scoffed at God's battue, the flood for mortals' sin, Ichthyosaurian Waterloo. They eyed the sage askew. They searched him through and through. With violet rays actinic, they asked him, where bist du? He answered slowly, bin ich? The cruel antithesis implied, the irony, the curse fruition, the calm assumption of hell's fevers, as fit as just for unbelievers. These are the things that stick beside and hamper my quite serious wish to harbor kind thoughts of the fish. The fish, because of ichthys, which means fish, and very aptly symbolizes Christ. Ring in book, The Pope, 8990. My own vague optimism, impossibility of tracing cause back or effect forward to the ultimate, ethics individual. Here goes my arrow to the gold. I'll make no magpies, though I hold your Christianity a lie, abortion and iniquity the most immoral and absurd, a priest's invention in a word. Of all religions I have hope, in the good Dhamma's wider scope, nay, certainty, that all at last, however came they in the past, move up or down, who knows, my friend? I cannot trace the chain. How vain indeed are human calculations. The Autobiography of a Flea, page 136. Table thing, ere the stuff grow, a ring thing right to wear, the ring in the book, 1:17. This pebble thing, oh, the boy thing, Calverley, the cock and the bull. But yet with no uncertain trend, unto Nibbana in the end. I do not even dare despise your doctrines, prayers, and ceremonies. Far from the word you'll go to hell, I dare not say you'll do not well. I must obey my mind's own laws, accept its limits, seek its cause. My meat may be your poison. I hope to convert you by and by. Never, I cannot trace the chain that brought us here, shall part again our lives, perchance for aye. I bring my hand down on this table thing, and that commotion widens thus, and shakes the nerves of Sirius. To calculate 1 hour's result I find surpassing difficult. 1 year's effect, 1 moment's cause, what mind could estimate such laws? Who then much more may act aright, judged by and in 10 centuries' sight? Yet I believe whatever we do is best for me and best for you, and best for all. I line no brow with wrinkles, meditating how. Caird's interpretation of Hegel. His identification of it with Christianity proved to be mystical, his interpretation false. Well, but another way remains. Shall we expound the cosmic plan by symbolizing God and man in nature as thus? Shall we expound the cosmic plan by symbolizing God and man and nature thus? As man contains cells, nerves, gray matter in his brains, each cell a life, self-centered, free, yet self-subordinate to the whole for its own sake, expand. So we, molecules of a central soul, times suns, judged by eternity. Nature is gone, our joys, our pains, our little lives, and God remains. Were this the truth, why, worship then were not so imbecile for men. But that's no Christian faith, for where enters the dogma of despair? Despite his logic's silver flow, I must count Caird a mystic. No, you Christians shall not mask me so. The plain words of your sacred books, behind friend Swedenborg his spooks. Caird, see Hegel. Says Huxley in his works. Says Huxley, see Ethics and Evolution. The microcosmic lives change daily in state or body, yet you gaily arm a false Hegel, cap a P. Yourself his weapons make him wear false favors of a lady fair, the scarlet woman, bray and blare, a false note on the trumpet shout, a champion, faith's defender, out. Skeptic and sinner, see me, quail I cite the little go, you stare, and have no further use for Paley. Mysticism does not need Christ. Krishna will serve, or the carpenter, the sacred walrus, God, some vestments, and Lady Wimborne. But if you drink your mystic fill under the good tree Yggdrasil, the Ots Chaim or tree of life of the Scandinavians, where is at all your use for Christ? Hath Krishna not at all sufficed? I hereby guarantee to pull a faith as quaint and beautiful, as much attractive to an ass, and setting reason at defiance, as Zionism, Christian Science, or Ladies' League. Keep off the grass. From Alice Through the Looking Glass. Ladies' League, Mrs. J.S. Crowley says, the Ladies' League was formed for the promotion and defense of the Reformed faith of the Church of England. The capitals are hers. I think we may accept this statement. She probably knows and has no obvious reasons for misleading. Fearful aspect of John 3:16. Hence I account no promise worse, fail to conceive a fiercer curse, than John's 3rd chapter, 16th verse. Universalism, will God get the Baraslam? Great slam, a term of bridge whist. Bara is Hindustani for great. But now you say, broad-minded folk, think that those words the Master spoke should save all men at last, but mind, the text says nothing of the kind. Read the next verses. John 3:18, he that believeth not is condemned already. Eternal life, divergent views of its desirability. Buddhist idea. Then 1/3 of all humanity are steady in a belief in Buddha's word, possess eternal life already, and shun delights, laborious days of labor living, Milton's phrase, in strenuous purpose, too, to cease, a fig for God's eternal peace. True peace is to annihilate the chain of all causes men call fate, so that no sattva may renew. Once death has run life's shuttle through, their dages put in somewhat thus, what's fun to them is death to us. That's clear at least. Sattva, the Buddhists, denying an Atman or soul, an idea of changeless eternal knowledge, being, and bliss, represent the fictitious ego of a man or a dog as a temporary agglomeration of particles. Reincarnation only knocks off, as it were, some of the corners of the mass, so that for several births the ego is constant within limits, hence the possibility of the magical memory. The sattva is this agglomeration. See my Science and Buddhism infra for a full discussion of this point. Dogma of belief. But never mind. Call them idolaters and blind. We'll talk of Christ, as Shelley sang, shall an eternal issue hang on just belief or unbelief, and an involuntary act make difference infinite in fact. Between the right and the left-hand thief, belief is not an act of will. Free will, Herbert Spencer. I think, sir, that I have you still, even allowing much indeed, that any will at all is freed, and is not merely the result of sex, environment, and cult, habit and climate, health and mind, and 20,000 other things. So many a metaphysic sings. I wish they did indeed. I find their prose the hardest of hard reading. If there is free will, how can there be pain or damnation? Not self being an illusion, self or not self real. Shoot to care. But if, you cry, the world's designed as a mere mirage in the mind, up jumps free will. But all I'm pleading is against pain and hell. Free will then can damn man? No fearful mill. Grinding catastrophe is speeding outside, some whence, some whither. And I think we easier understand where Schelling, to the Buddha leading, calls not real self. And note the correction stress upon this word. Previously, Mr. W.S. Gilbert has done this in his superb lines, except the plot of the freehold land, that held the cot and Mary and, but this demonstration is vitiated by the bad iambic and ma, unless indeed the juxtaposition is intentional in exposing the sophistries of our official prosodis. Calls real, not self. In any case, there is not, there can never be, a soul, a sword, or armor needing, incapable in time or space, or to inflict or suffer. We, I think, are gradual weeding the soil of dualism. Few drop to the common Christian's view. I have pity, had Christ any? The sheep and the goats. This is my point. The world lies bleeding. Result of sin? I do not care. I will admit you anywhere. I take your premises themselves, and like the droll, deceitful elves, they yet outwit your plan. I will prove Christ a wicked man, granting him Godhead merciless to all the anguish and distress about him, save to him it clung and prayed. Give me omnipotence? I am no fool that I should fence that power, demanding every tongue to call me God. I would assert that power to heal creation's hurt, not to divide my devotees from those who scorn me to the close. A worm, a fire, a thirst for these, a harp resounding heaven for those. Will Satan be saved? Who pardons Judas? And though you claim salvation sure for all the heathen, there again new Christians give the lie to plain Scripture, those words which must endure. The heathen, the wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. The Vedas say the same, and though his mercy widens ever so, I never met a man, this shocks what I now press, so heterodox, Anglican, Roman, Methodist, peculiar person, all the list. I never met a man who called himself a Christian, but appalled shrank when I dared suggest the hope God's mercy could expand its scope, extend or bend or spread or straighten, so far as to encompass Satan, or even poor Iscariot. God's foreknowledge of Satan's fall and eternal misery makes him responsible for it. If he and Judas are finally redeemed, we might perhaps look over this matter this once. Poet books his seat. Creator in heaven suffers hell's pangs, owing to reproaches of bard. Yet God created, did he not, both these? Omnisciently we know, benevolently even so. Created from himself, distinct. Note that it is not meet for you to plead me Schelling and his crew. These souls, foreknowing how they were linked, the chains in either's destiny. You pose me the eternal why, not I, again, who asks doth err. But this one thing I say, perchance there lies a purpose in advance, tending to final bliss, to stir some life to better life. This pain is needful, that I grant again. Did they at last in glory live, Satan and Judas might forgive. At the moment of passing the final proofs, I am informed that the character of Judas has been rehabilitated by Mr. Stead, and rightly is Mr. Abington, paid with a rope, and the defense of Satan undertaken by a young society lady authoress, a Miss Corelli, who represents him as an angel of light, i.e. one who has been introduced to the Prince of Wales. But surely there is someone who is the object of universal reprobation among Christians? Permit me to offer myself as a candidate. Sink, I beseech you, these sectarian differences, and combine to declare me at least anathema maranatha. The middle time of misery, forgive the wronged creation first, or evolution's iron key. Did them, provided they are past, beyond all change and pain at last, out of this universe accursed, but otherwise I lift my voice. Deliberately take my choice, Promethean, eager to rejoice, in the grim protest's joy to revel, betwixt Iscariot and the devil. Throned in their midst, no pain to feel, tossed on some burning bed of steel, but theirs my soul of love should swell, and on those piteous floors they trod, feel and make God feel out of hell, across the gulf impassable, that he was damned and I was God. Ethical and eloquent denunciation of Christian cosmogony. Let him rise and answer me, that false creative deity, whence came his right to rack the earth with pangs of death, disease, and birth. Pangs of death. Dr. Maudsley demands a panegyric upon death. It is true that evolution may bring us moral sense of astonishing delicacy and beauty, but we are not there yet. A talented but debauched Irishman has composed the following, which I can deplore but not refute, for this type of man is probably more prone to reproduce his species than any other. He called it summa spes. 1. Existence being sorrow, the cause of it desire, a merry tune I borrow to light upon the lyre. If death destroy me quite, then I cannot lament it. I've lived, kept life alight, and damned if I repent it. Let me die in a ditch, damnably drunk, or lipping a punk, or in bed with a bitch, I was ever a hog. Muck, I am one with it. Let me die like a dog. Die and be done with it. 2. As far as reason goes, there's hope for mortals yet. When nothing is that knows, what is there to regret? Our consciousness depends on matter in the brain. When that rots out and ends, there ends the hour of pain. 3. If we can trust to this, why dance and drink and revel? Great scarlet mouths to kiss, and sorrow to the devil. If pangs ataxic creep, or gout or stone annoy us, Queen Morphia grant thy sleep, let worms, the deers, enjoy us. 4. But since a chance remains that I survives the body, so talk the men whose brains are made of smut and shoddy. I'll stop it if I can. Ah, Jesus, if thou couldst, I'll go to Martaban to make myself a Buddhist. 5. And yet the bigger chance lies with annihilation. Follow the lead of France, freedom's enlightened nation. Off, sacerdotal stealth, of faith and fraud and gnosis. Come, drink me, here's thy health, arteriosclerosis. The hardening of the arteries, which is the predisposing cause of senile decay, thus taken as one positive assurance of death. Let me die in a ditch, damnably drunk, or lipping a punk, or in a bed with a bitch, I was ever a hog. Muck, I am one with it, let me die like a dog. Die, and be done with it. No joy unmarred by pain and grief, insult on injury heaped high, in that quack doctor infamy, the panacea of belief. Only the selfish soul of man could ever have conceived a plan, man only of all life to embrace, one planet of all stars to place, alone before the Father's face, forgetful of creation's stain, forgetful of creation's pain, not dumb, forgetful of the pangs, whereby each life laments and hangs. Now as I speak a lizard lies, in wait for a light bewildered flies. A lizard, a short account of the genesis of these poems, seems not out of place here. The design of an elaborate parody on Browning to be called Ascension Day and Pentecost was conceived and resolved upon on Friday, November 15th, 1901. On that day I left Ceylon, where I had been for several months practicing Hindu meditations and exposing the dishonesty of the missionaries in the intervals of big game shooting. The following day I wrote Ascension Day and Pentecost on the Sunday, sitting outside the Dak Bangala at Madura. These original drafts were small as compared to the present poems. Ascension Day consisted of page 2, I flung, page 4, pray do, page 5, but why, page 7, here's just, page 9, I will, to page 18, but in hell, page 19, you see, to end. Pentecost consisted of page 22, today, page 26, how very hard, to page 28, proceed, page 30, nor lull my soul, to page 32, in the vision, page 34, how easy, to end. Berashith was written at Delhi, March 20th and 21st, 1902. Its original title was Crowleymas Day. It was issued privately in Paris in January 1903. It and Science and Buddhism are added to complete the logical sequence from 1898 till now. All, however, has been repeatedly revised. Whatever there seemed a lacuna in the argument, an insertion was made, till all appeared a perfect chrysolite. Most of this was done while the weary hours of the summer, save the mark of 1902, rolled over Camp Misery and Camp Despair on the Chogo-Ri Glacier, in those rare intervals when one's preoccupation with lice, tinned food, malaria, in-soaking water, general soreness, mental misery, and the everlasting snowstorm gave place to a momentary glimmer of any higher form of intelligence than that ever necessarily concentrated on the actual business of camp life. The rest and the final revision occupied a good deal of my time during the winter of 1902 through 1903. The manuscript was accepted by the SPRT in May of this year, and after a post-final revision rendered necessary by my Irish descent, went to press. Each life bound over to the wheel, and each being we may guess, now that the very crystals feel, for them no harp resounding court, no palm, no crown, but none the less, a cross, be sure, the worst man's thought in hell itself, bereft of bliss, were less unmerciful than this. No, for material things, I hear, will burn away and cease to be. Nibbana, ah, thou shoreless sea. Each life bound over to the wheel. C.F. Whately, Revelation of a Future State. Man alone is doomed to fear, to suffer the eternal woe, or else to meet man's subtle foe. God, and oh, infamy of terror, be like him, and forever. At least I make not such an error. My soul must utterly dissever its very silliest thought, belief, from such a God as possible, its vilest from his worship. Never, avaunt, abominable chief of hate's grim legions, let me well gird up my loins and make endeavor, and seek a refuge from my grief. Oh, never in heaven, but in hell. Deathbed of poet, effect of body on mind. Oh, very well, I think you say, wait only till your dying day. See whether then you kiss the rod, and bow that proud soul down to God. I perfectly admit the fact. Quite likely that I so shall act. Here's why creation jumps at prayer. You Christians quote me in a breath, this, that, the other atheist's death. Their stories are usually untrue, but let us follow our plan and grant them all they ask. How they sought God, of course, impair, by just a touch of fever, chill my health, where flies my vivid will. My carcass with quinine is crammed. I wish South India were damned. I wish I had my mother's nursing, find precious little use in cursing, and slide to leaning on another, God or the doctor or my mother. But dare you quote my fevered word, for better than my health averred, the brainish fancies of a man, hovering on delirium's brink. Shall these be classed his utmost span, all that he can or ought to think? No, the strong man and self-reliant is the true spiritual giant. I blame no weaklings, but decline to take their maunderings for mine. Poem does not treat of paleontology, nor of poet's youth, nor of Christian infamies. Poet forced to mystic position. You see, I do not base my thesis on your books being torn to pieces by knowledge, nor invoke the shade of my own boyhood's agony. Soul, shudder not, advance the blade of fearless fact and probe the scar. You know my first-class memory. Well, in my life 2 years there are, 12 years back, not so very far. 2 years whereof no memory stays. One ageless anguish filled my days, so that no item like a star, soul in the supreme night above, stands up for hope or joy or love. Nay, not one ignis fatuus glides, soul in that marsh one agony to make the rest look light. Abides the thick sepulchral changeless shape, shapeless continuous misery, whereof no smoke wreaths might escape, to show me whither lay the end, whence the beginning. All is black, void of all cause, all aim, unkenned, as if I had been dead indeed, all in Christ's name. And I look back, and then look long time after lack courage or strength to hurl the creed down to the heaven it sprang from. No, not this inspires the indignant blow at the whole fabric, nor the seas, filled with those innocent agonies of pagan martyrs that once bled, of Christian martyrs damned and dead, in inter-Christian bickerings, where hate exults and torture springs. a lion in anguished flesh and blood, a vulture on ill-omened wings, a cannibal on human food. This word is inept, as it predicates humanity of Christian hate Christian. J'accuse, the English language, anthropophagus must always remain a comic word. Nor do I cry the scoffers' cry, that Christians live and look the lie. Their faith has taught them none of these inspire my life, disturb my peace. I go beneath the outward faith, find it a devil or a wraith, just as my mood or temper tends. Mystical meaning of the Ascension Day. Futility of the whole discussion in view of facts. And thus today that Christ ascends, I take the symbol, leave the fact, decline to make the smallest pact with your creative deity, and say, the Christhood soul in me, risen of late, is now quite clear, even of the smallest taint of earth. Supplanting God, the man has birth. New birth you'll call the same, I fear. Transcends the ordinary sphere, and flies in the direction X. There lies the fourth dimension. Vex. My soul no more with mistranslations from Genesis to Revelations, but leave me with the flaming star. Jeheshua, see thou Zohar. The flaming star, or pentagram, mystically referred to Jeheshua. Zohar, splendor, the three central books of the dogmatic Kabbalah. And thus our formidable pigeon. Says an old writer, whom I translate roughly, thou to thy lamb and dove devoutly bow, but leave me, prithee, yet my hawk and cow, and I approve thy greybeard dotard's smile, if thou wilt that of Egypt's crocodile. Lamb and old gentleman religion fizzles in smoke, and I am found attacking nothing. Here's the ground. Pistols and coffee, 3 in 1. Alas, O Rabbi Shimeon. But never a duelist, no son, no father, and to please us most, decency pleads, no Holy Ghost. All vanish at the touch of truth, a cobweb trio, like in sooth. That worthy Yankee millionaire and wealthy nephews, young and fair, the pleasing Crawfords, lost, lost, lost. See the lay of the last minstrel. The Holy Spirit, friend, beware. The reader may hope. 10 days yet to Pentecost. Come that, I promise you, but stay. At present 'tis Ascension Day. Summary. Reader dismissed to chapel. At least your faith should be content. I quarrel not with this event. The supernatural element? I deny nothing at the term. It is just nothing, I affirm. The fool, with whom is wisdom deem the scriptures rightly, in his heart saith, silent to himself apart, this secret. Ein Alhim. See the good psalm. And thus, my friend, my diatribes approach the end, and find us hardly quarreling. And yet you seem not satisfied. The literal mistranslated thing must not by sinners be denied. Go to your chapel then to pray. I promise Mr. Chesterton, before the Muse and I have done, a grand appreciation of Brixton on Ascension Day. Ein Elohim, there is no God, so our Bible. But this is really the most sublime affirmation of the Kabbalist. Ein is God. For the meaning of Ein and of this idea, see Berashith, infra. The fool is he of the tarot to whom the number 0 is attached, to make the meaning patent to a child. I insult your idol, quoth the good missionary. He is but of dead stone. He does not avenge himself. He does not punish me. I insult your God, replied the Hindu. He is invisible. He does not avenge himself nor punish me. My God will punish you when you die. So when you die, will my idol punish you? No earnest student of religion or draw poker should fail to commit this anecdote to memory. Mr. Chesterton, I must take this opportunity to protest against the charge brought by Mr. Chesterton against the Englishmen who write philosophical essays on the splendor of Eastern thought. If he confines his strictures to the translators of that well-known Eastern work, the Old Testament, I am with him. Any modern biblical critic will tell him what I mean. It took a long time, too, for the missionaries, and Tommy Atkins, to discover that Bud was not a great god. But then they did not want to, and in any case, sympath and intelligence are not precisely the most salient qualities in either soldiers or missionaries. But nothing is more absurd than to compare men like Sir W. Jones, Sir R. Burton, von Hammer Purgstall, Sir E. Arnold, Professor Max Muller, me, Professor Rhys Davis, Lane, and the rest of our illustrious Orientalists to the poor and ignorant Hindus whose letters occasionally delight the readers of the Sporting Times, such letters being usually written by public scribes for a few pice in the native bazaar. As to Babus, Babu, I may mention, is the equivalent to our Mr., and not the name of a savage tribe. Mr. Chesterton, from his Brixton Brahmaloka, may look forth and see that the Babu cannot understand Western ideas, but a distinguished civil servant in the Madras Presidency, second Wrangler in a very good year, assured me that he had met a native whose mathematical knowledge was superior to that of the average senior wrangler, and that he had met several others who approached that standard. His specific attack on Madame Blavatsky is equally unjust, as many natives, not theosophists, have spoken to me of her in the highest terms. Honest Hindus cannot be expected to think as Mr. Chesterton deems likely, as he is unfortunately himself a Western, and in the same quagmire of misapprehension as Professor Max Muller and the rest. Madame Blavatsky's work was to remind the Hindus of the excellence of their own Shastras, to show that some Westerners held identical ideas, and thus to countermine the dishonest representations of the missionaries. I am sufficiently well known as a bitter opponent of theosophy to risk nothing in making these remarks. I trust that the sense of public duty which inspires these strictures will not be taken as incompatible with the gratitude I owe to him for his exceedingly sympathetic and dispassionate review of my Soul of Osiris. I would counsel him, however, to leave alone the Brixton Chapel, and to work up from his appreciation of the Soul of Osiris to that loftier and wider work of the human imagination, the appreciation of the Sporting Times. Mr. Chesterton thinks it funny that I should call upon Shu. Has he forgotten that the Christian God may be most suitably invoked by the name Yah? I should be sorry if God were to mistake his religious enthusiasms for the derisive ribaldry of the London gammon. Similar remarks apply to El and other Hebrew Christian deities. This note is hardly intelligible without the review referred to. I therefore reprint the portion thereof, which is germane to my matter, from the Daily News, June 18, 1901. To the side of a mind concerned with idle merriment, there is certainly something a little funny in Mr. Crowley's passionate devotion to deities who bear such names as Maut and Nuit and Ra and Shu and Hormaku. They do not seem to the English mind to lend themselves to pious exhilaration. Mr. Crowley says in the same poem, "The burden is too hard to bear. I took too adamant a cross. This sackcloth rends my soul to wear. My self-denial is as dross. O Shu that holdest up the sky, hold up thy servant, lest he die." We have all possible respect for Mr. Crowley's religious symbols, and we do not object of his calling upon Shu at any hour of the night. Only it would be unreasonable of him to complain if his religious exercises were generally mistaken for an effort to drive away cats. Moreover, the poets of Mr. Crowley's school have, among all their merits, some genuine intellectual dangers from this tendency to import religions, this free trade in gods. That all creeds are significant and all gods divine, we willingly agree. But this is rather a reason for being content with our own than for attempting to steal other people's. That affectation in many modern mystics of adopting an Oriental civilization and mode of thought must cause much harmless merriment among the actual Orientals. The notion that a turban and a few vows will make an Englishman a Hindu is quite on par with the idea that a black hat and an Oxford degree will make a Hindu an Englishman. We wonder whether our Buddhistic philosophers have ever read a florid letter in Babu English. We suspect that the said type of document is in reality exceedingly like the philosophic essays written by Englishmen about the splendor of Eastern thought. Sometimes European mystics deserve something worse than mere laughter at the hands of Orientals. If there was one person whom honest Hindus would have ever been justified in tearing to pieces, it was Madame Blavatsky. That our world-worn men of art should believe for a moment that moral salvation is possible and supremely important is an unmixed benefit. But to believe for a moment that it is to be found by going to particular places or reading particular books, or joining particular societies is to make for the 1,000th time the mistake that is at once materialism and superstition. If Mr. Crowley and the new mystics think for one moment that an Egyptian desert is more mystic than an English meadow, that a palm tree is more poetic than a Sussex beach, that a broken temple of Osiris is more supernatural than a Baptist chapel in Brixton, then they are sectarians, and only sectarians of no more value to humanity than those who think that the English soil is the only soil worth defending, and the Baptist chapel the only chapel worth of worship. But Mr. Crowley is a strong and genuine poet, and we have little doubt that he will work up from his appreciation of the Temple of Osiris to that loftier and wider work of the human imagination, the appreciation of the Brixton Chapel. G.K. Chesterton. Future plans of poet, Jesus dismissed with a jest. He's gone, his belly filled enough, this Robert Browning mank stuff. 'Twill serve Mercutio's scratch to show where God and I are disagreed. There I have let my feelings go. This once, again, I deem not so. Once for my fellow creatures' need, the rest of life for self-control, for liberation of the soul. This once the truth, in future best, dismissing Jesus with a jest. The rest of life for self-control, for liberation of the soul. Who said rats? Thanks for your advice, Tony Veller, but it came in vain. As the ex-monk that shook the bookstall wrote in confidence to the publisher, existence is misery, I the month Tisri. Joseph McCabe, who became a rationalist writer, the allusion is to Crowley's marriage and subsequent return to the East. Existence is misery, I the month Tisri. At the fu o' the moon, I were shot wi' a dune. Dune is no Scots, but Greek, Meester Watts. We're awate Burma, where the ground be firmer. Te spear the Mekong, chin chin Ceylon. Long sald be lang, she'll no care a wang. Ye're a rational babe, Audra McCabe. Note the curious confusion of personality. This shows absence of ego, in Pali, anatta, which will seem to my poor spiritually minded friends an excuse for a course of action they do not understand, and whose nature is beyond them. Christ ascends. And I tell you frankly that if he does not come back by the time I have finished reading these proofs, I shall give him up. The jest. Ah, Christ ascends. Ascension Day? Old wonders bear the bell away. Santos Dumont, though, who can say? Bell, the folios have bun. Old wonders bear the bun away. Santos Dumont, though, who can say? Poem dissimilar to its predecessor. Will it lead somewhere this time? Reflections on the weather, proper to beginning a conversation in English. Today thrice halves the lunar week, since you, indignant, heard me speak, indignant. Then I seemed to be so far from Christianity. Now other celebrations fit, the time another song shall flit, responsive to another tune. September's shadows fall on June, but dull November's darkest day is lighted by the sun of May. Autobiography of Bard, Lerjar, Wanderjar, the Magician of Paris. Here's now I got a better learning. It's a long lane that has no turning. Mad as a woman hunted, earning. The lie-chased alethophilist, or truth lover. Sorcery's maw gulps the beginner. In pain's mill neophytes are grist. Disciples ache upon the rack. 5 years I sought, I miss and lack. Agony hounds let go and twist. I peak and struggle and grow thinner, and get to hate the sight of dinner. With sacred thirst, I, the soul hydroptic, read Levi in the cryptic Coptic, with Anet Her Ka Ua and Ra, and Sephira de Zeniutha. How clever am I? With sacred thirst, he, soul hydroptic with a sacred thirst, a grammarian's funeral. And Levi, ceremonial magic is not quite so silly as it sounds. Witness the following masterly elucidation of its inner quintessence. The initiated interpretation of ceremonial magic. This essay forms the introduction of an edition of the Goetia of King Solomon. It is loftily amusing to the student of magical literature who is not quite a fool, and rare is such a combination, to note the criticism directed by the Philistine against the citadel of his science. Truly, since our childhood has ingrained into us not only literal belief in the Bible, but also substantial belief in Aleph Layla wa Layla, 1001 Nights, commonly called Arabian Nights. And only adolescence can cure us. We are only too liable, in the rush and energy of dawning manhood, to overturn roughly and rashly both these classics, to regard them both on the same level, as interesting documents from the standpoint of folklore and anthropology, and as nothing more. Even when we learn that the Bible, by a profound and minute study of the text, may be forced to yield up Kabbalistic arcana of cosmic scope and importance, we are too often slow to apply a similar restorative to the companion volume, even if we are the lucky holders of Burton's veritable edition. To me, then, it remains to raise the Aleph Layla wa Layla into its proper place once more. I am not concerned to deny the objective reality of all magical phenomena. If they are illusions, they are at least as real as many unquestioned facts of daily life. And if we follow Herbert Spencer, they are at least evidence of some cause. Now this fact is our base. What is the cause of my illusion of seeing a spirit in the triangle of art? Every smatterer, every expert in psychology will answer, that cause lies in your brain. English children are taught, Pace, the Education Act, that the universe lies in infinite space. Hindu children in the Akasha, which is the same thing. Those Europeans who go a little deeper learn from Veit that the phenomenal universe is the creation of the ego. Hindus or Europeans studying under Hindu gurus are told that by Akasha is meant the Chittakasa. The Chittakasa is situated in the third eye, i.e. in the brain. By assuming higher dimensions of space, we can assimilate this face to realism, but we have no need to take so much trouble. This being true for the ordinary universe, that all sense impressions are dependent on changes in the brain, we must include illusions which are, after all, sense impressions as much as realities are, in the class of phenomena dependent on brain changes. Thought is a secretion of the brain, Weismann. Consciousness is a function of the brain, Huxley, AC. Magical phenomena, however, come under a special subclass, since they are willed, and their cause is a series of real phenomena called the operations of ceremonial magic. These consist of 1. Sight, the circle, square, triangle, vessels, lamps, robes, implements, etc. 2. Sound, the invocations. 3. Smell, the perfumes. 4. Taste, the sacraments. 5. Touch, as under 1. And 6. Mind. The combination of all these and reflection on their significance. These unusual impressions, 1 through 5, produce unusual brain changes. Hence, their summary, 6, is of unusual kind. Its projection back into the apparently phenomenal world is therefore unusual. Herein then consists the reality of the operations and effects of ceremonial magic. Apart from its value in obtaining one-pointedness, on this subject consult Berashith, Liber 913, Infra, AC. And I conceive that the apology is ample so far as the effects refer only to those phenomena which appear to the magician himself, the appearance of the spirit, his conversation, possible shocks from imprudence, and so on, even to ecstasy on the one hand, and death or madness on the other. But can any of the effects described in this our book, Goetia, be obtained, and if so, can you give a rational explanation of the circumstances? Say you so. I can and will. The spirits of the Goetia are portions of the human brain. Their seals, therefore, represent, Mr. Spencer's projected cube, methods of stimulating or regulating those particular spots through the eye. The names of God are vibrations calculated to establish a. General control of the brain, establishment of functions relative to the subtle world, b. Control over the brain in detail, rank or type of the spirit, and c. Control over one special portion, name of the spirit. The perfumes aid this through smell. Usually the perfume will only tend to control a large area, but there is an attribution of perfumes to letters of the alphabet enabling one, by a Kabbalistic formula, to spell out the spirit's name. I need not enter into more particular discussion of these points. The intelligent reader can easily fill in what is lacking. If, then I say, with Solomon, the spirit, simiaries, teaches logic, what I mean is, those portions of my brain which subserve the logical faculty may be stimulated and developed by following out the process called the invocation of simiaries. And this is a purely materialistic rational statement. It is independent of any objective hierarchy at all. Philosophy has nothing to say, and science can only suspend judgment, pending a proper and methodical investigation of the facts alleged. Unfortunately, we cannot stop there. Solomon promises us that we can 1. Obtain information, 2. Destroy our enemies, 3. Understand the voices of nature, 4. Obtain treasure, 5. Heal diseases, etc. I have taken these 5 powers at random. Considerations of space forbid me to explain all. 1. Brings up facts from subconsciousness. 2. Here we come to an interesting fact. It is curious to note the contrast between the noble means and the apparently vile ends of magical rituals. The latter are disguises for sublime truths. To destroy our enemies is to realize the illusion of duality, to excite compassion. Ah, Mr. Waite, the world of magic is a mirror, wherein who sees muck is muck. A poet of great ability, he edited a book called Of Black Magic and of Pacts, in which he vilifies the same. 3. A careful naturalist will understand much from the voices of the animals he has studied long. Even a child knows the difference between a cat's meowing and purring. The faculty may be greatly developed. 4. Business capacity may be stimulated. 5. Abnormal states of the body may be corrected, and the involved tissues brought back to tone in obedience to currents started from the brain. So for all the other phenomena. There is no effect which is truly and necessarily miraculous. Our ceremonial magic finds down, then, to a series of minute, though of course empirical, physiological experiments, and whoso will carry them through intelligently need not fear the result. I have all the health and treasure and logic I need. I have no time to waste. There is a lion in the way. For me, these practices are useless, but for the benefit of others less fortunate, I give them to the world, together with this explanation of and apology for them. I trust that this explanation will enable many students who have hitherto, by a puerile objectivity in their view of the question, obtained no results, to succeed, that the apology may impress upon our scornful men of science that the study of the bacillus should give place to that of the baculum, the little to the great. How great one only realizes when one identifies the wand with the Mahalingam, up which Brahma flew at the rate of 84,000 yojanas a second for 84,000 Mahakalpas, down which Vishnu flew at the rate of 84,000 crores or yojanas a second for 84,000 crores of Mahakalpas, yet neither reached an end. But I reach an end. And the cryptic Coptic vied the papyrus of Bruce, and Anet Her Ka Ua and Ra, Invocation of Ra from the papyrus of Harris. How clever am I? While good MacGregor, who taught freely us, bade us investigate Cornelius, Agrippa, and the sorceries black of grim Honorius and Abramelin the mage. While, fertile as the teeming spawn of pickled lax or stickleback, came ancient rituals, whack whack, of rosy cross and golden dawn. Ancient rituals from the papyrus of Mrs. Harris. In Golden Dawn, these rituals were later annexed by Madame Horos, that superior Swami. The earnest seeker is liable to some pretty severe shocks. To see one's obligation printed in the Daily Mail. Luckily, I have no nerves. I lived, Elijah-like, Mount Carmel in, all gave me nothing. I slid back, to common sense, as reason bids, and hence, my friend, the pyramids. My Mahatma, what price to me? At last I met a maniac, with mild eyes full of love and tresses, blanched in those lonely wildernesses, where he found wisdom in long hands, gentle, pale olive 'gainst the sands, amber and gold, at sight I knew him, swiftier than light I flashed, ran to him, and at his holy feet prostrated, my head, then all my being sated, with love cried, Master, I must know, already I can love, e'en so. The sage saluted me, Rama, Rama. Oh, how wise Grandpa must have been, Bobby. Rama, Rama, etc. Thou, as I, art God, for this is the esoteric meaning of the common Hindu salutation. A long road and a heavy price. To know is always a difficult work. Hullo, bravo. Thy name I have seen is written in the stars. Come with me, pupil, I will give thee medicine for the mind. C.F. Macbeth, canst thou not minister to a mind diseased? Said I, I'm game to work through all eternity, Your Holiness the Guru Swami. The correct form of address from a pupil to his teacher. See Sabapati Swami's pamphlet on yoga. Thus I studied with him till he told me, bus, or enough. He taught me the ABC of yoga. I asked, why? What will it be? In strange and painful attitude, I sat while he was very rude. Strange and painful attitude, siddhasana, and he was very rude. The following is a sample. O Devatas, behold this yogi. O Chela, accursed abode of Tamas, art thou, eater of beef, guzzling as an herd of swine, sleeper of 1,000 years, as an harlot heavy with wine, void of will, sensualist, enraged sheep, blasphemer of the names of Shiva and of Devi, Christian in disguise, thou shalt be reborn in the lowest of each, or Avicii, hell. Fast, walk, wake, these are the keys of the kingdom. Peace be with thy beard. Om. This sort of talk did me much good. I hope it may do as much for you. With eyes well fixed on my proboscis, I soon absorbed the yogi gnosis. See Bhagavad Gita, Atma Samyamyog. He taught me to steer clear of vices, the giddy waltz, the tuneful aria, those fatal foes of brahmacharya, and said, brahmacharya, right conduct, and in particular chastity in the highest sense, and said, how very mild and nice is one's luck to lop out truth in slices, and chance to chop up cosmic crises. He taught me A, he taught me B, he stopped my baccy and my tea. Baccy, a poisonous plant used by nicotomanics in their orgies and debauches. The filthy tobacco habit, says Elijah the Restorer of Zion, late of Sydney and Chicago. That colossal genius donkey, Shaw, is another of them, but see Calverley. He taught me Y, he taught me Z, he made strange noises in my head, he taught me that, he taught me this. He spoke of knowledge, life, and bliss. He taught me this, he taught me that, he grew me mangoes in his hat. His hat, it may be objected that Western but never Eastern magicians turn their headgear into a cornucopia or Pandora's box, but I must submit that the hat question is still sub judice. Here's a health to Lord Ronald Gower. I brought him corn, he made good grist of it, and here, my Christian friends, the gist of it. The philosophical impasse, practical advice, advice to poets' fat friend. First, here's philosophy's despair, the cynic scorn of self. I think, at times, the search is worth no worry, and hasten earthward in a hurry. Close spirits' eyes, or bid them blink. Go back to Swinburne's counsel rare, kissing the universe its rod, and thus he sings, for this is God. Be man with might at any rate, in strength of spirit growing straight, and life as light alving out. So Swinburne doth sublimely state, and he is right beyond a doubt. Swinburne, but this thing is God, to be man with thy might, to grow straight in the strength of thy spirit, and live out thy life as thy light. Hertha. So I'm a poet or a rhymer, a mountaineer or mountain climber. So much for Crowley's vital primer. The inward life of soul and heart, this is a thing occult, apart. But yet his Metteya or his kismet, as much of these you have of his met. So, you be butcher, you be baker, you Plymouth Brother, and you Quaker, you Montebank, you corset maker, while for you, my big beauty, Chicago packs pork. My big beauty, pink on spot, player green in hand. But I have starred since I went down in that pocket. I'll teach you the trick to be hen of the walk, shriek a music hall song with a double ong tong. Dance a sprightly can-can at Paris or Boulogne, or the dancers of Algiers. Try your stomach at that. It's quite in your line and would bring down your fat. You've a very fine voice, could you only control it, and an emerald ring, and I know where you stole it. But for goodness sake, give up attempting Brunhild. Try a boarding house cook or a coster's Matilda. Still, you're young yet, scarce 40. We'll hope at 70 you'll be more of a singer and less of a whore. Each to his trade, live out your life. Fondle your child and buss your wife. Trust not, fear not, street straight and strong. Don't worry, but just get along. I used to envy all my Balti coolies in an inverse kind of religious hysteria. Though every one of a perfect fool is, to judge by philosophic criteria, my Lord Archbishop, the name of Winchester, Harrow, or Eton, makes them not 2 inches stir. Eton, a school noted for its breed of cads, the Battle of Waterloo, 1815, was won on its playing fields. They know not Trinity, Merton, or Christ Church. They worship, but not at your back pew's high-priced church. Live out life, character of Balti, his religious sincerity, relations of poet and the Egyptian god of wisdom, Crowley dismissed with a jest. In an inverse kind of religious hysteria, they know not Trinity, Merton, or Christ Church. They worship not at your back pew's high-priced church. I've seen them at 20,000 feet, on the ice in a snowstorm at nightfall repeat their prayer. Will your grace do as much for your 3 as they do for their 1? I have seen, may you see. They sleep and know not what a mat is, seem to enjoy their cold chapatis. I've seen them. Sir J. Mondeville, Voyage and Travail, Chapter 16, recounts a similar incident, and, Christian as he is, puts a similar poser. They sleep and know not what a mat is, seem to enjoy their cold chapatis. Are healthy, strong, and some are old, but they do not care a damn for cold. A flat cake of unleavened bread. As a matter of fact, they do not enjoy and indeed will not eat them, preferring dock, a paste of coarse flour and water, wrapped round a hot stone. It cooks gradually and remains warm all day. Behave like children, trust in Allah. Flies in Muhammad's spider parlor. They may not think, at least they dare, live out their lives in little care. Worries their souls, worse fools they seem than even Christmas. Do I dream? Probing philosophy to marrow, what thought darts in its poisoned arrow? But this, my wisdom, even to me, seems folly. May their folly be. True wisdom, O esteemed Tahuti, you are a beauty. If after all these years of worship, you hail Ra, his bark, or Nuit, her ship. Tahuti, the Coptic Thoth. Ra, the sun god, and Nuit, the star goddess. And sail the waters wild a-wenting, over your child the left lamenting. The waters wild went o'er his child, and he was left lamenting. The ibis head unsuited. The ibis head characteristic of Tahuti. The ibis head unsuited to grin perhaps, yet does its best to show its strong appreciation of the humor of the situation. In short, dismiss me, jeered and hooted, who thought I sported Roland's crest, with wisdom saddled, spurred and booted, as I my Jesus with a jest. Roland's crest, see the Two Poets of Croisic, 91. A jest, see above Ascension Day. Slowness of divine justice, Poet Pockets, Piety States, National Anthem of Natal. So here is my tribute, a jolly good strong'un, to the eunuch, the fattest, the fool, and the wrong'un. A mysterious way, God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. He plants his footsteps in the sea and rides upon the storm. Intentional species. God moves in to fix up his masculine tricks. He trots on the tides, on the tempest he rides, like Cosmo. And as for his pace, we bethought us, Achilles could never catch up with that tortoise. No flyer, but very whose Griffiths, no jackpot, I straddle the blind age. No jackpot. Whose Griffiths, the safe man, a well-known advertisement, hence whose Griffiths equals safe. I straddle the blind age, at hymns I'm immoral. In Sankey, your kettle may call me a black pot. Here's diamond for coke, and pink pearl for pale coral. Though his mills may grind slowly, what says the old hymn? The old hymn. This hymn, quoted I fear with some failure of memory, I have not the documents at hand, is attributed to the late Bishop of Natal, though I doubt this, as the consistent and trustful piety of its sentiment is ill-suited to the author of those disastrous criticisms of the Pentateuch. The hymn is still popular in Durban. Its extraordinary beauty, for a fragment, is only surpassed by Safno's matchless Ania Kaexe Kanta. Tune, limerick, author, my memory's dim. The corn said, you sluggard. The mill, you may tug hard, or lug hard, or plug hard. I forgot the exact rhyme. That's a fact. If I want to grind slowly, I shall. A quainter old fable one rarely is able to drag from its haunt in the smoke-room or stable. You see, vide supra, I've brought to the test a ton of tolerance, broadness. Approve me, friend Chesterton. But this talk is all indigestion. Now for health. So much when philosophy's lacteal river turned sour through a trifle of bile on the liver. But now for the sane and the succulent milk of truth, may it slip down as smoothly as silk. Reasons for undertaking the task. How very hard it is to be a yogi, let our spirits see. At least what primal need of thought this end to its career has brought. Tune limerick, author, my memories dim. The corn said, you sluggard, the mill you may tug hard, or lug hard, or plug hard. I forgot the exact rhyme, that's a fact. If I want to grind slowly, I shall. A quainter old fable one rarely is able to drag from its haunt in the smoke-room or stable. You see, vide supra, I've brought to the test a ton of tolerance, broadness. Approve me, friend Chesterton. But this talk is all indigestion, now for health. So much when philosophy's lacteal river turned sour through a trifle of bile on the liver. But now for the sane in the succulent milk of truth, may it slip down as smoothly as silk. Reasons for undertaking the task. How very hard it is to be a yogi, let our spirits see. At least what primal need of thought this end to its career has brought. How very hard it is to be a Christian, Easter Day 1:1-2. Why, in a word, I seek to gain a different knowledge. Why retain the husk of flesh you seek to merit the influx of the Holy Spirit? And, swift as caddies pat and cap a tea, gain the great prize all mortals snap at, he, Roic guerdon of Stratapati. Stratapati, one who has entered the stream of nirvana. Our logical method, classical illusion demonstrating erudition of poet. With calm and philosophic mind, no fears, no hopes, devotions blind, to hamper soberly will state the problem and investigate, in purely scientific mood, the sheer ananki of the mind, a temper for our steel to find, whereby those brazen nails subdued against our doorpost may in vain ring, we'll examine to be plain, by logic's intellectual prism, the spiritual syllogism. Whether or not spirit and matter are distinct, let us investigate the fundamental necessities of thought. We know what fools only call divine and supernatural, and what they name material are really one, not two, the line by which divide they and define, being a shadowy sort of test. A verbal lusus at best, at worst a wicked lie devised to bind men's thoughts, but we must work with our own instruments, nor shirk, discarding what we erstwhile prized, should we perceive it disagree with the firstborn necessity. Impermanence of the soul. I come to tell you why I shun the sight of men, the life and fun. You know I can enjoy so well the nature that I love as one I think before me ever loved. You know I scorn the fear of hell, by worship and all else unmoved. You know for me the soul is naught, save a mere phantom in the thought. That thought itself impermanent, save as a casual element, with such another may combine to form now water and now wine. The element itself may be changeless to all eternity, but compounds ever fluctuate with time or space or various state. Ask chemists else. So I must claim spirit and matter are the same. Or else the prey of putrefaction. This matters to the present action, little or nothing. Here's your theories. Think if you like. I find it wearies. See Huxley, Hume, 199-200, and see Huxley's reply to Lilly. Recapitulation of principal cosmic theories. It matters little whether we, with Fichte and the Brahmins, preach that ego Atman soul must be, with Schelling and the Buddha own, no ego skandhas are alone. With Hegel and the Christian teach that which compels, includes, absorbs, both mighty unrevolving orbs. In one informing masterless master idea of consciousness, All differences as these indeed are chess play, conjuring. Proceed. Nay, I'll go back. The exposition above has points, but simple fission has reproduced a different bliss. At last, a heterogenesis. Bard checkmates himself. Consciousness in Christianity, dhyana in Hinduism, sama samadhi in Buddhism. The metaphysics of these verses is perfectly absurd. My curse is no sooner in an iron word. I formulate my thought than I perceive the same to be absurd. Tannhauser. So for this, sir, why? Your metaphysics in your teeth confer a crowley Berashith, but here the Christian is a dualist. Such view our normal consciousness tells us. I'll quote now, if you list, from Tennyson. It isn't much. Skip this and 'twill be even less. He say, I am not what I see, and other than the things I touch. In Memoriam. I am not what I see, in Memoriam, but see Herbert Spencer, Principles of Psychology, General Analysis, Chapter 6. How lucid is our Alfred T. The Hindu, an Advaitist, crosses off Maya from the list. Believes in one, exactly so. Dhyana consciousness, you know. May it not be that one step further, this lotused Buddha roaring murther? 'Tis lotused Buddha. Hark, that sad groan, proceed no further. 'Tis laureled martial roaring murther. Burns, Epigram. Nibbana is the state above you. Christians and them Hindus, Lord love you, where nothing is perceived as such. Bard is pleased with himself. This clever thought doth pleased me much. Poetry manifests a natural irritation. But if das Essen ist das Nichts, ha, Hegel's window, ancient licks, and two is one and one is two, brother, this nonsense, go on, do. My wandering thoughts you well recall, I focus logic's perfect prism, lo, the informing syllogism. Sabe P. Ducum. The premise major, life at best, is but a sorry sort of jest, at worst a play of fiends uncouth, mocking the soul foredoomed to pain. In any case, its run must range through countless miseries of change. So far, no farther, gentle youth, the mind can see, so much, no more. So runs the premise major plain, identical the noble truth, first of the Buddha's noble four. Sabe piducum, all is sorrow. Beyond thought is there hope, Maya again, vision of the visible image of the soul of nature whose name is fatality. The premise minor, I deplore these limitations of the mind. I strain my eyes until they're blind, and cannot pierce the awful veil that masks the primal cause of being, with all respect to Buddha fleeing the dreadful problem with the word, who answers as who asks hath erred. I must decidedly insist on asking why these things exist. My mind refuses to admit all power can be all wickedness. Nay, but it may. What shadows flit across the awful veil of mist? What thoughts invade, insult, impress? There comes a lightning of my wit, and sees, nor good nor ill address, itself to task, creation's ill, but a mere law without a will. I must not be supposed to take any absurd view of the meaning of the word law. This passage denies any knowledge of ultimate causes, not asserts it, but it tends to deny benevolent foresight and a fortiori benevolent omnipotence. Cf. Zoroaster Oracles. Look not upon the visible image of the soul of nature, for her name is fatality. Ambrosii is very clear on this point. I append his famous manuscript complete in its English translation, as it is so rare. How rare will be appreciated when I say that no copy either of original or translation occurs in the British Museum. The only known copy, that in the Bodleian, is concealed by the pre-Adamite system of cataloging in vogue at the horary, but unvenerable institution. For convenience, the English has been modernized. See Appendix 2. nothing resolved in something fit, phantom of dull stupidity, and evolution's endless stress, all the inanity to knit, thence such a dark device I see, nor lull my soul in the caress of Buddha's Maya fashioned it. C. E. Arnold, Light of Asia. My mind seems ready to agree, but still my senses worry me. Futility of all investigations of the mind into the first cause. Nor can I see what sort of gain God finds in this creating pain. Nor do the Vedas help me here. Why should the Paramatma cease? The universe is represented by Orthodox Hindus as alternating between evolution and involution, but apparently in either state it is the other which appears desirable, since the change is operated by will, not by necessity. From its eternity of peace, develop this disgusting drear system of stars to gather again, involving all the realm of pain, time, space, to that eternal calm, Blavatsky's Himalayan balm. See the corkscrew theories of A.P. Sinnett in that masterpiece of confusion in thought and nomenclature, Esoteric Buddhism. Also see The Voice of the Silence, or The Butler's Revenge, not B.P. Butler. Aids us no whit, if to improve, thus the all light, all life, all love, by evolution's myrrh and gall, it would not then have been the all. Faith our only alternative to despair? So says Mansell. Thus all conceptions fail and fall, but see the Cyclopedia article on metaphysics, miss no particle of thought. How ends the brave B.D. summarizing ontology? This talk of real is a wraith. Our minds are lost in a war of word. The whole affair is quite absurd. Behold, the righteous claims of faith. He does not rhyme you quite so neatly, but that's the sense of it completely. The Advaitist position. I do not feel myself inclined, in spite of my irreverent mind, so lightly to pass by the schemes of Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, one small though the apparent unison, as if they were mere drunken dreams, for the first word in India here, from Coromandel to Kashmir, says the same thing these Germans said, Ekam Advaita, one, not two. Thus east and west, from A to Z, agree, alas, so do not you? It matters nothing, you, I find, are but a mode of my own mind. Mind's superior functions. As far as normal reasoning goes, I must admit my concepts close, exactly where my worthy friend, great Menzel, says they ought to end. But here's the whole thing in a word, Olympus in a nutshell. I have a superior faculty to reasoning which makes absurd, unthinkable and wicked too, a great deal that I know is true. In short, the mind is capable, besides mere ratiocination, of 20 other things as well, the first of which is concentration. Does truth make itself instantly apparent? Not reason. Here most philosophers agree, claim that the truth must so intend, explain at once all agony of doubt, make people comprehend, as by a lightning flash solve doubt, and turn all nature inside out. And if such potency of might hath truth, once state the truth aright, whence came the use for all these pages, millions together mighty sages, whom the least obstacle enrages. Condemn the mystic if he prove, thinking less valuable than love. Well, let them try their various plans. Do they resolve that doubt of man's? How many are Hegelians? This, though I hold him mostly true. But to teach others that same view? Surely long years develop reason. Ekam Advaita. Of course, I now reject this utterly. But it is, I believe, a stage of thought necessary for many or most of us. The bulk of these poems was written when I was an Advaitist, incredible as the retrospect now appears. My revision has borne Buddhist fruits, but some of the Advaita blossom is left. Look, for example, at the dreadfully papistical tendency of my celebrated essay, After Agnosticism. Allow me to introduce myself as the original Irishman whose first question on landing at New York was, "Is there a government in this country?" And on being told yes, instantly replied, "Then I'm agging it." For after some years of consistent agnosticism, being at last asked to contribute to an agnostic organ, for the life of me I can think of nothing better than to attack my hosts. Insidious cuckoo, ungrateful banyan, my shame drives me to Semitic analogy, and I sadly reflect that if I had been Balaam, I should not have needed an ass other than myself to tell me to do the precise contrary of what is expected of me. For this is my position. While the postulate of agnosticism are, in one sense, eternal, I believe that the conclusions of agnosticism are daily to be pushed back. We know our ignorance, with the fact we are twitted by those who do not know enough to understand even what we mean when we say so. But the limits of knowledge, slowly receding, yet never so far as to permit us to unveil the awful and impenetrable adytum of consciousness, or that of matter, must one day be suddenly widened by the forging of a new weapon. Huxley and Tyndall have prophesied this before I was born, sometimes in vague language, once or twice clearly enough. To me, it is a source of the utmost concern that their successors should not always see eye to eye with them in this respect. Professor Ray Lankester, in crushing the unhappy theists of the recent Times controversy, does not hesitate to say that science can never throw any light on certain mysteries. Even the theist is justified in retorting that science, if this be so, may as well be discarded. For these are problems which must ever intrude upon the human mind, upon the mind of the scientist most of all. To dismiss them by an act of will is at once heroic and puerile. Courage is as necessary to progress as any quality that we possess, and as courage is in neither case required, the courage of ignorance, necessarily sterile, though wanted badly enough when our garden was choked by theological weeds, is less desirable than the courage which embarks on the always desperate philosophical problem. Time and again in the history of science, a period has arrived when, gorged with facts, he has sunk into a lethargy of reflection accompanied by appalling nightmares in the shape of impossible theories. Such a nightmare now rides us. Once again philosophy has said its last word, and arrived at a deadlock. Aristotle, in reducing to the fundamental contradictions in terms, which they involve the figments of the Pythagoreans, the Eleatics, the Platonists, the Pyrrhonists, Kant in his reductio ad absurdum of the Thomists, the Scotists, the Wolffians, all the warring brood, alike only in the inability to reconcile the ultimate antinomies of a cosmogony only grosser for its pinchbeck spirituality, have, I take it, found their modern parallel in the ghastly laughter of Herbert Spencer, as fleshed upon the corpses of Berkeley and the idealists from Fichte and Hartmann to Lotz and Trendelenburg. He drives the reeking fangs of his imagination into the palpitating vitals of his own grim masterpiece of reconcilement, self-deluded and yet self-conscious of its own delusion. History affirms that such a deadlock is invariably the prelude to a new enlightenment. By such steps we have advanced, by such we shall advance. The horror of the great darkness, which is skepticism, must never be broken by some heroic master soul, intolerant of the cosmic agony. We then await his dawn. May I go one step further and lift up my voice in prophecy? I would indicate the direction in which this darkness must break. Evolutionists will remember that nature cannot rest, nor can society, still less the brain of man. Audax omnia perpeti, gens human ruit per vetitum nefas. Horace, Odes 1:3. We have destroyed the meaning of vetitum nefas, and are in no fear of an imaginary cohort of ills and terrors. Having perfected one weapon, reason, and found it destructive to all falsehood, we have been, some of us, a little apt to go out to fight with no other weapon. Fitzjames's blade was sword and shield, and that served him against the murderous bludgeon sword of the ruffianly Highlander he happened to meet. But he would have fared ill had he called a western sheriff a liar, or gone off bower-sticking on spy on cop. Reason has done its utmost, theory has glutted us, and the motion of the ship is a little trying. Midst metaphor, excellent in a short essay like this, is no panacea for all mental infirmities. We must seek another guide. All the facts science has so busily collected, varied as they seem to be, are in reality all of the same kind. If we are to have one salient fact, a fact for a real advance, it must be a fact of a different order. Have we such a fact to hand? We have. First, what do we mean by a fact of a different order? Let me take an example, the most impossible being the best for our purpose. The spiritualists, let us suppose, go mad and begin to talk sense. I can only imagine that such would be the result. All their facts are proved. We prove a world of spirits, the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, etc. But with all that, we are not really one step advanced into the heart of the inquiry which lies at the heart of philosophy. What is anything? I see a cat. Dr. Johnson says it is a cat. Berkeley says it is a group of sensations. Sankaracharya says it is an illusion, an incarnation, or God, according to the hat he has got on, and is talking through. Spencer says it is a mode of the unknowable. But none of them seriously doubt the fact that I exist, that a cat exists, that one sees the other. All, bar Johnson, hint, but oh, how dimly, at what I now know to be true? No, not necessarily true, but nearer the truth. Huxley goes deeper in his demolition of Descartes. With him, I see a cat proves something called consciousness exists. He denies the assertion of duality. He has no datum to assert the denial of duality. I have. Consciousness, as we know it, has one essential quality, the opposition of subject and object. Reason has attacked this and secured that complete and barren victory of convincing without producing conviction. Hume, and Kant in the Prolegomena, discuss this phenomenon unsatisfactorily. AC. It has one quality apparently not essential, that of its seeding impermanence. If we examine what we call steady thought, we shall find that its rate of change is in reality inconceivably swift. To consider it, to watch it, is bewildering, and to some people becomes intensely terrifying. It is as if the solid earth were suddenly swept away from under one, and there were some dread awakening in outer space amid the rush of incessant meteors lost in the void. All this is old knowledge, but who has taken steps to alter it? The answer is forbidding. Truth compels me to say, the mystics of all lands. Their endeavor has been to slow the rate of change. Their methods perfect quietude of body and mind, produce in varied and too often vicious ways. Regularization of the breathing is the best known formula. Their results are contemptible, we must admit, but only so because empirical. An unwarranted reverence has overlaid the watchfulness which science would have enjoined, and the result is muck and misery, the wreck of a noble study. But what is the one fact on which all agree? The one fact whose knowledge has been since religion began the all-sufficient passport to their doubtfully desirable company? This, that I see a cat, is not only an unwarrantable assumption but a lie, that the duality of consciousness ceases suddenly once the rate of change has been sufficiently slowed down, so that even for a few seconds the relation of subject and object remains impregnable. It is a circumstance of little interest to the present essayist that this annihilation of duality is associated with intense and passionless peace and delight. The fact has been a bribe to the unwary, a bait for the charlatan, a hindrance to the philosopher. Let us discard it. It is this rapture which has ever been the bond between mystics of all shades, and the obstacle to any accurate observation of the phenomenon, its true causes, and so on. This must always be a stumbling block to more impressionable minds. But there is no doubt as to the fact. It is a fact, and its present isolation is to be utterly deplored. May I entreat men of science to conquer the prejudices natural to them when the justly despised ideas of mysticism are mentioned, and to attack the problem ab initio, on the severely critical and austerely arduous lines which have distinguished their labors in other fields. A.C. More, though the establishment of this new estate of consciousness seems to open the door to a new world, a world where the axioms of Euclid may be absurd, and the propositions of Keynes untenable, let us not fall into the error of the mystics, by supposing that in this world is necessarily a final truth, or even a certain and definite gain of knowledge. Keynes, author of the textbook on formal logic. But that a field for research is opened up, no sane man may doubt, nor may one question that the very first fact is of a nature disruptive of difficulty philosophical and reasonable, since the phenomenon does not invoke the assent of the reasoning faculty. The arguments which reason may bring to bear about it are self-destructive. Reason has given consciousness the lie, but consciousness survives and smiles. Reason is a part of consciousness and can never be greater than the whole. This Spencer sees, but reason is not even any part of this new consciousness, which I and many others have too rarely achieved, and therefore can never touch it. This I see, and this will, I hope, be patent to those ardent and spiritually minded agnostics of whom Huxley and Tyndall are, for all history time, the prototypes. Know or doubt is the alternative of the highwayman Huxley. Believe is not to be admitted. This is fundamental. In this, agnosticism can never change. This must ever command our moral as well as our intellectual assent. But I assert my strong conviction that ere long we shall have done enough of what is after all the schoolmaster work of correcting the inky and ill-spelt exercises of the theological dunces in that great classroom, the world, and found a little peace, while they play, in the intimate solitude of the laboratory and the passionless rapture of research into those very mysteries of nature which our dunces have solved by a rule of thumb, determining the nature of a bee by stamping on it and shouting bee, while we patiently set to work with microscopes and say nothing till be known, nor more than need be when we do. But I am myself found guilty of this role of schoolmaster. I will now therefore shut the doors and retire again into the laboratory where my true life lies. And long years, too, in thy season, bloom, concentration's midnight flower. After much practice to this end, I will gain at last the long-sought power, which you believe you have this hour, but certainly have not, my friend, of keeping close the mind to one thing at a time, suppose the sun. I gain this, reverence to Ganesh. Ganesh, the elephant-headed god, son of Shiva and Bhavani, he presides over obstacles. The prosodist will note the false quantity of this word, but this is as it should be, for Ganesha pertains to Shiva, and with Shiva all quantity is false, since, as Parameshwara, he is without quantity or quality. And at that instant comprehend, the past and future tenses vanish, what fight comprehends. Division, thought, wisdom drop away. I see the absolute identity of the beholder and the vision. Some poetry. There is a lake. This simile for the mind and its impressions, which must be stilled before the sun of the soul can be reflected, is common in Hindu literature. The 5 glaciers are, of course, the senses. There is a lake amid the snows, wherein 5 glaciers merge and break. Oh, the deep brilliance of the lake! The roar of ice that cracks and goes, crashing within the water, glows, the pale pure water shakes and slides, the glittering sun through emerald tides, so that faint ripples of young light laugh on the green. Is there a night so still and cold, a frost so chill, yet in its peace no frost? Arise. Over the mountains steady stand, O Son of Glory, in the skies, alone, above, unmoving. Brand, thy sigil, thy resistless might, the abundant immanence of light. Ah, oh, in the silence, in the dark, in the intangible, unperfumed, in gust abyss, abide and mark the mind's magnificence assumed in the soul's splendor. Here is peace. Here earnestness of assured release. Here is the formless, all-pervading spirit of the world, rising, fading, into a glory subtler still. Here the intense abode of will closes its gates, and in the hall is solemn sleep of festival. Peace, peace, silence of peace, O visionless abode, cease, cease. Through the dark veil press on. The veil is rent asunder. The stars pale. The suns vanish. The moon drops. The chorus of the spirit stops. But one note swells. Mightiest souls of bard and music maker rolls. Over your loftiest crowns the wheel of that abiding bliss. Life flees down corridors of centuries, pillar by pillar, and is lost. Life after life in wild appeal cries to the Master. He remains and thinks not. The polluting tides of sense roll shoreward. Arid plains of wave-swept sea confront me. Nay, looms yet the glory through the gray, and in the darkest hours of youth I yet perceive the essential truth. Known as I know my consciousness, that all divisions hosts confess, a master, for I know and see the absolute identity of the beholder and the vision. Fact replacing folklore, the Christian singers, let him beware. How easy to excite derision in the man's mind. Why, fool, I think I am as clever as yourself, at least as skilled to wake the elf. Of jest and mockery in a wink, I can dismiss with sneers as cheap, as you're this fabric of mine own, one banner of my mind o'erthrown, just at my will. How true and deep is Carol when his Alice cries, it's nothing but a pack of cards, there's the true refuge of the wise, to overthrow the temple guards, deny reality. Carol, see Alice in Wonderland, for I speak subtly. And now, I'll quote you scripture anyhow. What did the sage mean when he wrote, I am the devil when I quote, the mere terrestrial-minded man knows not the things of God, nor can their subtle meaning understand. A sage, I say, although he mentions, perhaps the best of his inventions, God. Results of practice. The poet abandons all to find truth. For at first this practice tends to holy thoughts, the holy deeds precede success, and reverent gaze upon the Ancient One of days, beyond which fancy lies the truth, to find which I have left my youth, all I held dear, and sit alone, still meditating on my throne, of kusha grass and count my beads, murmur my mantra till recedes the world of sense and thought, I sink. To what abyss's dizzy brink, and fall, I have ceased to think. That is, have conquered and made still mind's lower powers by utter will. Kusha grass, the sacred grass of the Hindus. Nothing, the apotheosis of realism and idealism alike. It may be that pure naught will fail, quite to assuage the needs of thought. But who can tell me whether naught untried will or will not avail? Gayatri. Om, let us meditate aright on that adorable one light, divine Savitri. So may she illumine our minds, so mote it be. Gayatri, this is the translation of the most holy verse of the Hindus. The gender of Savitri has been the subject of much discussion, and I believe grammatically it is masculine, but for mystical reasons I have made it otherwise. Fool. Is The Soul of Osiris a hymn book? How verse is written? Prayer. I find some folks think me, for one, so great a fool that I disclaim, indeed Jehovah's hate for shame, that man today should not be weaned of worshipping so foul a fiend, in presence of the living sun, and yet replace him oiled and clean by the Egyptian pantheon. The same thing by another name, thus when of late Egyptian gods evoked at static periods, in verse of mine you thought I praised, or worshipped them, I stand amazed. I merely wished to chant in verse some aspects of the universe, summed up these subtle forces finely, and sang of them, I think, divinely, in name and form, a fault perhaps. Reviewers are such funny chaps. I think that ordinary folk, though, understand the things I spoke. For gods and devils too, I find, are merely modes of my own mind. The poet needs enthusiasm. Verse-making is a sort of spasm, degeneration of the mind, and things of that unpleasant kind. So to the laws all bards obey, I bend and seek in my own way, by false things to expound the real, but never think I shall appeal to gods. What folly can compare with such stupidity as prayer? Marvelous answer to prayer, prayer and averages. Some years ago I thought to try prayer, test its efficacy. Prayer. This fish story is literally true. The condition that the Almighty should have the odds of an unusually long line. The place was really a swift stream, but debouching into a lake, and of an unusual slowness of drawing in the cast. If the affaire cana were proved to me, I should merely record the facts. Water may, under certain unknown conditions, become wine. It is a pity that the owner of the secret remains silent, and entirely lamentable that he should attempt to deduce from his scientific knowledge cosmic theories which have nothing whatever to do with it. Suppose Edison, having perfected the phonograph, had said, I alone can make dumb things speak. Argal, I am God. What would the world have said if telegraphy had been exploited for miracle-mongering purposes? Are these miracles less or greater than those of the Gospels? Before we accept Mrs. Piper, a 20th century medium, we want to know most exactly the conditions of the experiment and have some guarantee of the reliability of the witnesses. At Cana of Galilee, the conditions of the transformation are not stated, save that they give loopholes innumerable for chicanery, and the witnesses are all drunk. Thou hast kept the good wine till now, i.e., till men have well drunk, Greek, Methistosi, are well drunk. Am I to believe this, and a glaring non sequitur as to Christ's deity, on the evidence, not even of the inebriated eyewitnesses, but of the manuscripts of doubtful authorship and date, bearing all the earmarks of dishonesty? For we must not forget that the absurdities of today were most cunning proofs for the poor folk of 17 centuries ago. Talking of fish stories, read John 21, 1-6, or Luke 5, 1-7. Comparisons are odious. But once I met a man by a lake and told him that I had toiled all the morning and had caught nothing, and he advised me to try the other side of the lake, and I caught many fish, but I knew not that it was the Lord. In Australia they were praying for rain in the churches. The Sydney Bulletin very sensibly pointed out how much more reverent and practical it would be if, instead of constantly worrying the Almighty about trifles, they would pray once and for all about a big range of mountains in Central Australia, which would of course supply rain automatically. No new act of creation would be necessary. Faith, we are expressly told, can remove mountains. And there is ice and snow, and especially moraine, on and about the Baltoro Glacier to build a very fine range. We could well have spared it this last summer. I fished by a Norwegian lake. O God, I prayed, for Jesus' sake, grant thy poor servant all he wish, for every prayer produce a fish. 9 times the prayer went up the spout, and 8 times what a thumping trout. This is the only true fish story I ever heard. Give God the glory. The things seem cruel now, of course. Still, it's a grand case of God's force. But, modern Christians, do you dare, with common prudence to compare the efficacity of prayer? Who will affirm of Christian sages that prayer can alter averages? The individual case allows some chance to operate, and thus destroys its value quite for us. So that is why I knit my brows and think, and find no thing to say or do so foolish as to pray. So much for this absurd affair about validity of prayer. So much for this absurd affair about Lieutenant Colonel Flare, Gilbert Bab Ballads. But back, let once again address ourselves to superconsciousness. Are the results of meditation due to auto-hypnosis? You weary me with proof enough that all this meditation stuff is self-hypnosis. Be it so. Do you suppose I did not know? Still, to be accurate, I fear, the symptoms are entirely strange. If I were hard, I'd make it clear that criticism must arrange an explanation different for this particular event. Though surely I may find it queer that you should talk of self-hypnosis, when your own faith so very close is to similar experience, lies, in a word, beneath suspicion to ordinary common sense, and logic's emery attrition. I take, however, as before, your own opinion, and demand some test by which to understand Huxley's piano talk, and find if my hypnosis may not score a point against the normal mind. As you are pleased to term it, though, I gather that you do not know, merely infer it. Auto-hypnosis. The scientific adversary has more sense than to talk of auto-hypnosis. He bases his objection upon the general danger of the practice, considered as a habit of long standing. In fact, Lyre and Lancet, recipe for curried eggs. The physiologist reproaches, poor Mr. Crowley. This encroaches upon your frail cerebral cortex, and turns its fairway to a vortex. Your cerebellum with cockroaches is crammed. Your lobes that thought they caught X are like mere eggs a person poaches, but soon from yoga business worries, and frankly I suspect the rubble is riddled by specific trouble, will grow this eggs a person curries. This line no doubt requires an answer. The last ditch. First, here's a Johnny with a cancer. An operation may be useless, may even harm his constitution, or cause his instant dissolution. Let the worm die, 'tis but a gooseless, not you up and take by storm him. You tie him down and chloroform him, you do not pray to Thoth or Horus, but make one dash for his pylorus. And if 10 years elapse and he complains, O doctor, pity me, your cruel hands, for goodness sakes, gave me such horrid stomach aches. You write him with a face of flint, an order for some soda mint. So yoga, life's a carcinoma. Its cause uncertain, not to check. In vain you cry to Isis, O Ma. I've got it fairly in the neck. The surgeon Crowley with his trocar says you a poor but silly bloke are, advises concentration's knife. Quick to the horny growth called life. Yoga, there's danger in the biz, but it's the only chance there is. For life, if left alone, is sorrow, and only fools hope God's tomorrow. Up guards an atom. Second, your facts are nearly put. Stay. In that mouth there lurks a foot. One surgeon saw so many claps, he thought, 1/3% perhaps of mortals 'scape its woes that knock us and bilk the wily gonococcus. So he is but a simple cynic, who takes the world to match his clinic, and he assuredly may err, who, keeping cats, thinks birds have fur. You say, there's Barrage, Velkin, Mathers, history's epileptoids, blathers, gutter snipe, psychopath, and matoid, with ceremonial magic, that toyed. Granted, astronomy's no myth, but it produced Piazzi Smith. What crazes actors? Why do surgeons go mad and cut up men like sturgeons? The questions are the late Chas Spurgeon's. Of yogi I could quote you hundreds, in science, law, art, commerce noted, They fear no lunacy, they're on dreads, not for their noodles doom devoted. They are not like black bulls that shunned reds, in vain that madly charged the goat-head of rural Pan, because some gay puss had smeared with blood his stone Priapus. They are as sane as politicians, and people who subscribe to missions. This says but little. A long way are yogi more sane than such as they are. You have conceived your dreadful bogey from seeing many a raving yogi. These haunt your clinic, but the sound lurk in an unsuspected ground. Dine with you, lecture in your schools, share your intolerance of fools. And, while the yogi you condemn, listen, say nothing, barely smile. Oh, if you but suspect them, your silence would match their a while. A classic research. Protectionists may serve if the supply of Hottentots gives out. I took 3 Hottentots alive. Their scale was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Infinity. To think of men so, I could not bear. A new Colenso. I bought them to assuage their plight. Also a book by Hall and Knight. On algebra, I heard wise men to teach them 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One of the Hottentots succeeded. Few schoolboys know as much as he did. The others sank beneath the strain. It broke, not fortified, the brain. The bard, a brainy beggar. Now, higher on the human ladder, Lodge is called mad, and Crowley matter. The shafts of science who may dodge? I've not a word to say for Lodge. Yet may not Crowley be the one who safely does what most should shun? Alpine analogy. Take Oscar Eckenstein, he climbs, alone unroped 1,000 times. He scales his peaks, he makes his pass, he does not fall in a crevasse. But if the Alpine Club should seek to follow him on pass or peak, their cowardice, their mental rot, are balanced nicely, they will not. I see the Alpine Journal's border of black grow broader, 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 until the editor himself falls from some broad and easy shelf, and in his death the journal lies. Ah, bombast footle, simple lies, where would you then appear in type? The poet retires up. His altitude undignified, his pleasure momentary, the after results quite disproportionate. He contemplates his end. Therefore poor Crowley lights his pie, maintains, the small shot kills the snip, but spares the tiger, goes on joking, and goes on smirking, on invoking, on climbing, meditating, failing to think of a suitable rhyme at a critical juncture. Goes on working, goes on smoking, until he goes right on to working. A test. The artist's concentration on his work. Here's a test. What in your whole life is the best of all your memories? They say, you paint. I think you should, one day, take me to see your studio. Tell me when all your work goes right, painted to match some inner light. What of the outer world you know? Surely your best work always finds itself sole object of the mind. Surely your best work always finds itself sole object of the minds. In vail you ply the brush, distracted by something you have heard or acted. Expect some tedious visitor. Your eye runs furtive to the door. Your hand refuses to obey. You throw the useless brush away. I think I heard the word you say. Yogi, but a more vigorous artist. Indignation of poet suppressed by yogi and philosopher. I practice then with conscious power, watching my mind, each thought controlling, hurling to nothingness while rolling the thunders after lightning's flower. Huxley's Piano Talk. See his remarks upon the rational piano and the conclusions to which the evidence of its senses would lead. The thunders after lightning's flower. Destroying passion, feeling, thought, the very practice you have sought. Unconscious when you work the best, I carry on one step firm pressed. Further than you the path, in you for all my trouble comment. True. Auto-hypnosis, very quaint. No one supposes me a saint. Some saints to wrath would be inclined, with such a provocation pecked, but I remember and reflect, that anger makes a person blind, and my own chittum I'd neglect. Besides, it's you, and you, I find, are but a mode of my own mind. Objectivity of universe not discussed. But then you argue, and with sense, I have this worthy evidence, that things are real, since I cease the painter's ecstasy of peace, and find them all unchanged today. I cannot brush that doubt away. It leads to tedious argument, uncertain in the best event, unless indeed I should invoke the fourth dimension, clear the smoke. Psychology still leaves. This question needs a more adequate digestion. Yet I may answer that the universe of meditation suffers less from time's insufferable stress than that of matter. On, thou puny verse, weak tide of rhyme. Another argument will block the railway train of blade you meant to run me over with. This world or that, we'll keep the question furled. Preferability of concentration state to the normal. But surely, let me corner you, you wish the painter mood were true, to leave the hateful world and see perish the whole academy. So you remain forever stated, on your own picture concentrated. 50 years of Europe worth a cycle of Cathay. Method of Christ, the poet a Christian. But as for me, I have a test of better than the very best. Respis finem, judge the end, the man and not the child, my friend. First ecstasy of Pentecost, now you perceive my sermon's text. First leave to sunward flings you vexed, by glory of its own riposte. Back to your mind, but gathering strength, and never you come, light at length, to dwell awhile in the cares of that strange superconsciousness. After one memory, abide, vivid Savitri, lightning guide. Nothing is worth a thought beside, one hint of Amrita to taste, and all earth's wine may run to waste. That no one supposes me a saint. On inquiry, however, I find that some do. Amrita, the elixir of life, the dew of immortality. For by this very means Christ gained his glimpse into that world above, which he denominated love. Christ, see Sri Parananda, Commentaries on Matthew and John. He glimpsed into that world above, which he denominated love. Indeed, I think the man attained, by some such means I have not strained, outmined by chance of sense or sex, to find a way less iron-brained, determining direction X. Direction X, vide supra, Ascension Day. I know not if these Hindu methods be best, 'tis no such life and death odds, since suffering souls to save or damn never existed. So I fall confessing, well perchance I am, myself a Christian after all. With reservations, Deus in machina, Pontius Pilate as Surrey magistrate. So far at least, I must concede, Christ did attain in every deed. Yet, being an illiterate man, not his to balance or to scan, to call God stupid or unjust, he took the universe on trust. We reconciled the world below with that above, rolled eloquence, steel tired, or reason, why and whence, discarded all proportion just, and thundered in our ears, I know, and bellowed in our brains, ye must. Mystic meaning of Pentecost. Such reservations and I class, myself a Christian, let us pass back to the text whose thread we lost, and see what means this Pentecost. Superconsciousness is the gift of the Holy Ghost. This then is what I seem occurred, according to our Saviour's word, that all the saints at Pentecost received the gift, the Holy Ghost, such gift implying, as I guess, this very superconsciousness. Steel-tired, for Dunlop people did not know, those 1900 years ago. Superconsciousness. The Christians also claim an ecstasy, but they all admit, and indeed boast, that it is the result of long periods of worry and anxiety about the safety of their precious souls. Therefore, their ecstasy is clearly a diseased process. The yogic ecstasy requires absolute calm and health of mind and body. It is useless and dangerous under other conditions even to begin the most elementary practices. Miracles follow as a dower, but they used that fatal power, and lost the spirit in the act. This may be fancy or a fact. At least it squares with supersense, or spiritual experience. Poet, not a materialist. Muhammad's ideas. You do not well to swell the list of horrid things to me imputed by calling me materialist. At least this thought is better suited to Western minds than is embalmed among the doctrines of Muhammad, the dogma parthenogenetic, concerning conception of a virgin. As told me by a fat ascetic, he said, your worthy friends make lack you late, but learn how Mary was immaculate. I sat in vague expectant bliss. Verbatim report of Muslim account of the Annunciation. The story as it runs is thus. I quote my Eastern friend verbatim. My Eastern friend, Abdul Hamid of the Fort, Colombo, on whom be peace. The Virgin, going to the bath, found a young fellow in her path, and turned, prepared to scold and rate him. How dare you be on me encroaching? The beautiful young gentleman, with perfect courtesy approaching, bowed deeply and at once began, Fear nothing, Mary, all is well. I am the angel Gabriel. She bared her right breast, query why? The angel Gabriel let fly. Out of a silver tube a dart, shooting God's spirit to her heart. Heart is a trifling misquotation. This poem is for publication. This beats the orthodox dove suitor. What explanation could be cuter than Gabriel with a pea shooter? Degradation of symbols, essential identity of all forms of existence. In such a conflict I stand neuter, but mistake not gold for pewter. The plain fact is, materialize, what spiritual fact you choose, and all such turn to folly lose. The subtle splendor and the wise, love and dear bliss of truth, beware, lest your lewd laughter set a snare. For any, thus and only thus, will I admit a difference. Twixt spirit and the things of sense, what is the quarrel between us? Why do our thoughts so idly clatter? I do not care one jot for matter, one jot for spirit, while you say, one is pure ether, one pure clay. Practical advice. I've talked too long. You're very good. I hope you've understood. Remember that conversion lurks nowhere behind my words and works. Go home and think my talk refined to the sheer needs of your own mind. You cannot bring God in the compass of human thought. Up stick and thumb ass. Let human thought itself expand. Bright sun of knowledge in me rise. Lead me to these exalted skies. To live and love and understand, paying no price, accepting not. The giver and the gift are one, with the receiver, O thou Son, of thought, of bliss transcending thought. Rise where division dies, absorb, in glory of the glowing orb, self and its shadow. Christian mystics, not true Christians, what think ye of Crowley? His interlocutor dismissed, not with a jest, but with a warning. Now who dares call me no Christian? And who cares? Read, you will find the master of Balliol, discarding Berkeley, Locke, and Pallial. Resume such thoughts and label clear, my Christianity lies here. With such religion who finds fault? Star, it seems foolish to exalt. Religion to such heights as these, refine the mystic agonies, to nothing lest the mystic jeer, so logic bends its line severe, back to my involuted curve. These are my thoughts, I shall not swerve. Take them and see what dooms deserve their rugged grandeur, heaven or hell. Mind the dark doorway there. Farewell. Mind the dark doorway there. This, like so many other, perhaps all, lines in these poems, is pregnant with a host of hidden meanings. This, like so many other, perhaps all, lines in these poems, is pregnant with a host of hidden meanings. Not only is it physical, of saying goodbye to a friend, but mental, of the darkness of metaphysics, occult, of the mystical darkness of the threshold of initiation, of physiological, containing allusions to a whole group of phenomena, which those who have begun meditation will recognize. Similarly, a single word may be a mnemonic key to an entire line of philosophical argument. If the reader chooses, in short, he will find the entire mass of initiated wisdom between the covers of this unpretending volume. Farewell. Poet yawns. How tedious I always find that special manner of my mind. Om, let us meditate aright on that adorable one light. Divine Savitri, so may she illumine our minds, so mote it be. Notes to Ascension Day and Pentecost. Blind Chesterton is sure to err and scan my work in vain. I am my own interpreter, and I will make it plain. Note to Introduction. William Shakespeare, An Appreciation by Aleister Crowley. It is a lamentable circumstance that so many colossal brains, W.H. Mallock, etc., have been hitherto thrown away in attacking what is, after all, a problem of mere academic interest, the authorship of the plays our fathers accepted as those of Shakespeare. To me it seems of immediate and vital importance to do for Shakespeare what Verrall has done so ably for Euripides. The third tabernacle must be filled. Shaw and the human must have their superhuman companion. This is not a scale. Picanthropoid innuendo is to be deprecated. Till now, as I write, the sun bursts forth suddenly from a cloud, as if heralding the literary somersault of the 20th century. We have been content to accept Shakespeare as orthodox, with common sense, moral to a fault, with certain Rabelaisian leanings. A healthy tone, we say, pervades his work. Never believe it. The sex problem is his specialty. A morbid decadence, so called, is hidden in the heart of the rose. In other words, the divine William is the morning star to Ibsen's dawn and Bernard Shaw's effulgence. The superficial, the cynical, the misanthropic will demand proof of such a statement. Let it be our contemptuous indulgence to afford them what they ask. May I premise that mentally obsessed, monomaniac indeed, as we must now consider Shakespeare to have been on these points, he was yet artful enough to have concealed his advanced views, an imperative necessity if we consider the political situation, and the virginal mask under which Queen Bess hid the grotesque and hideous features of a Messalene. Clearly so, since but for this concealment even our Shakespearean scholars would have discovered so patent a fact. In some plays, too, of course, the poet deals with less dangerous topics. These are truly conventional, no doubt. We may pass them by, they are foreign to our purpose, but we will take that stupendous example of literary subterfuge, King Lear. Let me digress to the history of my own conversion. Syllogistically, all great men, e.g. Shaw, are agnostics and subverters of morals. Shakespeare was a great man, therefore Shakespeare was an agnostic and a subverter of morals. A priori, this is then certain. But who killed Rousseau? I, said Huxley, like Robinson Crusoe, with arguments true, so I killed Rousseau. Beware of a priori. Let us find our facts guided in the search by a priori methods, no doubt, but the result will this time justify us. Where would a man naturally hide his greatest treasure? In the most perfect treasure house. Where shall we look for the truest thought of a great poet? In his greatest poem. What is Shakespeare's greatest play? King Lear. In King Lear, then, we may expect the final statement of the poet's mind. The passage that first put me on the track of the amazing discovery for which the world has to thank me is to be found in Act 1, Scene 2, lines 132 through 149. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that when we are sick in fortune, often the surfeit of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and the stars, as if we were villains by necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, knaves, thieves, and treachers by spherical predominance, drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we are evil in by a divine thrusting on, an admirable evasion of whoremaster man, to lay his goatish dispositions to the charge of a star. My father compounded with my mother under the dragon's tail, and my nativity was under Ursa Major, so that it follows I am rough and lecherous. S'foot, I should have been that I am had the maidenliest star in the firmament twinkled on my bastardizing. If there is one sound philosophical dictum in the play, it is this. I am not going to argue with astrologers in the 20th century. It is one we can test. On questions of morality and religion, opinions veer, but if Shakespeare was a leader of thought, he saw through the humbug of the stargazers. If not, he was a credulous fool, not a debauched genius, for Sir Richard Burton in this phrase has in a sense anticipated my discovery, but a mere Elizabethan. This the greatest poet of all time? Then we must believe that Gloucester was right and the eclipses caused the fall of Lear. Observe that before this Shakespeare has had a sly dig or two at magic. In King John, my lord, they say 5 moons were seen tonight, but there is no eyewitness. So in Macbeth. In a host of spiritual suggestion there is always the rational, sober explanation alongside to discredit the folly of the supernatural. Shakespeare is like his own touchstone. He uses his folly as a stalking horse, and under the presentation of that he shoots his wit. Here, however, the mask is thrown off for any but the utterly besotted. Edmund's speech stands up in the face of all time as truth. It challenges the acclamation of the centuries. Edmund is then the hero. More, he is Shakespeare's own portrait of himself. His ways are dark, and alas, his tricks are vain. For why? For the fear of the conventional world about him. He is illegitimate. Shakespeare is no true child of that age, but born in defiance of it and its prejudices. Having taken this important step, let us slew round the rest of the play to fit it. If it fits, the law of probability comes to our aid. Every coincidence multiplies the chance of our correctness in increasing proportion. We shall see, and you may look up your proctor, that if the stars are placed just so by chance, not law, then also it may be possible that Shakespeare was the wool-combing, knock-kneed, camel-backed, church-going, plaster of Paris, stick-in-the-mud our scholars have always made him. Edmund being the hero, Regan and Goneril must be the heroines. So nearly equal are their virtues and beauties that our poet cannot make up his mind which shall possess him. Besides which, he wishes to drive home his arguments in favor of polygamy. But the great theme of the play is, of course, filial duty. On this everything will turn. Here is a test. Whenever the question is discussed, let us see who speaks the language of sense, and who that of draggle-tailed emotionalism and tepid melodrama. In the first scene, the heroines, who do not care if the old fool their father, as how could any sane woman, remember Shakespeare is here about to show the folly of filial love as such, feel compelled by an act of gracious generosity to a man they despise, yet pity to say what they think will please the dotard's vanity. Also, no doubt the sound commercial instinct was touched by Lear's promise to make acres vary his words, and they determined to make a final effort to get some parsnips buttered after all. Shakespeare, it is our English boast, was no long-haired squiggle, self-eclipsed bard, but a businessman. See Bishop Blurham's appreciation of him as such. Shall we suppose him to have deliberately blackguarded in another his own best qualities? Note, too, the simple honesty of the divine sisters. Others, more subtle, would have suspected a trap, arguing that such idiocy as Lear's could not be genuine. Cordelia, the Madame Humbert of the play, does so. Her over-cleverness leaves her stranded, yet by a certain sliminess of dissimulation, the oiliness of frankness, the pride that apes humility, she does catch the best king going, yet it avails her little. She is hanged like the foul Vivian she is. I use the word Vivienne provisionally, pending the appearance of an essay to prove that Lord Tennyson was in secret a reformer of our lax modern morals. No doubt there is room for this. Vivian was perfectly right about the cycle of strumpets and scoundrels whom Mr. Tennyson has set revolving round the figure of his central widow, and she was the only one with the courage to say so, and the brains to strip of the barbarous glitter from an idiotic and phantom chivalry. Cordelia's farewell to her sisters shows up the characters of the three in her strong relief. Cordelia, without a scrap of evidence to go on, accuses her sisters of hypocrisy and cruelty. This could not have previously existed, or Lear would have not been deceived. Regan gravely rebukes her, recommends as it were a course of 6 easy lessons in minding her own business, and surely it was unparalleled insolence on the part of a dismissed girl to lecture her more favorite sister on that very point for which she herself was at that moment being punished. It is the spite of baffled dissimulation against triumphant honesty. Goneril adds a word of positive advice. You, she says in effect, who prate of duty thus, see you show it to him unto whom you owe it. That this advice is wasted is clear from Act 5, Scene 3, where the King of France takes the first trivial opportunity to be freed of the vile creature he had so foolishly married. He leaves her in charge of Marshal Lefebvre, whom alone he could trust to be impervious to her wiles, he being devoted to another, for, as an invaluable contemporary manuscript has it, Secatin colle meme Lefebvre. Cordelia goes, and the sisters talk together. Theirs is the language of quiet sorrow for an old man's failing mind, yet a most righteous determination not to allow the happiness of the English people to depend upon his whims. Bad women would have rejoiced in the banishment of Kent, whom they already knew to be their enemy. These true good women regret it. Such unconstant stars are we like to have from him as this of Kent's banishment. Act 1, Scene 1, lines 304 and 5. In Scene 2, Edmund is shown. He feels himself a man, more than Edgar, a clear-headed, brave, honorable man, but with no maggots. The injustice of his situation strikes him. He determines not to submit. This may be, but I think should not be, used as an argument to prove the poet an illegitimate son of Queen Elizabeth. This is the attitude of a strong man and a righteous one. Primogeniture is wrong enough. The other shame, no fault of his, would make the blood of any free man boil. Gloucester enters, and exhibits himself as a prize fool by shouting in disjointed phrases what everybody knew. Great news it is, of course, and on discovering Edmund, he can think of nothing more sensible than to ask for more. Kent vanished thus, and France and Choler parted, and the king gone tonight. Subscribed his power, confined to exhibition, all this done upon the gad. Edmund, how now, what news? Act 1, Scene 2, lines 23 through 26. Edmund forces a card by the simple device of a prodigious hurry to hide it. Gloucester gives vent to his astrological futilities, and falls to axiomania in its crudest form. We have seen the best of our time, machinations, hollowness, treachery, and all ruinous disorders follow us disquietly to our grave. Scene 2, lines 125 through 127. Edmund, once rid of him, gives us the plainest sense we are likely to hear for the rest of our lives, then with the prettiest humor in the world takes the cue of his father's absurdity and actually plays it on his enemy. Edgar's leg is not so easily pulled. How long have you been a secretary astronomical? Lines 169 and 170. And the bastard hero, taking alarm, gets right down to business. In Scene 3, we find Lear's senile dementia taking the peculiarly loathsome form familiar to alienists. This part of my subject is so unpleasant that I must skim over it. I only mention it to show how anxious Shakespeare is to show his hidden meaning. Otherwise, his naturally delicate mind would have avoided the depiction of such phenomena. All this prepares us for Scene 4, in which we get a glimpse of the way Lear's attendants habitually behave. Oswald, who treats Lear throughout with perfect respect, and only shows honest independence in refusing to obey a man who is not his master, is insulted in language worthier of a Bardi than a king, and when he remonstrates in dignified and temperate language, is set upon by the ruffianly Kent. Are decent English people to complain when Goneril insists that this sort of thing shall not occur in a royal house? She does so in language nobly indignant yet restrained. Lear, in the hideous, impotent rage of senility, calls her his own daughter, a bastard, no insult to her, but to himself or his wife, mark ye well. Albany enters, a simple, orderly-minded man. He must not be confused with Cornwall. He is at last Lear's dog. Yet even he, in decent measured speech, sides with his wife. Is Lear quitted? No. He utters the most horrible curse, not excepting that of Count Cenci, that a father ever pronounced. Incoherent threats succeeded to the boilings over of the hideous malice of a beastly mind. But 100 knights are 100 knights, and a threat is a threat. Goneril had not fulfilled her duty to herself, to her people, had she allowed this monster of mania to go on. I appeal to the medical profession. If one doctor will answer me that a man using Lear's language should be allowed to control 100 armed ruffians, in the face of Kent's behavior we know that weight to attach to Lear's defense. Detested kite, thou liest. 1-4, line 286. Should ever be allowed outside a regularly appointed madhouse, I will cede the point and retire myself into an asylum. In fact, Lear is going mad, the tottering intellect at no time strong. 'Tis the infirmity of age, yet he hath ever but slenderly known himself. 1-1, lines 296-7, is utterly cast down by drink and debauchery. He even sees it himself, and with a pointless bestiality from the fool, fit companion for the king. And in that word we see all the concentrated loathing of the true Shakespeare for a despotism, massed in one lurid flame, phantasmagoric horror. The grim first act rolls down. 2. Act 2, Scene 1, adds little to our thesis, save that in line 80 we see Gloucester, ignorant of his own son's handwriting, accept the forged letter as genuine. A final reproof, with not even the intervention of a Bertillon to excuse so palpably a folly, so egregious a crime. What father of today would disinherit, would hunt down to death, a beloved son on such evidence? Or are we to take it that the eclipse gave proof unshakable of a phenomenon so portentous? In Scene 2, we have another taste of Kent's gentlemanly demeanor. Let our conventional interpreters defend this unwarrantable bullying if they dare. Another might be so gross, so cowardly, but not our greatest poet. A good portion of this play, as will be shown later, is devoted to a bitter assault upon the essentially English notion that the pugilist is the supreme device of the Creator for furthering human happiness. See Cashel Byron's Profession for a similar, though more logical and better worded, attack. Coarse and violent language continues to disgrace Lear's follower. Only Gloucester, the unconscionable ass and villain of Scene 1, has a word to say in his defense. In Scene 3 we have a taste of Edgar's quality. Had this despicable youth the consciousness of innocence or even common courage, he had surely stood to his trial. Not he. He plays the coward's part, and his disguise is not even decent. In Scene 4, we are shown the heroic sisters in their painful task of restraining, always with the utmost gentleness of word and demeanor, the headstrong passions of the miserable king. Lear, at first quiet and stating his fancied wrongs. Regan, I'm glad to see your highness. Lear, Regan, I think you are. I know what reason I have to think so. If thou shouldst not be glad, I would divorce me from thy mother's tomb, sepulchring an adulteress. To Kent, oh, are you free? Some other time for that. Beloved Regan, thy sister's not. O Regan, she hath tied sharp-toothed unkindness like a vulture here. Points to his heart. I can scarce speak to thee. Thou'lt not believe with how depraved a quality, O Regan. Regan, I pray you, sir, take patience. I have hope. Lines 130 through 139. In excusable speech, at the first hint that he is not to have it all his own way, falls a cursing again like the veriest drab or scullion Hamlet ever heard. Here is a man deprived on just cause of half a useless company of retainers. Is this wrong, even if it were, such as to justify the horrible curses of lines 164 through 168? All the stored vengeances of heaven fall on her in grateful top. Strike her young bones, you taking airs with lameness. You, nimble lightnings, dart your blinding flames into her scornful eyes. With this he makes his age contemptible by the drivel pathos of lines 156 through 158. Dear daughter, I confess that I am old. Age is unnecessary. On my knees I beg, kneeling, that you'll vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food, begging what none ever thought to deny him. Yet such is the patience of Goneril that even when goaded by all this infamous Billingsgate into speech, her rebuke is the temperate and modest, lines 198 through 200. Why not by the hand, sir? How have I offended? All's not offence that indiscretion finds in dotage terms so. If we ask a parallel for such meekness under insult, calumny, and foul abuse, we must seek in not a human story but a divine. The heroines see that no half measures will do, and Lear is stripped of all the murderous retinue. What scum they are is shown by the fact that not one of them draws sword for him, or even follows him into the storm, to which his bad heart clings. Yet for him in spite of all his loathsomeness, his hatred, his revengefulness, his radiance gentle and loving. For his particular, all receive him gladly. 3. In Act 3 we have another illustration of the morality that passed current with the Tudors, and which only a Shakespeare had the courage to attack. Kent does not stick at treachery, he makes one gulp of treason. Straining at the gnat of discipline, he swallows the camel of civil war. It was then, and even now, the practices of some, for example the émigrés of the French Revolution, to invite foreign invasion as the means of securing domestic reaction. The blackguardism implied is beyond language. Shakespeare was perhaps thinking of the proposal in Mary's reign to react to Romanism by the act of Spanish troops. But he will go further than this. Will, our greatest poet, it were ill that the life of even one child should atone for mere indignity or discomfort to another, were he the greatest in the realm. Today, we all agree, we smile or sneer if anyone should differ. King Lear got caught in the rain, let us go and kill 1,000,000 men, is an argument not much understood of radical clubs, and even jingoes would pause, did they but take the precaution of indulging in a mild aperient before recording their opinions. In scenes 3, 4, and 7, Edmund, disgusted beyond all measure with Gloucester's infamies, honorably and patriotically denounces him. The other scenes depict the miseries which follow the foolish and the unjust, and Nemesis falls upon the ill-minded Gloucester. Yet Shakespeare is so appreciative of the virtue of compassion, for Shakespeare was, as I shall hope to prove one day, a Buddhist, that Cornwall, the somewhat cruel instrument of eternal justice, is killed by his servant. Regan avenges her husband promptly, and I have little doubt that this act of excessive courtesy towards a man she did not love is the moral cause of her unhappy end. I would not that we should not attempt to draw any opinions as to the author's design from the conversation of the vulgar, even had we not Coriolanus to show us what he thought. 4. Act 4 develops the plot and is little germane to our matter, save that we catch a glimpse of the unspeakably vile Cordelia with no pity for her father's serious condition, though no doubt he deserved all he got. He was now harmless and should have inspired compassion, hanging to him in the hope that he would no reverse his banishment and make her, after a bloody victory, sole heiress of great England. And were any doubt left in our minds as to who really was the hero of the play, the partisanship of France should settle it. Shakespeare is never any word but ridicule for the French, never aught but praise of England and love for her. Are we to suppose that in his best play he is to stultify all his other work and insult the English for the benefit of the ridiculed and hated Frenchmen? Moreover, Cordelia reckons without her host. The British bulldogs make short work of the invaders and rebels, doubtless with the connivance of the King of France, who, with great and praiseworthy acuteness, foresees that Cordelia will be hanged, thus liberated him from his most filthy bargain. There is but one alarum, and the whole set of scoundrels surrender. Note this well. It is not by brute force that the battle is won. For even if we exonerate the King of France, we may easily believe that the moral strength of the sisters cowed the French. This is the more evident, since in Act 5 Shakespeare strikes his final blow at the absurdity of the duel, when Edmund is dishonorably slain by the beast Edgar. Yet the poet's faith is still strong, wound up as his muse is to tragedy. He retains in Edmund the sublime heroism, the simple honesty of the true Christian. At the death of his beloved mistresses, he cries, "I was contracted to them both, all three, now marry in an instant." At the moment of death his great nature, self-accusatory as the finest so often are, asserts itself, and he forgives even the vilest of the human race. "I pant for life. Some good I mean to do despite of mine own nature. Quickly send, be brief in it, to the castle, for my writ is on the life Lear and on Cordelia. Nay, send in time." Lines 245 through 249. And in that last supreme hour of agony he claims Regan as his wife, as if by accident. It is not the passionate assertion of a thing doubtful, but the natural reference to a thing well known and indisputable. And in the moment of his despair, confronted with the dead bodies of the splendid sisters, the catafalque of all his hopes, he can exclaim in spiritual triumph over material disaster, the virtue of a true man's spirit over fate. Yet Edmund was beloved. Edgar is left alive with Albany, alone of all that crew, and if remorse could touch their brutal and callous souls, for the degeneration of the weakling, well-meaning Albany is a minor tragedy, what hell could be more horrible than the dragging out of a cancerous existence in the bestial world of hate their hideous hearts had made, now, even for better men, forever dark and gloomy, robbed of the glory of the glowing Gonerial, the royal Regan, and only partially redeemed by the absence of the harlot Cordelia and the monster Lear. 5. It may possibly be objected by the censorious, by the effete parasites of a grim conventionalism, that I have proved too much. Even by conventional standards, Edmund, Goneril, and Regan appear angels. Even on the moral point, the sisters, instead of settling down to an enlightened and by no means overcrowded polygamy, prefer to employ poison. This is perhaps true of Goneril at least. Regan is, one may distinguish between star and star, somewhat the finer character. This criticism is perhaps true in part, but I will not insult the intelligence of my readers. I will leave it to them to take the obvious step and work backwards to the re-exaltation of Lear, Cordelia, Edgar, and company, to the heroic fields of their putty Elysium. Putty, not Putney, in their newly demonstrated capacity as unnatural sons, daughters, fathers, and so on. But I leave it. I am content. My work will have been well done. If this trifling essay be accepted as a just installment towards a saner criticism of our holiest writers, a juster appreciation of the glories of our greatest poet, a possibly jejune yet assuredly historic attempt to place, of the first time, William Shakespeare on his proper pedestal as an early disciple of Mr. George Bernard Shaw, and by consequence to carve myself a little niche in the same temple. The smallest contributions will be thankfully received. This may merely mean, despite the fact that I am dying, though I am almost too weak to speak. If so, the one phrase in the play which seems to refute our theory is disposed of. Execution of such criminals would be a matter of routine at the period of the play. 1902. Berashith, an essay in ontology, with some remarks on ceremonial magic. Berashith, or Berashith. A man of a daring nature, thou subtle production, thou wilt not comprehend it, as when understanding some common thing. Oracles of Zoroaster. In presenting this theory of the universe to the world, I have but one hope of making any profound impression, viz. That my theory has the merit of explaining the divergences between the three great forms of religion now existing in the world, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity, and of adapting them to ontological science by conclusions not mystical but mathematical. Of Mohammedanism I shall not now treat, as in whatever light we may decide to regard it, and its esoteric schools are often orthodox. In any case, it may fall under one of the three heads of nihilism, Advaitism, and Dvaitism. Taking the ordinary hypothesis of the universe, that of its infinity, or at any rate that of the infinity of God, or of the infinity of some substance or idea actually existing, we first come to the question of the possibility of the coexistence of God and man. The Christians, in the category of the existent, enumerate among other things, whose consideration we may discard for the purposes of this argument, God, an infinite being, man, Satan and his angels, man certainly, Satan presumably, finite beings. These are not aspects of one being, but separate and even antagonistic existences. All are equally real. We cannot accept mystics of the type of Caird as being orthodox exponents of the religion of Christ. The Hindus enumerate Brahm, infinite in all dimensions and directions, indistinguishable from the pleroma of the Gnostics, and Maya, illusion. This is, in a sense, the antithesis of noumenon and phenomenon, noumenon being negated of all predicates until it becomes almost extinguished in the nicts under the title of the als. Cf. Max Muller on the metaphysical nirvana in his Dhammapada introductory essay. The Buddhists express no opinion. Let us consider the force quality in the existences conceived of by those two religions respectively, remembering that the God of the Christian is infinite, and yet discussing the alternative if we could suppose him to be a finite God. In any equilibrated system of forces, we may sum and represent them as a triangle or series of triangles, which again resolve into one. In any moving system, if the resultant motion be applied in a contrary direction, the equilibrium can also thus be represented. And if any one of the original forces in such a system may be considered, that one is equal to the resultant of the remainder. Let X, the purpose of the universe, be the resultant of the forces G, S, and M, God, Satan, and man. Then M is also the resultant of G, S, and negative X, so that we can regard either of our forces as supreme, and there is no reason for worshipping one rather than the other. All are finite. This argument the Christians clearly see, hence the development of God from the petty joss of Genesis to the intangible but self-contradictory specter of today. But if G be infinite, the other forces can have no possible effect on it. As Whewell says, in The Strange Accident by which he anticipates the meter of In Memoriam, no force on earth, however great, can stretch a cord, however fine, into a horizontal line that shall be absolutely straight. The definition of God as infinite, therefore, denies man implicitly, while if he be finite, there is an end of the usual Christian reasons for worship, though I dare say I could myself discover some reasonably good ones. I hardly expect to be asked, somehow. The resulting equilibrium of God and man, destructive of worship, is of course absurd. We must reject it unless we want to fall into positivism, materialism, or something of the sort. But if then we call God infinite, how are we to regard man and Satan? The latter, at the very least, surely no integral part of him. The fallacy lies not in my demonstration, which is also that of orthodoxy, that a finite God is absurd, but in the assumption that man has any real force. Lully, Descartes, Spinoza, Schelling, see their works. In our mechanical system, as I have hinted above, if one of the forces be infinite, the others, however great, are both relatively and absolutely nothing. In any category, infinity excludes finity, unless that finity be an identical part of that infinity. In the category of existing things, space being infinite, for on that hypothesis we are still working, either matter fills or does not fill it. In the former, matter is infinitely great, if the latter, infinitely small. Whether the matter universe be 10 to the 10,000th power light years in diameter, or half a mile makes no difference. It is infinitely small, in effect, nothing. The unmathematical illusion that it does exist is what the Hindus call Maya. If, on the other hand, the matter universe is infinite, Brahm and God are crowded out, and the possibility of religion is equally excluded. We may now shift our objective. The Hindus cannot account intelligibly, though they try hard, for Maya, the cause of all suffering. Their position is radically weak, but at least we may say for them that they have tried to square their religion with their common sense. The Christians, on the other hand, though they saw wither the Manichaean heresy, the conception of Satan as a positive evil force, the lower triangle of the hexagram, must lead, and crushed it, have not officially admitted the precisely similar conclusion with regard to man, and denied the existence of the human soul as distinct from the divine soul. Trismegistus, Iamblichus, Porphyry, Boehme, and the mystics generally have of course substantially done so, though occasionally with rather inexplicable reservations, similar to those made in some cases by the Vedantists themselves. Man then being disproved, God the person disappears forever, and becomes Atman, Pleroma, Ein Sof, what name you will, infinite in all directions and in all categories. To deny one is to destroy the entire argument, and throw us back onto our old Dvaitistic bases. I entirely sympathize with my unhappy friend, Reverend Manzel, B.D., Encyclopedia Britannica, Art, Metaphysics, in his piteous and pitiful plaints against the logical results of the Advaitist school. But on his basal hypothesis of an infinite God, infinite space, time, and so on, no other conclusion is possible. Dean Manzel is found in the impossible position of one who will neither give up his premises nor dispute the validity of his logical processes, but who shrinks in horror from the inevitable conclusion. He supposes there must be something wrong somewhere, and concludes that the sole use of reason is to discover its own inferiority to faith. As Deussen, The Principles of Metaphysics, Macmillan, well points out, faith in the Christian sense merely accounts to being convinced on insufficient grounds. Or, as the Sunday school boy said, faith is the power of believing what we know to be untrue. I quote Deussen with the more pleasure because it is about the only sentence in all his writings with which I am in accord. A.C. This is surely the last refuge of incompetence. But though always on the original hypothesis of the infinity of space, and the Advaitist position of the Vedantists and the great Germans is unassailable, yet on practical grounds the Dvaitists have all the advantage. Fichte and others exhaust themselves trying to turn the simple and obvious position that If the ego alone exists, where is any place, not only for morals and religion, which we can very well do without, but for the most essential and continuous acts of life? Why should an infinite ego fill a non-existent body with the imaginary food cooked in thought, only over an illusionary fire by a cook who is not there? Why should infinite power use such finite means, and very often fail even then? What is the sum total of the Vedantist position? I am an illusion externally. In reality, the true I am the infinite. And if the illusionary I could only realize who I really am, how very happy we should all be. And here we have karma, rebirth, all the mighty laws of nature operating nowhere in nothing. There is no room for worship or for morality in the Advaitist system. All the specious pleas of the Bhagavad Gita and the ethical works of the Western Advaitist philosophers are more or less consciously confusion of thought, but no subtlety can turn the practical argument. The grinning mouths of the Advaitist guns keep the fort of ethics, and warn metaphysics to keep off the rather green grass of religion. That its apologists should have devoted so much time, thought, scholarship, and ingenuity to this question is the best proof of the fatuity of the Advaita position. There is, then, a flaw somewhere. I boldly take up the glove against all previous wisdom, revert to the most elementary ideas of cannibal savages, challenge all the most vital premises and axiomata that have passed current coin with philosophy for centuries, and present my theory. I clearly foresee the one difficulty, and will discuss it in advance. If my conclusions on this point are not accepted, we may at once get back to our previous irritable agnosticism, and look for our Messiah elsewhere. But if we can see together on this one point, I think things will go fairly smooth afterwards. Consider darkness. Ratiocination may perhaps not take us far, but a continuous and attentive study of these quaint points of distinction may give us an intuition, or direct mind apperception of what we want, one way or the other. AC. Consider darkness. Can we philosophically or actually regard as different the darkness produced by interference of light, and that existing in the mere absence of light? Is unity really identical with 0.9 recurring? Do we not mean different things when we speak respectively of 2 sine 60 degrees and of the square root of 3? Charcoal and diamond are obviously different in the categories of color, crystallization, hardness, and so on, but are they not really so even in that of existence? The third example is to my mind the best. 2 sine 60 degrees and the square root of 3 are unreal, and therefore never conceivable, at least to the present constitution of our human intelligences. Worked out, neither has meaning. Unworked, both have meaning, and that a different meaning in one case and the other. We have thus 2 terms, both unreal, both inconceivable, yet both representing intelligible and diverse ideas to our minds, and this is the point. Though identical in reality and convertible to a process of reason which stimulates or replaces the apprehension, which we can never, one may suppose, attain to. Let us apply this idea to the beginning of all things, about which the Christians lie frankly, the Hindus prevaricate, and the Buddhists are discreetly silent, while not contradicting even the gross and ridiculous accounts of the more fantastic Hindu visionaries. The Kabbalists explain the first cause by the phrase, from 0 to 1, as the circle opening out into the line, an expression they carefully avoid using, AC. The Christian dogma is really identical, for both conceive of a previous and eternally existing God, though the Kabbalists hedge by describing this latent deity as not. Later commenters, notably the illustrious MacGregor Mathers, I retain this sly joke for the first edition, I am bound to express my view that when the Kabbalists said not, they meant not, and nothing else. In fact, I really claim to have rediscovered the long-lost and central arcanum of those divine philosophers. I have no serious objection to a finite God or gods, distinct from men and things. In fact, personally I believe in them all, and admit them to possess, inconceivable, though not infinite power. The Buddhists admit the existence of Maha Brahma, but his power and knowledge are limited, and his age-long day must end. I find evidence everywhere, even in our garbled and mutilated version of the Hebrew Scriptures, that Jehovah's power was limited in all sorts of ways. At the fall, for instance, Tetragrammaton Elohim has to summon his angels hastily to guard the tree of life, lest he should be proved a liar. For had it occurred to Adam to eat of that tree before their transgression was discovered, or had the serpent been aware of its properties, Adam would indeed have lived and not died, so that a mere accident saved the remnants of the already besmirched reputation of the Hebrew tribal fetish. When Buddha was asked how things came to be, he took refuge in silence, which his disciples very conveniently interpreted as meaning that the question tended not to edification. I take it that the Buddha, ignorant doubtless of algebra, had sufficiently studied philosophy and possessed enough worldly wisdom to be well aware that any system he might promulgate would be instantly attacked and annihilated by the acumen of his numerous and versatile opponents. Such teaching as he gave on the point may be summed up as follows. Whence, whither, why, we know not, but we do know that we are here, that we dislike being here, that there is a way out of the whole loathsome affair. Let us make haste and take it. I am not so retiring in disposition. I persist in my inquiries, and at last the appalling question is answered, and the past ceases to intrude its problems upon my mind. Here you are, 3 shies a penny. Change all bad arguments. I assert the absoluteness of the Kabbalistic zero. When we say that the cosmos sprang from zero, what kind of zero do we mean? By zero in the ordinary sense of the term, we mean absence of extension in any of the categories. When I say, no cat has 2 tails, I do not mean, as the old fallacy runs, that absence of cat possesses 2 tails, but that in the category of 2-tailed things there is no extension of cat. Nothingness is that about which no positive proposition is valid. We cannot truly affirm nothingness is green or heavy or sweet. Let us call time, space, being, heaviness, hunger, the categories. I cannot here discuss the propriety of representing the categories as dimensions. It will be obvious to any student of the integral calculus, or to anyone who appreciates the geometrical significance of the term x, AC. If a man be heavy and hungry, he is extended in all these, besides, of course, many more. But let us suppose that these 5 are all. Call the man X. His formula is then X, T plus S plus B plus H plus H. If he now eat, he will cease to be extended in hunger. If he be cut off from time and gravitation as well, he will now be represented by the formula X, S plus B. Should he cease to occupy space and to exist, his formula would then be x0. This expression is equal to 1, whatever x may represent. If it be raised to the power of 0, this meaning, mathematically, if it be extended in no dimension or category, the result is unity and the unknown factor x is eliminated. This is the Advaitist idea of the future of man. His personality, bereft of all qualities, disappears and is lost, while in its place arises the impersonal unity, the Pleroma, Parabrahma, or the Allah of the unity-adoring followers of Muhammad. To the Muslim fakir, Allah is by no means a personal God. Unity is thus unaffected, whether or no it be extended in any of the categories. But we have already agreed to look to 0 for the uncaused. Now, if there was in truth a 0 before the beginning of years, that 0 was extended in none of the categories, for there could have been no categories in which it could extend. If our 0 was the ordinary 0 of mathematics, there was not truly absolute 0, for 0 is, as I have shown, dependent on the idea of categories. If these existed, then the whole question is merely thrown back. We must reach a state in which this 0 is absolute. Not only do we get rid of all subjects, but of all predicates. by zero in mathematics, we really mean 0n, where n is the final term of a natural scale of dimensions, categories, or predicates. Our cosmic egg, then, from which the present universe alone was nothingness, extended in no categories or graphically 0, 0. This expression is in its present form meaningless. Let us discover its value by a simple mathematical process. 0 to the 0th power equals 0 to the 1 minus 1 power equals 0 to the first power over 0 to the first power. Parentheses, multiplied by 1 equals n over n. Then 0 to the first power over n times n over 0 to the first power equals 0 times infinity. Now the multiplying of the infinitely great by the infinitely small results in some unknown finite number, extended in an unknown number of categories. It happened when this, our great inversion, took place, from the essence of all nothingness to finity, extended in innumerable categories, that an incalculably vast system was produced. Merely by chance in the truest sense of the term, we are found with gods, men, stars, planets, devils, colors, forces, and all the materials of the cosmos, and with time, space, and causality, the conditions limiting and involving them all. Compare and contrast this doctrine with that of Herbert Spencer, First Principles, Part 1, and see my Science and Buddhism for a full discussion of the difference involved, AC. Remember that it is not true to say that our 0 to the 0th power existed, nor that it did not exist. The idea of existence was just as much unformulated as that of toasted cheese. But 0, 0, or 0 to the 0th power, is a finite expression and has a finite phase, and our universe is a finite universe. Its categories are themselves finite, and the expression infinite space is a contradiction in terms. The idea of an absolute and infinite God, if by infinitely great we only mean indefinitely great, as a mathematician would perhaps tell us, we of course begin at the very point I am aiming at, viz. Écrasez l'infini, AC. The idea of an absolute and infinite God is relegated to the limbo of all similar idle and pernicious perversions of truth. Infinity remains, but only as a mathematical conception, as impossible in nature as the square root of -1. Against all this mathematical or semi-mathematical reasoning, it may doubtless be objected that our whole system of numbers, and of manipulating them, is merely a series of conventions. When I say that the square root of 3 is unreal, I know quite well that it is only so, in relation to the series 1, 2, 3, etc., and that this series is equally unreal if I make the square root of 3, pi, cubed square root of 50, the members of a ternary scale. But this, theoretically true, is practically absurd. If I mean the number of A, B, and C, it does not matter if I write 3 or 3 square root 50. The idea is a definite one, and it is the fundamental ideas of consciousness of which we are treating, and to which we are compelled to refer everything, whether proximately or ultimately. So also my equation, fantastic as it may seem, has a perfect and absolute parallel in logic. Thus, let us convert twice the proposition, some books are on the table. By negativing both terms, we get absence of book is not on the table, which is precisely my equation backwards, and a thinkable thing. To reverse the process, what do I mean when I say some pigs, but not the black pig, are not in the sty? I imply that the black pig is in the sty. All I have done is to represent the conversion as a change rather than as merely another way of expressing the same thing. And change is really not my meaning either, for change to our minds involves the idea of time. But the whole thing is inconceivable to ratiocination, though not to thought. Note well, too, that if I say absence of books is not on the table, I cannot convert it only all books are on the table, but only to some books are on the table. The proposition is an I and not an A proposition. It is the Advaita blunder to make it so, and many a schoolboy has fed off the mantelpiece for less. There is yet another proof, the proof by exclusion. I have shown, and metaphysicians practically admit, the falsity alike of Dvaitism or Dvaitism and Advaitism, or Advaitism. The third, the only remaining theory, this theory must, however antecedently, improbable, however difficult to assimilate, be true. I may remark that the distinction between this theory and the normal one of the immanence of the universe is trivial, perhaps even verbal only. Its advantage, however, is that by hypostatizing nothing, we avoid the necessity of any explanation. How did nothing come to be is a question which requires no answers. My friend, my young friend, I think I hear some Christian cleric say with an air of profound wisdom, not untinged with pity, condescending to pose beardless and brainless impertinence, where is the cause for this truly remarkable change? That is exactly where the theory rears to heaven its stoutest bastion. There is not, and could not be, any cause. Had 0 to the 0th power, or 00, been extended in causality, no change could have taken place. See the Questions of King Melinda, Volume 2, page 103. The war of the contending forces as they grind themselves down to the final resultant must cause endless agony. We may one day be able to transform the categories of emotion as certainly and easily as we now transform the categories of force, so that in a few years Chicago may be importing suffering in the raw state and turning it into tinned salmon. But at present the reverse process is alone practicable. How then shall we escape? Can we expect the entire universe to resolve itself back into the phase of 00? Surely not. In the first place, there is no reason why the whole should do so. X over Y is just as convertible as X. But worse, the category of causality has already been formed, and its inertia is sufficient to oppose a most serious stumbling block to so gigantic a process. The task before us is consequently of a terrible nature. It is easy to let things slide, to grin and bear it, in fact, until everything is merged in the ultimate unity, which may or may not be decently tolerable. But while we wait, there now arises the question of free will. Causality is probably not fully extended in its own category. Causality is itself a secondary, and in its limitation as applied to volition, an inconceivable idea. Herbert Spencer, Op. Citation. This consideration alone should add great weight to the agnostic, and a fortiori to the Buddhist position, a circumstance which gives room for a fractional amount of free will. If this be not so, it matters little, for if I find myself in a good state, that merely proves that my destiny took me there. We are, as Herbert Spencer observes, self-deluded with the idea of free will. But if this be so, nothing matters at all. If, however, Herbert Spencer is mistaken, unlikely as it must appear, then our reason is valid, and we should seek out the right path and pursue it. The question, therefore, need not trouble us at all. Here then we see the use of morals and of religion, and all the rest of the bag of tricks. All these are methods, bad or good, for extricating ourselves from the universe. Closely connected with this question is that of the will of God. People argue that an infinite intelligence must have been at work on this cosmos. I reply no. There's no intelligence at work worthy of the name. The laws of nature may be generalized in one, the law of inertia. Everything moves in the direction determined by the path of least resistance. Species arise, develop, and die as their collective inertia determines. To this law there is no exception but the doubtful one of free will. The law of destiny itself is formally and really identical with it. See Herbert Spencer, First Principles, The Knowable, for a fair summary of the facts underlying this generalization, which indeed he comes within an ace of making in so many words. It may be observed that this law is nearly, if not quite, axiomatic, its contrary being enormously difficult if not impossible to formulate mentally. As to an infinite intelligence, all philosophers of any standing are agreed that all love and all power are incompatible. The existence of the universe is a standing proof of this. The deist needs the optimist to keep him company. Over their firesides all goes well, but it is a sad shipwreck they suffer on emerging into the cold world. This is why those who seek to buttress up religion are so anxious to prove that the universe has no real existence, or only a temporary and relatively unimportant one. The result is, of course, the usual self-destructive Advaitist or Dvaitist muddle. The precepts of morality and religion are thus of vital use to us, in restraining the more violent forces alike of nature and of man. For unless law and order prevail, we have not the necessary quiet and resources for investigating and learning to bring under our control all the divergent phenomena of our prison, a work which we undertake that at last we may be able to break down the walls and find that freedom which an inconsiderate inversion has denied. The mystical precepts of pseudo-Zoroaster, Buddha, Sankaracharya, pseudo-Christ, and the rest are for advanced students only, for direct attack on the problem. Our servants, the soldiers, lawyers, all forms of government, make this our nobler work possible, and it is the gravest possible mistake to sneer at those humble but faithful followers of the great minds of the world. What then are the best, easiest, directed methods to attain our result? And how shall we, in mortal language, convey to the minds of others the nature of a result so beyond language, baffling even imagination eagle-pinioned? It may help us if we endeavor to outline the distinction between the Hindu and Buddhist methods and aims of the great work. The Hindu method is really mystical in the truest sense, for, as I have shown, the Atman is not infinite and eternal. One day it must sink down with the other forces. But by creating in thought an infinite impersonal personality, by defining it as such, all religions except the Buddhist, and, as I believe, the Kabbalistic, have sought to annihilate their own personality. The Buddhist aims directly at extinction. The Hindu denies and abolished his own affinity to the creation of an absolute. As this cannot be done in reality, the process is illusory. Yet it is useful in the early stages, as far, as any rate, as the fourth stage of dhyana, where the Buddha places it, though the yogis claim to attain to nirvikalpa samadhi, and that moksha is identical with nirvana. The former claim I see no reason to deny them, the latter statement I must decline at present to accept. The task of the Buddhist recluse is roughly as follows. He must plunge every particle of his being into one idea, right views, aspirations, word, deed, life, willpower, meditation, rapture. Such are the stages of his liberation, which resolves itself into a struggle against the laws of causality. He cannot prevent past causes taking effect, but he can prevent present causes from having any future results. The exoteric Christian and the Hindu rather rely on another person to do this for them, and are further blinded by the thirst for life and individual existence, the most formidable obstacle of all, in fact a negation of the very object of all religion. Schopenhauer shows that life is assured to the will to live, and unless Christ, or Krishna, as the case may be, destroys these folk by superior power, a task from which almightiness might well recoil baffled, I much fear that eternal life, and consequently eternal suffering, joy, and change of all kinds, will be their melancholy fate. Such persons are in truth their own real enemies. Many of them, however, believing erroneously that they are being unselfish, do fill their hearts with devotion for the beloved Savior, and this process is, in its ultimation, so similar to the early stages of the great work itself. that some confusion has, stupidly enough, arisen. But for all that the practice has been the means of bringing some devotees on the true path of the wise, unpromising as such material must sound to intelligent ears, the esoteric Christian or Hindu adopts a middle path. Having projected the Absolute from his mind, he endeavors to unite his consciousness with that of his Absolute, and of course his personality is destroyed in the process. Yet it is to be feared that such an adept too often starts on the path with the intention of aggrandizing his personality to the utmost. But his method is so near to the true one that this tendency is soon corrected, as it were automatically. The mathematical analog of this process is to procure for yourself the realization of the nothingness of yourself by keeping the fourth dimension ever present to your mind. The illusory nature of this idea of an infinite Atman is well shown by the very proof which that most distinguished Vedantist, the late Swami Vivekananda, no connection with the firm of a similar name, the Swami Vivekananda, Madame Horos, for whose history consult the criminal law reports, across the street, gives of the existence of the infinite. Think of a circle, says he. You will in a moment become conscious of an infinite circle around your original small one. The fallacy is obvious. The big circle is not infinite at all, but is itself limited by the little one. But to take away the little circle, that is the method of the esoteric Christian or the mystic. But the process is never perfect, because however small the little circle becomes, its relation with the big circle is still finite. But even allowing for a moment that the Absolute is really attainable, is the nothingness of the finity related to it really identical with that attained directly by the Buddhist Arahat? But even allowing for a moment that the Absolute is really attainable, is the nothingness of the finity related to it really identical with that attained directly by the Buddhist Arahat? This, consistently with my former attitude, I feel constrained to deny. The consciousness of the absolute Wala, one whose business is connected with anything, e.g. Jandli Wala, one who lives in or has business with a jungle, i.e. a wild man or a forest conservator. The consciousness of the absolute Wala is really extended infinitely rather than diminished infinitely, as he will himself assure you. True, Hegel says, pure being is pure nothing. And it is true that the infinite heat and cold, joy and sorrow, light and darkness, and all the other pairs of opposites, cancel one another out. Yet I feel rather afraid of this absolute. The Hindus see this as well as anyone and call Atman Sat Chit Ananda, these being above the pairs of opposites, rather on the Hegelian lines of the reconciliation, rather than the identity, of opposites in a master idea. We have dismissed infinity as the figment of a morbid mathematic, but in any case the same disproof applies to it as to God. AC. Maybe its joy and sorrow are represented in phases, just as 0, 0, or 0 to the 0th power, and finity are phases of an identical expression, and I have an even chance only of being on the right side of the fence. The Buddhist leaves no chances of this kind. In all his categories he is infinitely unextended, though the categories themselves exist. He is in fact 0, A plus B plus C plus D plus ... to N, etc., incapable of no conceivable change, unless we imagine nirvana to be incomprehensibly divided by nirvana, which would, supposing the two nirvanas to possess identical categories, result in the production of the original 0 to the 0th power, or 0, 0. But a further change would be necessary even then before serious mischief could result. In short, I think we may dismiss from our minds any alarm in respect of this contingency. On mature consideration, therefore, I confidently and deliberately take my refuge in the triple gem. Namo tasso bhagavato arahato sammasambuddhassa. Hail unto thee, the Blessed One, the Perfect One, the Enlightened One. let there be hereafter no discussion of the classical problems of philosophy and religion. In the light of this exposition, the antitheses of noumenon and phenomenon, unity and multiplicity in their kind, are reconciled, and the only question that remains is that of finding the most satisfactory means of attaining nirvana, extinction of all that exists, knows, or feels, extinction final and complete, utter and absolute extinction. For by these words only can we indicate nirvana, a state which transcends thought, cannot be described in thought's language. But from the point of view of thought, extinction is complete. We have no data for discussing that which is unthinkable, and must decline to do so. This is the answer to those who accuse the Buddha of hurling his arhats and himself from samasamadhi to annihilation. Pray observe in the first place that my solution of the great problem permits the coexistence of an indefinite number of means. They need not even be compatible. Karma, rebirth, providence, prayer, sacrifice, baptism, there's room for all. On the old, and I hope now finally discredited hypothesis of an infinite being, the supporters of these various ideas, while explicitly affirming them, implicitly denied. Similarly, note that the Kabbalistic idea of a supreme God and innumerable hierarchies is quite compatible with this theory, provided that the supreme God is not infinite. Now, as to our weapons, the more advanced yogis of the East, like the nonconformists at home, have practically abandoned the ceremonial as idle. I have yet to learn, however, by what dissenters have replaced it. I take this to be an error, except in the case of a very advanced yogi, for there exists a true magical ceremonial vital and direct, whose purpose has, however, at any rate of recent times, been hopelessly misunderstood. Nobody any longer supposes that any means but that of meditation is of avail to grasp the immediate causes of our being. If some person retort that he prefers to rely on a glorified Redeemer, I simply answer that he is the very nobody to whom I now refer. Meditation is then the means, but only the supreme means. The agony column of the Times is the supreme means of meeting with the gentleman in the brown billycock and frock coat, wearing a green tie and chewing a straw, who was at the soiree of the Carlton Club last Monday night, no doubt, but this means is seldom or never used in the similar contingency of a cow-elephant desiring her bull in the jungles of Ceylon. Meditation is not within the reach of everyone. Not all possess the ability. Very few indeed, in the West at least, have the opportunity. In any case, what the Easterns call one-pointedness is an essential preliminary to even early stages of true meditation, and iron willpower is a still earlier qualification. By meditation, I do not mean merely thinking about anything, however profoundly, but the absolute restraint of the mind to the contemplation of a single object, whether gross, fine, or altogether spiritual. Now, true magical ceremony is entirely directed to attain this end, and forms a magnificent gymnasium for those who are not already finished mental athletes. By act, word, and thought, both in quantity and quality, the one object of the ceremony is being constantly indicated. Every fumigation, purification, banishing, invocation, evocation, is chiefly a reminder of the single purpose, until the supreme moment arrives, and every fiber of the body, every force channel of the mind, is strained out in one overwhelming rush of the will in the direction desired. Such is the real purport of all the apparently fantastic directions of Solomon, Abramelin, and other sages of repute. When a man has evoked and mastered such forces as Taphthartharath, Belial, Amamon, and the great powers of the elements, then he may be safely permitted to begin to try to stop thinking. For needless to say, the universe, including the thinker, exists only by virtue of the thinker's thought. See Berkeley and his expounders for the Western shape of this Eastern commonplace. Huxley, however, curiously enough, states the fact in almost these words, AC. In yet one other way is magic a capital training ground for the Arhat. True symbols do really awake those macrocosmic forces of which they are the idola, and it is possible in this manner very largely to increase the magical potential, to borrow a term from electrical science. Of course, there are bad and invalid processes, which tend rather to disperse or to excite the mind stuff than to control it. These we must discard. But there is a true magical ceremonial, the central arcanum alike of Eastern and Western practical transcendentalism. Needless to observe, if I knew it, I should not disclose it. I therefore affirm the validity of the Kabbalistic tradition in its practical part, as well as those exalted regions of thought through which we have to recently and so hardly traveled. 8 limbs are the limbs of yoga: morality and virtue, control of body, thought and force, leading to concentration, meditation, and rapture. Only when the last of these has been attained, and itself refined upon by removing the gross and even the fine objects of its sphere, can the causes, subtle and coarse, the unborn causes whose seed is hardly sown, of continued existence be grasped and annihilated, so that the Arhat is sure of being abolished in the utter extinction of nirvana, while even in this world of pain, where he must remain until the ancient causes, those which have already germinated, are utterly worked out, for even the Buddha himself could not swing back the wheel of the law. His certain anticipation of the approach of nirvana is so intense as to bathe him constantly in the unfathomable ocean of apprehension of immediate bliss. A possible mystic transfiguration of the Vedanta system has been suggested to me on the lines of the syllogism: God equals being, Patanjali; being equals nothing, Hegel; God equals nothing, Buddhism. Or in the language of religion, everyone may admit that monotheism, exalted by the introduction of the infinity symbol, is equivalent to pantheism. Pantheism and atheism are really identical, as the opponents of both are the first to admit. If this be really taught, I must tender my apologies, for the reconcilement is of course complete. A.C. Om Mani Padme Hum. 1903. Science and Buddhism. Inscribed to the revered memory of Thomas Henry Huxley. 1. The purpose of this essay is to draw a strict comparison between the modern scientific conceptions of phenomena and their explanation, where such exists, and the ancient ideas of the Buddhists, to show that Buddhism, alike in theory and practice, is a scientific religion, a logical superstructure on a basis of experimentally verifiable truth, and that its method is identical with that of science. We must resolutely exclude the accidental features of both, especially of Buddhism. And unfortunately, in both cases, we have to deal with dishonest and shameless attempts to foist on either opinions for which neither is willing to stand sponsor. Professor Huxley has dealt with one in his pseudoscientific realism. Professor Rhys Davids has demolished the other in that one biting comment on esoteric Buddhism, that it was not esoteric, and certainly not Buddhism. But some of the theosophic mud still sticks to the Buddhist chariot, and there is still people who believe that sane science has at least a friendly greeting for atheism and materialism in their grosser and more militant forms. Let it be understood, then, from the outset, that if in science I include metaphysics, and in Buddhism meditation practices, I lend myself neither to the whittlers or reconcilers on the one hand, nor to the animistic jugglers on the other. Apart from the theosophic rubbish, we find Sir Edwin Arnold writing, "Whoever saith nirvana is to cease, say unto such they lie." Lie is a strong word and should read, translate correctly. See Childer's Pali Dictionary, S.V. Nibbana. I suppose it would not scan nor rhyme, but Sir Edwin is the last person to be deterred by a little thing like that. Dr. Paul Carus, too, in the Gospel of Buddha, is pleased to represent nirvana as a parallel for the heaven of the Christian. It is sufficient if I reiterate the unanimous opinion of competent scholars that there is no fragment of evidence in any canonical book sufficient to establish such interpretations in the teeth of Buddhist tradition and practice, and that any person who persists in tuning Buddhism to his own Jew's harp in this way is risking his reputation either for scholarship or good faith. Scientific men are common enough in the West, if Buddhists are not, and I may safely leave in their hands the task of castigating the sneak thieves of the physical area. 2. The essential features of Buddhism have been summed up by the Buddha himself. To me, of course, what the Buddha said or did not say is immaterial. A thing is true or not true, whoever said it. We believe Mr. Savage Landor when he affirms that Lhasa is an important town in Tibet. Where only probabilities are concerned, we are of course influenced by the moral character and mental attainments of the speaker. But here I have nothing to do with what is uncertain. See Huxley's classical example of the horse, zebra, and centaur. There is an excellent test for the value of any passage in a Buddhist book. We are, I think, justified in discarding passages which are clearly Oriental fiction, just as modern criticism, however secretly theistic, discards the story of Hasisadra or of Noah. In justice to Buddhism, let us not charge its scripture with the Sisyphean task of seriously upholding the literal interpretation of obviously fantastic passages. Similarly, where Buddhist parallels are of a mystical nature, where a complicated symbolism of numbers, for example, is intended to shadow a truth, we must discard them. My experience of mysticism is somewhat large. Its final dictum is that the parable X may be equated to A, B, C, D, all the way up to Z, by 6 and 20 different persons, or by one person in 6 and 20 different moods. Even had we a strong traditional explanation, I should maintain my position. The weapons of the higher criticism, supplements by common sense, are perfectly valid and inevitably destructive against any such structure. But I am surely in danger of becoming ridiculous in writing thus to the scientific world. What I really wish to show is that one need not look for all the Buddhist fancy dishes to the peril of the scientific digestion. And by a black-handed stroke, I wish to impress as deeply as possible upon my Buddhist friends that too much zeal for the accidentals of our religion will surely result in the overwhelming of its essentials in the tide of justly scornful or justly casuistic criticism. A.C. May our Buddhist zealots be warned by the fate of old-fashioned English orthodoxy. But when Buddhism condescends to be vulgarly scientific, to observe, to classify, to think, I conceive we may take the matter seriously, and accord a reasonable investigation to its assertions. Examples of such succinctness and clarity may be found in the Four Noble Truths, the Three Characteristics, the 10 Fetters, and there is clearly a definite theory in the idea of karma. Such ideas are basic, and are as a thread on which the beads of Arabian Night entertainment are strung. See Professor Rhys Davids on the Jataka. I propose, therefore, to deal with these and some other minor points on the Buddhist metaphysis, and trace out their scientific analogies, or, as I hope to show, more often identities. First, then, let us examine that great summary of the Buddhist faith, the Four Noble Truths. 3. The Four Noble Truths. 1. Sorrow. Existence is sorrow. This means that no known form of existence is separable from sorrow. This truth is stated by Huxley, almost in so many words, in Evolution and Ethics. It was no less plain to some of these antique philosophers that to the fathers of modern philosophy, that suffering is the badge of all the tribe of sentient things, that it is no accidental accompaniment, but an essential constituent of the cosmic process. And in the same essay, though he is disposed to deny more than the rudiments of consciousness to the lower forms of life, he is quite clear that pain varies directly, to put it loosely, with the degree of consciousness. Cf. also Animal Automatism, pages 236 through 237. 2. Sorrow's cause. The cause of sorrow is desire. I take desire here to include such a phenomenon as the tendency of two molecules of hydrogen and chlorine to combine under certain conditions. If death be painful to me, it is presumably so to a molecule. If we represent one operation as pleasant, the converse is presumably painful. Though I am not conscious of the individual pain of the countless deaths involved in this, my act of writing, it may be there. And what I call fatigue may be the echo in my central consciousness of the shriek of a peripheral anguish. Here we leave the domain of fact, but at least as far our knowledge extends, all or nearly all the operations of nature are vanity and vexation of spirit. Consider food, the desire for which periodically arises in all conscious beings. Change is the great enemy, the immediate cause of pain. Unable to arrest it, I slow the process and render it temporarily painless by eating. This is a concession to weakness, no doubt, in one sense. Do I eat really in order to check change, or to maintain my consciousness? Change I desire, for my present condition is sorrow. I really desire the impossible, completely to retain my present egoity with all its conditions reversed. A.C. The existence of these desires, or rather necessities, which I realize to be mine, is unpleasant. It is this desire inherent in me for continued consciousness that is responsible for it all. All this leads us to the third noble truth. 3. Sorrow's ceasing. The cessation of desire is the cessation of sorrow. This is a simple logical inference from the second truth. It needs no comment. 4. The Noble Eightfold Path. There is a way, to be considered later, of realizing the third truth. But we must, before we can perceive its possibility on the one hand, or its necessity on the other, form a clear idea of what are the Buddhist tenets with regard to the cosmos, and in particular to man. For all able and luminous expositions of the Four Noble Truths, I refer the reader to the pamphlet bearing that title by my old friend, Bhikkhu Ananda Metteya, published by the Buddhasasana Samagama, 1 Pagoda Road, Rangoon, A.C. 4. The Three Characteristics. The three characteristics which we may predicate of all known existing things. A. Change, anicca. B. Sorrow, dukkha. C. Absence of an ego, anatta. This is the Buddhist assertion. What does science say? A. Huxley, Evolution and Ethics. As no man fording a swift stream can dip his foot twice into the same water, so no man can with exactness affirm of anything in the sensible world that it is. As he utters the words, nay, as he thinks them, the predicate ceases to be applicable. The present has become the past. The is should be was. And the more we learn of the nature of things, the more evident is it that what we call rest is only unperceived activity. That seeming peace is silent but strenuous battle. In every part, at every moment, the state of the cosmos is the expression of a transitory adjustment of contending forces, a scene of strife, in which all the combatants fall in turn. What is true of each part is true of the whole. Natural knowledge tends more and more to the conclusion that all the choir of heaven and furniture of the earth, are the transitory forms of parcels of cosmic substance, wending along the road of evolution, from nebulous potentiality, through endless growths of sun and planet and satellite, through all varieties of matter, through infinite diversities of life and thought, possibly through modes of being of which we neither have a conception, nor are competent to form any, back to the indefinable latency from which they arose. Thus, the most obvious attribute of the cosmos is its impermanence. It assumes the aspect not so much of a permanent entity, as of a changeful process, in which naught endures save the flow of energy, and the rational order which pervades it. This is an admirable summary of the Buddhist doctrine. B. See above on the first noble truth. C. This is the grand position which Buddha carried against the Hindu philosophers. In our own country it is the argument of Hume, following Berkeley to a place where Berkeley certainly never meant to go, a curious parallel fulfillment of Christ's curse against Peter. John 21. The bishop demolishes the idea of a substratum of matter, and Hume follows by applying an identical process of reasoning to the phenomena of mind. The Buddhist position may be interpreted as agnostic in this matter, these arguments being directed against and destructive of the unwarranted assumptions of the Hindus, but no more. See Sabbasava Sutta 10. In him, thus unwisely considering, there springs up one or other of the 6 absurd notions. As something real and true, he gets the notion, I have a self. As something real and true, he gets the notion, I have not a self. As something real and true, he gets the notion, by myself, I am conscious of myself. As something real and true, he gets the notion, by myself, I am conscious of my non-self. Or again, he gets the notion, this soul of mine can be perceived. It has experienced the result of good or evil actions committed here and there. Now this soul of mine is permanent, lasting, eternal, has the inherent quality of never changing, and will continue forever and ever. This, brethren, is called the walking in delusion, the jungle of delusion, the wilderness of delusion, the puppet show of delusion, the writhing of delusion, the fetter of delusion. There are, it may be noted, only 5, not 6, notions mentioned, unless we take the last as double, or we may consider the 6th as the contrary of the 5th and correct. The whole passage is highly technical, perhaps untrustworthy. In any case, this is not the place to discuss it. The sun of agnosticism breaking through the cloud of Ananda is the phenomenon to which I wished to call attention. A.C. Let us consider the Hindu theory. They classify the phenomena, whether well or ill matters nothing, but represent them all as pictured in, but not affecting, a certain changeless, omniscient, blissful existence called Atman. Holding to theism, the existence of evil forces them to the Fichtean position that the ego posits the non-ego, and we learn that nothing really exists after all but Brahm. They then distinguish between Jivatma, the soul conditioned, and the Paramatma, the soul free, the former being the basis of our normal consciousness, the latter of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi consciousness, this being the sole condition on which morals, religion, and fees to priests can continue. For the deist has only to advance his fundamental idea to be forced round in a vicious circle of absurdities, as Bishop Butler so conclusively showed. The Buddhist makes a clean sweep of all this sort of nonsense. He analyzes the phenomena of mind, adopting Berkeley's paradox that matter is immaterial, in a sane and orderly way. The common-sense philosopher, whom I leave to chew the bitter leaves of Professor Huxley's essay on sensation and the unity of the structure of sensiferous organs, observes, on lifting his arm, I lift my arm. The Buddhist examines this proposition closely and begins, there is a lifting on an arm. By this terminology he avoids Teutonic discussions concerning the ego and non-ego. I may incidentally remark that a very few hours' practice, see Section 8, cause I lift my arm to be intuitively denied, AC. But how does he know this proposition to be true? By sensation. The fact is, therefore, there is a sensation of the lifting of an arm. But how does he know that? By perception. Therefore, he says, there is a perception of a sensation, etc. And why this perception? From the inherent tendency. Note carefully the determinist standpoint involved in the enunciation of this fourth skandha, and that it comes lower than Vijnanam. There is a tendency to perceive the sensation, etc. And how does he know that there is a tendency? By consciousness. The final analysis reads, there is a consciousness of a tendency to perceive the sensation of a lifting of an arm. He does not, for he cannot, go further back. He will not suppose on no sort of evidence the substratum of Atman uniting consciousness to consciousness by its eternity, while it fixes a great gulf between them by its changelessness. He states the knowable, states it accurately, and leaves it there. But there is a practical application of this analysis which I will treat of later. See 8, Mahasatipatthana. We are told that the memory is a proof of some real I. But how treacherous is this ground? Did a past event in my life not happen because I have forgotten it? Oh, the analogy of the river water given above is most valid. I who write this am not I who read it over and correct it. Do I desire to play with lead soldiers? Am I the doddering old cripple who must be wheeled about and fed on whiskey and bread and milk? And is my difference from them so conspicuously less than from the body lying dead of which those who see it will say, this was Aleister Crowley? What rubbish it is to suppose that an eternal substance, sentient or not, omniscient or not, depends for its information on so absurd a series of bodies as are groups under that Crowley. Yet the Buddhist meets all arguments of the spiritual order with a simple statement, which, if not certain, is at least not improbable. There is, he will tell you, a spiritual world, or to avoid any most unjustifiable misunderstandings, let us say a world of subtler matter than the visible and tangible, which has its own laws, analogous to, if not identical with, those laws of matter which we are acquainted, and those inhabitants change and die, and are reborn very much as ordinary mortal beings. But as they are of subtler matter, the cycle is less rapid. C.F. Huxley cited Supra, possibly through modes of being of which we neither have a conception, nor are competent to form any. As a nominalist, I hope not to be misunderstood when I compare this to the relative mutability of the individual and the species. Cf. Evolution and Ethics, Note 1. We have enough examples free from such possibility of misinterpretation in our own bodies. Compare the longevity of a bone with that of a corpuscle. But it is this substratum universe which must not be confounded with the substratum, the arguments for whose existence Berkeley so utterly shattered. Without an elaborate analysis of the ideas involved in the Ding an sich of Kant, and of Herbert Spencer's definition of all things as modes of the unknowable, I may point out in passing that all these hypotheses are as sterile as the vital principle in biology, or phlogiston in chemistry. They lead literally nowhere. That the phenomenal world is an illusion is all very well. One girds up one's loins to seek reality, but to prove reality unknowable is to shut all avenues to the truth-loving man, and open all to the sensualist. And if we accept either of the above philosophies, it does not matter. That we feel it does not matter is sufficient refutation, for we must obey the sentence awarded on our own testimony whether we like it or not. I am aware that this is a somewhat cowardly way of dealing with the question, I prefer to insist that we once admit that the unknowable by reason to consciousness may be known by concentration to superconsciousness. The difficulty vanishes. I think Huxley goes too far in speaking of a man self-hypnotized into cataleptic trances, without medical evidence of a large number of cases. Edward Carpenter, who has met yogis and talked long and learnedly with them, tells a different story. Even had we a large body of evidence from Anglo-Indian medical men, the proof would still be lacking. They might not be the real men. The Indian native would take intense delight in bringing round the village idiot to be inspected in the character of a holy man by the Dr. Sahib. The Anglo-Indian is a fool. A minimum medical education is in most cases insufficient to abate the symptoms to nil, though perhaps it must always diminish them. The Hindu is the sphinx of civilization. Nearly all that has been written on him is worthless. Those who know him best know this fact best. A.C. Which may conserve memory for a period greatly exceeding that of one of its particular avatars. Hence the Jataka. But the doctrine is not very essential. Its chief value is to show what serious difficulties confront us, and to supply a reason to struggle to some better state. For if nothing survives death, what does it matter to us? Why are we to be so altruistic as to avoid the reincarnation of a being in all points different from ourselves? As the small boy said, "What has posterity done for me?" But something does persist, something changing, though less slowly. What evidence have we, after all, that an animal does not remember his man incarnation? Or, as Levi says, in the suns they remember, and in the planets they forget. I think it unlikely, maybe, but in the total absence of all evidence for or against, at least with regard to the latter hypothesis, I suspend my judgment, leave the questions alone, and proceed to more practical points that are offered by these interesting but not over-useful metaphysical speculations. 5. Karma. The law of causation is formally identical with this. Karma means that which is made, and I think it should be considered with strict etymological accuracy. If I place a stone on the roof of a house, it is sure to fall sooner or later, i.e., as soon as the conditions permit. Also, in its ultimation, the doctrine of karma is identical with determinism. On this subject, much wisdom, with an infinite amount of rubbish, has been written. I therefore dismiss it in these few words, confident that the established identity can never be shaken. 6. The 10 fetters or sanyoganas. 1. Sakaya Dithi, belief in a soul. 2. Vikitika, doubt. 3. Silabata Paramasa, reliance on the efficacy of rites and ceremonies. 4. Kama, bodily desires. 5. Patiga, hatred. 6. Rupa Raga, desire for bodily immortality. 7. Arupa Raga, desire for spiritual immortality. 8. Mano, pride. 9. Udaka, self-righteousness. 10. Avidya, ignorance. 1. For this is a petitio principii. 2. This, to a scientist, is apparently anathema, but it only means, I think, that if we are not settled in our minds, we cannot work, and this is unquestionable. Suppose a chemist to set to work to determine the boiling point of a new organic substance. Does he stop in the midst, struck by the fear that his thermometer is inaccurate? No, he has, unless he is a fool, tested it previously. We must have our principia fixed before we can do research work. 3. A scientist hardly requires conviction on this point. 4. Do you think to combine Newton and Caligula? The passions allowed to dominate interfere with the concentration of the mind. 5. Does brooding on your dislikes help you to accurate observation? I admit that a controversy may stir you up to perform prodigies of work, but while you are actually working, you do not suffer the concentration of your mind to be interfered with. 6 and 7. This fetter and the next are contingent on your having perceived the suffering of all forms of conscious existence. 8 needs no comment. Pride, like humility, is a form of delusion. 9 is like unto it, but on the moral plane. 10. The great enemy. Theists alone have found the infamous audacity to extol the merits of this badge of servitude. We see, then, that in this classification a scientist will confer. We need not discuss the question whether or no he would find others to add. Buddhism may not be complete, but as far as it goes, it is accurate. 7. The relative reality of certain states of consciousness. Whether we adopt Herbert Spencer's dictum that the primary testimony of consciousness is to the existence of externality or no, Mahasatipatthana, Section 8, does admit this perhaps, yet its very object is to correct consciousness on the lines indicated by reason. Whether or no we fly to the extreme idealistic position, there is no question that, to our normal consciousness, things as they present themselves, apart from obvious illusion, if even we dare to accept this, are undisprovable to the immediate apprehension. Whatever our reason may tell us, we act precisely as though Berkeley had never lived, and the Herculean Kant had been strangled while yet in his cradle by the twin serpents of his own perversity and terminology. What criterion shall we apply to the relative realities of normal and dream consciousness? Why do I confidently assert that the dream state is transitory and unreal? In that state, I am equally confident that my normal consciousness is invalid. But as my dreams occupy a relatively small portion of my time, and as the law of causation seems suspended, and as their vividness is less than that of ordinary consciousness, and above all, as in the great majority of cases I can show a cause, dating from my waking hours, for the dream I have 4 strong reasons, the first explanatory to some extent of my reasons for accepting the others, for concluding that the dream is fictitious. But what of the dreamless state? To the dreamer, his normal faculties and memories arise at times, and are regarded as fragmentary and absurd, even as the remembrance of a dream is to the waking man. Can we not conceive, then, of a dreamless life, of which our dreams are the vague and disturbed transition to normal consciousness? The physiological evidence goes literally for nothing. Even were it proved that the recipio-motor apparatus was a dreamless sleeper, was relatively quiescent, would that supply any valid argument against the theory I have suggested? Suggested, for I admit that our present position is completely agnostic in respect to it, since we have no evidence which throws light on the matter, and study of the subject would appear to be mere waste of time. But the suggestion is valuable, as affording us a possibly rational explanation, confirmable to the waking man, which the dreamer would indignantly reject. Suppose, however, a dream so vivid that the whole waking man is abased before its memory, that his consciousness of it appears 1,000 times more real than that of the things about him. Suppose that his whole life is molded to fit the new facts thus revealed to him, that he would cheerfully renounce years of normal life to obtain minutes of that dream life, that his time sense is uprooted as never before, and that these influences are permanent. Then you will say, delirium tremens and the intoxication of hashish, in respect more particularly of the time sense, afford us a parallel. But the phenomena of delirium tremens do not occur in the healthy. As for the suggestion of auto-hypnosis, the memory of the dream is a sufficient reply. However this may be, the simple fact of the superior apparent reality, a conviction unshakable, inepuisable, for the English has no word, is a sufficient test, and if we condescend to argue, it is for pleasure, and aside from the vital fact, a skirmish and not a pitched battle. This dream I have thus described is the state called dhyana by the Hindus and Buddhists. The method of attaining it is sane, healthy, and scientific. I would not take the pains to describe that method, had not illiterate and too often mystical advocates of the practice obscured the simple grandeur of our edifice by gimcrack pinnacles of stucco, and who should hang the Taj Mahal with fairy lamps and chintz. It is simple. The mind is compelled to fix its attention on a single thought, while the controlling power is exercised and a profound watchfulness kept up, lest the thought should for a moment stray. Huxley Essays 5, 136. The latter portion is, to my mind, the essential one. The work is comparable to that of an electrician who would sit for hours with his finger on a delicately adjusted resistance box and his eye on the spot of light of a galvanometer, charged with the duty of keeping the spot still, at least that it should move never beyond a certain number of degrees, and of recording the more important details of his experiment. Our work is identical in design, though worked with subtler if less complex means. For the finger on the resistance box we substitute the will, and its control extends but to the mind. For the eye we substitute the introspective faculty, with its keen observation of the most minute disturbance, while the spot of light is the consciousness itself, the central point of the galvanometer scale, the predetermined object, and the other figures on the scale, other objects, connected with the primary by order and degree, sometimes obviously, sometimes obscurely, perhaps even untraceably, so that we have no real right to predicate their connection. This last sentence will be best understood by those who have practiced up to a certain point. At first it is easy to trace back by a connected chain of thoughts from the thought which awakens us to the fact that we are wandering to the original thought. Later, and notably as we improve, this becomes first difficult, then impossible. At first sight, this fact suggests that we are injuring our brains by the practice, but the explanation is as follows. Suppose we figure the central consciousness as the sun, intent on seeing that nothing falls into him. First, the near planets are carefully arranged so that no collision can occur. Afterwards, Jupiter and Saturn, until his whole system is safe. If then any body falls upon the sun, he knows that it is not from any of those planets which he is familiar, and lord of his own system, cannot trace the course or divine the cause of the accident which has disturbed him, and he will accept this ignorance as a proof of how well his own system is going, since he no longer receives shocks from it. A.C. How any sane person can describe this process as delusive and unhealthy passes my comprehension. That any scientist should do so implies an ignorance on his part of the facts. I may add that the most rigid necessity exists for perfect health of body and mind before this practice can begin. Asceticism is as sternly discouraged as indulgence. How would the electrician do his work after a Guildhall banquet? The strain of watching would be too much, and he would go off to sleep. So with the meditatio. If, on the other hand, he had been without food for 24 hours, he might, indeed, if it has been done often, perform prodigies of work for the necessary period. But a reaction must follow of proportionate severity. Nobody will pretend that the best work is done starving. Hallucination especially is to be feared. Lightheadedness from want of food is quite sufficient explanation for many mystic raptures. I do not care to invoke hysteria and epilepsy without positive evidence. A.C. Now, to such an observer, certain phenomena present themselves sooner or later which have the qualities above predicated to our imaginary dream, preceded by a transition state, very like total loss of consciousness. Are these fatigue phenomena? Is it that this practice, for some as yet unknown reason, stimulates some special nerve center? Perhaps. The subject requires investigation. I am not a physiologist. Whatever physiology may say, It is at least clear that if this state is accompanied with an intense and passionless bliss beyond anything that the normal man can conceive of, and accompanied with the slightest prejudice to the mental and physical health, it is most highly desirable. And to the scientist it presents a magnificent field of research. Of the metaphysical and religious theories which have been built upon the facts here stated, I have nothing to say in this place. The facts are not at the disposition of all. From the nature of the subject each man must be his own witness. I was once twitted by some shallow-pated person with the fact that my position cannot be demonstrated in the laboratory, and that therefore, save the mark, I must be a mystic, an occultist, a theosophist, a mystery-monger, and what-not. I am none of these. The above criticism applies to every psychologist that ever wrote, and to the man who makes the criticism by the fact of his making it. I can only say you have your own laboratory and apparatus, your mind, and if the room is dirty and the apparatus ill put together, you have certainly not me to blame for it. The facts being of individual importance, then, there is little use if I detail the results of my own experience. And the reason for this reticence, for I plead guilty to reticence, that to explain would damage the very apparatus whose use I am advocating. For did I say that such and such a practice leads one to see a blue pig, the suggestion is sufficient to cause one class of people to see a blue pig where none existed, and another to deny or suspect the blue pig where it really appeared, though the latter alternative is unlikely. The conscious phenomenon, and the bliss, is of so stupendous and well-defined a nature, that I cannot imagine any preconceived idea powerful enough to diminish it appreciably. But for the sake of the former class I hold my tongue. On the advisability of so doing I am open to conviction. The scientific mind, I might argue, will not readily fall into that error, and for the others, they will be useless as a research phalanx, and may as well see blue pigs and be happy as not. In the past, no doubt, research has been choked by the multitude of pseudo-blue pig people. From the Theosophical Society to the Golden Dawn, we must distinguish by methods, not by results. A.C. I trust it is now perfectly clear, if my statements are accepted, and I can only most seriously assure you that honest, laborious experiment will be found to verify them in every particular, that whatever arguments are brought forward destructive of the reality of dhyana apply with far more force to the normal state, and it is evident that to deny the latter seriously is ipso facto to become unserious. Whether the normal testimony may be attacked from above, by insisting on the superior reality of dhyana, and a fortiori of samadhi, which I have not experienced, and consequently do not treat of, being content to accept the highly probable statements of those who profess to know, and who have so far not deceived me, i.e. as to dhyana, is a question which is not pertinent to the present argument to discuss. The gravest doubts assail me on further examination of this point. I am now, 1906, convinced that the experiences to which I refer constitute samadhi. The accursed pedantry of the pundits has led to the introduction of 1,000 useless subtleties in philosophical terminology, the despair alike of the translator and the investigator, until he realizes that it is pedantry, and as worthless as the rest of Oriental literature in all matters of exactitude. I shall, however, suggest certain ideas in the following section, in which I propose to discuss the most famous of the Buddhist meditations, Mahasatipatthana, its method, objects, and results. 8. Mahasatipatthana. This meditation differs fundamentally from the usual Hindu methods by the fact that the mind is not restrained to the contemplation of a single object, and therefore is no interference with the natural functions of the body as there is, e.g. in pranayama. It is essentially an observation practice, which later assumes an analytical aspect in regard to the question, what is it that is really observed? The ego idea is resolutely excluded from the start, and so far Mr. Herbert Spencer will have nothing to object. Principles of Psychology, Volume 2, page 404. The breathing, motions of walking, etc., are merely observed and recorded. For instance, one may sit down quietly and say, there is an indrawing of the breath, there is an expiration, etc., or walking, there is a raising of the right foot, and so on, just as it happens. The thought is of course not quick enough to know all the movements or their subtle causes. For example, we cannot describe the complicated muscular contractions, etc., but this is not necessary. Concentrate on some series of simple movements. When this, through habit, becomes intuitive so that the thought is really, there is a raising as opposed to I raise, the latter being in reality a complex and adult idea, as philosophers have often shown, ever since Descartes fell into the trap, one may begin to analyze as explained above, and the second stage is, there is a sensation, Vedana, of a raising, etc. Sensations are further classed as pleasant or unpleasant. When this is the true intuitive instantaneous testimony of consciousness, so that there is a raising, etc., is rejected as a palpable lie, why should you expect Vedana to make Rupa appear illusory? Asked a friend of mine, on reading through the manuscript of this essay. The reason of my omission to explain is that to me it had seemed obvious. The fact had been assimilated. To meditate on anything is to perceive its unreal nature. Notably, this is so in concentrating on parts of the body such as the nose. On this phenomenon the Hindus have based their famous aphorism, that which can be thought is not true. A.C. We proceed to Sanya, perception. There is a perception of a pleasant or unpleasant sensation of a raising, etc. When this has become intuitive, why, here's a strange result. The emotions of pain and pleasure have vanished. They are sub-included in the lesser skandha of Vedana, and Sanya is free from them. And to him who can live in this third stage, and live so forever, there is no more pain, only an intense interest, similar to that which has enabled men of science to watch and note the progress of their own death agony. Unfortunately, the living in such a state is conditional on sound mental health, interminable by disease or death at any moment. Were it not so, the first noble truth would be a lie. The two further stages, Sankhara and Vijnanam, pursue the analysis to its ultimation. There is a consciousness of a tendency to perceive the pleasant or unpleasant sensation of a raising of a right foot, being the final form. And I suppose no psychologist of any standing will quarrel with this. I deal with Mr. Spencer and transfigured realism in a note at the end of this section. Reasoning, in fact, leads us to this analysis. The Buddhist goes further only insofar as he may be said to knock down the scaffolding of reasoning processes and to assimilate the actual truth of the matter. It is the difference between the schoolboy who painfully construes balbus murum aedificavit and the Roman who announces that historic fact without a thought of his grammar. I have called this meditation the most famous of the Buddhist meditations, because it is stated by the Buddha himself that if one practices it honestly and intelligibly, a result is certain, and he says this of no other. I have personally not found the time to devote myself strenuously to this Mahasatipatthana, and the statements here made are those derived from reason and not from experience. But I can say that the unreality of the grosser Rupa relative to the subtler Vedana, and still more subtle Sanya, becomes rapidly apparent, and I can only conclude that with time and trouble the process would continue. What will occur when one reaches the final stage of Vijnanam and finds no Atman behind it? Surely the Vijnanam stage will soon seem as unreal as the former have become. It is idle to speculate, but if I may escape the imputation of explaining the obscure by the more obscure, I may hint that such a person may be very near the state called nirvana, whatever may be meant by this term. And I am convinced in my own mind that the Ananda bliss of dhyana will surely arise long before one has passed even up to Sankhara. And for the reality, 'twill be a brave jest, my masters, to fling back on the materialists that terrible jibe of Voltaire's at the mystery-mongers of his day. Els nient ce qui est, et expliquent ce qui ne est pas. Note to Section 8, Transfigured Realism. I will not waste my own time and that of my readers by any lengthy discussion of Mr. Herbert Spencer's Transfigured Realism. I will not, or maybe now, point out in greater detail how he proposes, by a change of reasoning, to overthrow the conclusions he admits as being those of reason. But his statement that idealism is but verbally intelligible is for my purpose the most admirable thing he could have said. He is wrong in saying that idealists are bewildered by their own terminology. The fact is that idealist conclusions are presented directly to consciousness when that consciousness is dionic. Cf. Section 11. Nothing is clearer to my mind that the great difficulty habitually experienced by the normal mind in the assimilation of metaphysics is due to the actual lack of experience in the mind of the reader of the phenomena discussed. I will go so far as to say that perhaps Mr. Spencer himself is so bitter because he himself has actual experience of transfigured realism as a directly presented phenomenon. For if he supposes that the normal healthy mind can perceive what he perceives, Berkeley's argument must seem to him mere wanton stupidity. I class the Hindu philosophy with the idealist, the Buddhistic faith with that of Mr. Herbert Spencer. The great difference between the two being that the Buddhists recognize clearly these or similar conclusions as phenomena. Mr. Spencer, inconsistently enough, only as truths verified by a higher and more correct reasoning than that of his opponents. We recognize with Berkeley that reason teaches us that the testimony of consciousness is untrue. It is absurd, with Spencer, to refute reason. Instead, we take means to bring consciousness to a sense of its improbity. Now our empiric diagnosis is that it is the dissipation of mind that is chiefly responsible for its untruthfulness. We seek also by empiric means, alas, to control it, to concentrate it, to observe more accurately. Has this source of possible error been sufficiently recognized? What its testimony really is? Experience has taught me, so far as I have been able to, that reason and consciousness have met together. Apprehension and analysis have kissed one another. The reconciliation, in fact, remember and not in words, is at least so nearly perfect that I can confidently predict that a further pursuit of the empirically indicated path will surely lead to a still further and higher unity. The realization of the hopes held out by the hypothesis is then of clear evidential value in support of that hypothesis, empiric as it was and is. But with the growth and gathering together, classifying, criticism of our facts, we are well on the way to erect a surer structure on a broader basis. 9. Agnosticism. It should be clearly understood and well remembered that throughout all these meditations and ideas, there is no necessary way to any orthodox ontology whatever. As to the way of salvation, we are not to rely on the Buddha. The vicious lie of vicarious atonement finds no place here. The Buddha himself does not escape the law of causation. If this be metaphysics, so far Buddhism is metaphysical, but no further. While denying obvious lies, it does not set up dogmas. All its statements are susceptible of proof. A child can assent to all the more important. And this is agnosticism. We have a scientific religion. How far would Newton have got if he stuck to Tycho Brahe as the one guide? How far the Buddha had he revered the Vedas with blind faith? Or how far can we proceed even from partial truth unless a perfectly open mind be kept regarding it, aware that some new phenomenon may possibly overthrow our most fundamental hypotheses? Give me a reasonable proof of some intelligent existence which is not liable to sorrow, and I will throw the first noble truth to the dogs without a pang. And, knowing this, how splendid is it to read the grand words uttered more than 2,000 years ago. Therefore, O Ananda, be ye lamps unto yourselves. Be ye a refuge to yourselves. Betake yourselves to no external refuge. Hold fast to the truth as lamp. Hold fast as a refuge to the truth. Look not for refuge to any one besides yourselves. Maha Parinibbana Sutta 2:33. Into such seekers only does the Buddha promise the very topmost height, if only they are anxious to learn. This is the cornerstone of Buddhism. Can scientific men deny their assent to these words when they look back on the history of thought in the West? The torture of Bruno, the shame of Galileo, the obscurantism of the schoolmen, the mystery of the hard-pressed priests, the weapons carnal and spiritual of stake and rack, the labyrinths of lying and vile intrigue by which science, the child, was deformed, distorted, stunted, in the interest of contrary proposition. If you ask me why you should be Buddhists and not indifferentists as you are now, I tell you that I come, however unworthy, to take up the sword that Huxley wielded. I tell you that the oppressor of science in her girlhood is already at work to ravish her virginity, that a moment's hesitation, idleness, security, may force us back from the positions so hardly won. Are we never to go forward, moreover? Are our children still to be taught as facts the stupid and indecent fables of the Old Testament? Fables that the Archbishop of Canterbury himself would indignantly repudiate? Are minds to be warped early, the scientific method and imagination checked, the logical faculty thwarted, thousands of workers lost each year to science? And the way to do this is not only through the negative common sense of indifference. Organize, organize, organize. For a flag we offer you the stainless lotus banner of the Buddha, in defense of which no drop of blood has ever been, nor ever will be shed. A banner under which you will join forces with 500 millions of your fellow men. And you will not be privates in the army. For you the highest place, the place of leaders, waits. As far as the triumphs of the intellect are concerned, it is to Western science that we look. Your achievements have shattered the battle array of dogma and despotism. Your columns roll in triumphant power through the breaches of false metaphysics and baseless logic. You have fought that battle, and the laurels are on your brows. The battle was fought by us more than 2,000 years ago. The authority of the Vedas, the restrictions of caste, were shattered by the invulnerable sword of truth in Buddha's hand. We are your brothers. But in the race of intellect we have fallen behind a little. Will you take no interest in us, who have been your comrades? To science Buddhism agrees. Lead us, reform us, give us clear ideas of nature and her laws. Give us that basis of irrefragable logic and wide knowledge that we need, and march with us into the universe. The Buddhist faith is not a blind faith. Its truths are obvious to all who are not blinded by the spectacles of bibliolatry and deafened by the clamor of priests, presbyters, ministers, whatever name they choose for themselves. We can at least put them aside in one great class, the thought stiflers. And these truths are those which we have long accepted, and to which you have recently and hardly won. It is to men of your stamp, men of independent thought, of keen ecstasy of love of knowledge, of practical training, that the Buddha-Sanana Samgama appeals, or International Buddhist Society founded in Rangoon in 1903. It is time that Buddhism reformed itself from within, though its truths be held untarnished, and even this is not everywhere the case. Its methods, its organization, are sadly in need of repair. Research must be done, men must be perfected, error must be fought. And if in the West a great Buddhist society is built up of men of intellect, of the men in whose hands the future lies, there is then an awakening, a true redemption, of the weary and forgetful empires of the East. 10. The Noble Eightfold Path. To return from our little digression to the original plan of our essay, it is time to note the Noble Eightfold Path, referred to and its considerations deferred in Section 3. In this fourth noble truth we approach the true direction of Buddhism. Progress is but another word for change. Is it possible to move in a direction whose goal is the changeless? The answer is yeah and amen, and it is detailed in the Noble Eightfold Path, of which I propose to give a short resume. First, however, of the goal. It may be readily syllogized. All existing things are, by nature, inevitably subject to change. In nirvana is no change. No existing thing is or can be in nirvana. Now here is the great difficulty, for this syllogism is perfectly sound, and yet we speak of attaining nirvana, tasting nirvana, etc. We must distinguish the Hindu nirvana, which means cessation of existence in certain lokas, never absolute cessation, as the Buddhist tradition. The etymology and the logical value alike require for the word as applied to the Buddhist goal. See Childer's Pali Dictionary, subvoce nibbana. The explanation is really as follows. Only by this term nirvana can we foreshadow to you the reality. For even as the dawn of dhyana is indescribable in language, a fortiori nirvana is so. To give an example, for that something of the sort is necessary, I freely admit. To defend so apparently mystical a statement, I may give the following from my own experience. In a certain meditation one day I recorded, I was, A. Consciousness of external things seen behind after my nose had vanished. B. Consciousness that I was not conscious of these things. These, A and B, were simultaneous. I subsequently discovered this peculiar state of consciousness classified in the Abhidhamma. That it is a contradiction in terms I am perfectly aware. To assign any meaning to it is frankly beyond me, but I am as certain that such a state once existed in me as I am of anything. Similarly with nirvana in its definition. The Arhat knows what it is and describes it by its accidentals, such as bliss. I may raise very reluctantly a protest against the idea of Professor Rhys-Davids, if I have understood him aright, that nirvana is the mental state resulting from the continuous practice of all the virtues and methods of thought characteristic of Buddhism. No, nirvana is a state belonging to a different plane, to a higher dimension than anything we can at present conceive of. It has perhaps its analogies and correspondences on the normal planes, and so shall we find of the steps as well as of the goal. Even the simple first step, which every true Buddhist has taken, samadhi, is a very different thing from the point of view of an arhat. The Buddha stated expressly that none but an arhat could really comprehend the Dhamma, and so for all the 8 stages as regards their obvious meaning on the moral plane, I can do no better than quote my friend Bhikkhu Ananda Metteya in his 4 Noble Truths. He who has attained by force of pure understanding to the realization of the 4 Noble Truths, who has realized the fact that depends from that understanding, namely that all the constituents of being are by nature endowed with the 3 characteristics of sorrow, transitoriness, and absence of any immortal principle or Atma, such a one is said to be samadhi, to hold right views, and the term has come to mean one of the Buddhist faith. We may not have taken the other and higher steps on the Noble Eightfold Path, but must have realized these 4 truths in their sequential 3 characteristics. He who has attained samadhi has at least entered upon the holy way, and if he but try, there will come to him the power to overcome the other fetters that restrict his progress. But first of all he must abandon all those false hopes and beliefs, and one who has done this is called a Buddhist. And this holding of right views, in Pali samadhi, is the first step upon the Noble Eightfold Path. The second stage is right aspiration, sammasankappa. Having realized the woe and transitoriness and soullessness of all life, there rises in the mind this right aspiration. When all things suffer, we at least will not increase their burden, so we aspire to become pitiful and loving, to cherish ill will toward none, to retire from those pleasures of sense which are the fruitful cause of woe. The will, we all know, is even readier than the mind, and so, though we aspire to renounce the pleasures of sense, to love and pity all that lives, yet perhaps we often fail in the accomplishment of our aspiration. But if the desire to become pitiful and pure be but honest and earnest, we have gained the second step upon the path, samasankappo, right aspiration. He whose motives are pure has no need to conceal the truth. He who truly loves and who has a malice towards none will ever speak only fair and soft words. By a man's speech do we learn his nature, and that one whose right aspirations are bearing fruit attains to the third step, right speech, samavaka. Speaking only the truth in all things, never speaking harshly or unkindly, in his speech realizing the love and pity that is in his heart, that man has attained to stage the third. And because of the great power of a man's thoughts and words to change his being, because by thinking of the pitiful, our acts grow full of mercy, therefore is stage the fourth called right conduct. To him who has gained this fourth stage, his intense aspiration, his right understanding, his carefully guarded speech, perhaps for many years of self-control, have at last borne outward fruit, till all his acts are loving and pure, and done without hope of gain. He has attained the fourth step, called samakamanto. And when, growing yet holier, that habit of right action grows firm and inalienable, when his whole life is filled for the faith that is in him, when every act of his daily life, yea, of his sleep also, is set to a holy purpose, when not one thought or deed that is cruel or unpitiful can stain his being, when not even as a duty will he inflict pain by deed, word, or thought, then he has gained the fifth high path, the living of the life that's right, sama ajivo. Abstaining from all that can cause pain, he has become blameless, and can live only by such occupations as can bring no sorrow in their train. From my point of view, this is of course impossible. See Section 3. If willful infliction of pain only is meant, our state becomes moral, or even worse, mystical. I should prefer to cancel this sentence. Cf. Appendix 1. AC, the three characteristics, TS. To him who has lived so, say the holy books, there comes a power which is unknown to ordinary men. Long training and restraint have given him conquest of his mind, and he can now bring all his powers with tremendous force to bear upon any one object he may have in view. In this ability so to use the energies of his being to put forth a constant and tremendous effort of the will, marks the attainment of the sixth stage, samavayamo, usually translated right effort, but perhaps right willpower would come nearer to the meaning, or right energy, for effort has been made even to attain samadhi. It is, of course, a special kind of effort, not mere struggle. And this power being gained by its use, he is enabled to concentrate all his thoughts and hold them always upon one object. Waking or sleeping, he remembers who he is and what his high aim in life. And this constant recollection and keeping in mind of holy things is the seventh stage, samasati. And by the power of his transcendent faculty, rising through the 8 high trances to the very threshold of nirvana, he at last, in the trance called nirodha samapatti, attains even in this life to the deathless shore of nirvana, by the power of samasamadhi, right concentration. Such a one has finished the path. He has destroyed the cause of all his chain of lives, and has become arhat, a saint, a Buddha himself. But none knows better than the venerable Bhikkhu himself, as indeed he makes clear with regard to the steps samavayamo and above. that these interpretations are but reflections of those upon a higher plane, the scientific plane. They are, I have little doubt, for those who have attained to them, mnemonic keys to whole classes of phenomena of the order anciently denominated magical, phenomena which, since the human mind has had its present constitution, have been translated into language, classified, sought after, always above language, but not beyond a sane and scientific classification, a rigid and satisfactory method, as I most firmly believe. It is to establish such a method, to record in the language, not of the temple, but of the laboratory, its results, that I make this appeal, that I seek to enlist genuine, not pseudo-scientific men in the research, so that our children may be as far in advance of us in the study of the supernormal phenomena of the mind as we are in advance of our fathers in the sciences of the physical world. A few weeks after writing these words, I came across the following passage in Tyndall's Scientific Materialism, which I had not previously read. 2/3 of the rays emitted by the sun fail to arouse the sense of vision. The rays exist, but the visual organ requisite for their translation into light does not exist. And so, from this region of darkness and mystery, which now surrounds us, rays may now be darting, which require but the development of the proper intellectual organs to translate them into knowledge as far surpassing ours as ours surpasses that of the wallowing reptiles, which once held possession of this planet. A.C. Note carefully this practical sense of my intention. I care nothing for the academic meanings of the steps in the path. What they meant to the Arhats of old is indifferent to me. Let the dead past bury its dead. What I require is an advance in the knowledge of the great problem, derived no longer from hearsay revelation, from exalted fanaticism, from hysteria and intoxication, but from method and research. Shut the temple, open the laboratory. 11. The Twilight of the Germans. A note showing the necessity and scope of the work in question. It is a commonplace of scientific men that metaphysics is mostly moonshine, that it is largely an argument in a circle cannot easily be disputed, that the advance, since Aristotle is principally verbal, none may doubt, that no parallel advance to that of science has been made in the last 50 years is certain. The reason is obvious. Philosophy has had two legitimate weapons, introspection and reason, and introspection is not experiment. The mind is a machine that reasons. Here are its results. Very good. Can it do anything else? This is the question not only of the Buddhist, but of the Hindu, of the Mohammedan, of the mystic. All try their various methods. All attain results of sorts. None have had the genuine training which would have enabled them to record those results in an intelligible, orderly form. Others deliberately set their face against such an attempt. I am not of them. Humanity has grown up. If the knowledge be dangerous in unexpected ways, what of bacteriology? I have obtained one result, a result striking at the very condition of consciousness, which I may formulate as follows. If a single state of consciousness persists unchanged for a period exceeding a very few seconds, its duality is annihilated. Its nature is violently overthrown. This phenomenon is accompanied by an indescribable sensation of bliss. Very well, but I want this formula verified 100 times, 1,000 times, by independent investigators. I want it better stated, its conditions modified, defined exactly. I want it to leave its humble station as my observation, and put into the class of regular phenomena. But I am verging back towards Hindu philosophy, and it is a reminder well needed at this moment. For this experience of the destruction of duality, this first phenomenon in the series, has in all its illusory beauty been seized upon, generalized from, by philosophers, and it is to this basis of partial and therefore deceptive fact that we owe the systems of Vedanta and idealism, with their grotesque assumptions and muddle-headed reconcilements all complete. One fact, O Sri Sankaracharya, does not make a theory. Let us remember your fate, and avoid generalizing on insufficient evidence. With this word of warning, I leave the metaphysician to wallow in his mire, and look toward better times for the great problems of philosophy. Remember that when the solution is attained, it is not the solution of one learned man for his fellows, but one realized and assimilated by every man in his own consciousness. In what the solution may be, none of us can foreshadow. To hoist the problem onto the horns of a dilemma, when A equals A may be no longer true, and this by no Hegelian word juggle, but by direct apperception as clear as the sun at noon. Therefore, no work more, but to the work. 12. The Three Refuges. Buddha Saranangachami, Dhammam Saranangachami, Sangham Saranangachami. I take my refuge in the Buddha. I take my refuge in the Dhamma. I take my refuge in the Sangha. This formula of adhesion to Buddhism is daily repeated by countless millions of humanity. What does it mean? It is no vain profession of reliance on others, no cowardly shirking of burdens which cannot be shirked. It is a plain estimate of our auxiliaries in the battle, the cosmic facts on which we may rely. Just as a scientist relies on the conservation of energy in making an experiment. Were that principle of uncertain application, the simplest quantitative experiment would break hopelessly down. So for the Buddhist, I take my refuge in the Buddha. That there was once a man who found the way is my encouragement. I take my refuge in the Dhamma, the law underlying phenomena and its unchanging certainty, the law given by the Buddha to show us the way, the inevitable tendency to persistence in motion or rest, and persistence even in motion negates change in consciousness. These observed orders of fact are our basis. I take my refuge in the Sangha. These are not isolated efforts on my part, although in one sense isolation is eternally perfect and can never be overcome, i.e. on normal planes. In another sense, associates are possible and desirable. 1/3 of humanity are Buddhists. Add men of science, and we form an absolute majority. Among Buddhists, a very large proportion have deliberately gone out from social life of any kind to tread these paths of research. Is the way very hard? Is the brain tired? The results slow to come? Others are working, failing, struggling, crowned here and there with rare garlands of success. Success for ourselves, success for others. Is it not compassion that binds us closer than all earthly ties? In joy and in sorrow, in weakness and in strength, do I take my refuge in the Sangha. 13. Conclusion. Let me give a rapid resume of what we have gone through. We have stripped science and Buddhism of their accidental garments, and administered a rebuke to those who so swathe them. B. We have shown the identity of science and Buddhism in respect of 1. Their fact, 2. Their theory, 3. Their method, 4. Their enemies. C. While thus admitting Buddhism to merely a branch of science, we have shown it to be a most important branch, since its promise is to break down the walls at which science stops. When Professor Ray Lancaster has to write, the whole order of nature, including living and lifeless matter, man, animal, and gas, is a network of mechanism, the main features and many details of which have been made more or less obvious to the wondering intelligence of mankind by the labor and ingenuity of scientific investigators. But no sane man has ever pretended, since science became a definite body of doctrine, that we know or ever can hope to know, or conceive of the possibility of knowing, whence this mechanism has come, why it is there, whither it is going, and what there may or may not be beyond and beside it, which our senses are incapable of appreciating. These themes are not explained by science and never can be. He gives a curious example of that quaint scientific pride which knows the limits of its powers and refuses to entertain the hope of transcending them. Unfortunately, he is as one who, 100 years ago, should have declared any knowledge of the chemistry of the fixed stars impossible. To invent new methods and to revolutionize the functions of the senses by training or otherwise is the routine work of tomorrow. See note, page 98. But alas, he goes even further. Similarly, we seek by the study of cerebral disease to trace the genesis of the phenomena which are supposed by some physicists to have strayed into biological fields, to justify them in announcing the discovery of telepathy and a belief in ghosts. To talk of cerebral disease as the characteristic of one who merely differs from you, and that because he has more knowledge than yourself, is itself a symptom familiar to alienists. I may say I hold no brief for Professor Lodge, here attacked. I am not even interested in any of his results, as such of them as I am acquainted with deal with objective and trivial phenomena. Of course, as long as what Darwin called variation is called disease by Professor Ray Lancaster, we shall, if we accept his views, and it will go hard with us if we do not, regard all progress in any direction as morbid. So, as with Lombroso, disease will become a mere word, like its predecessor, infidelity, and cease to carry any obloquy. If science is never to go beyond its present limits, if the barriers which metaphysical speculation shows to exist are never to be transcended, then indeed we are thrown back on faith, and all the rest of the nauseous mess of medieval superstition, and we may just as well have vital principle and creative power as not, for science cannot help us. True, if we do not use all the methods at our disposal, but we go beyond. We admit that all mental methods known are singularly liable to illusion and inaccuracy of any sort. So were the early determinations of specific heat. Even biologists have erred. But to the true scientist, every failure is a stepping stone to success. Every mistake is the key to a new truth. And the history of our science is the history of all science. If you choose to ape Christendom and put the pioneers of rational investigation into the nature of consciousness on the rack, i.e. into lunatic asylums, I do not doubt we shall find our Bruno. But it will add an additional pang that persecution will come from the house of our friends. Let us, however, turn away from the aspect of criticism which an accidental controversy has thus caused me to notice, and so to anticipate the obvious line of attack which the more frivolous type of critic will employ, and return to our proper business, the summary of our own position with regard to Buddhism. Buddhism is a logical development of the observed facts. Whoso is with me, so far, is Samadhithi, and has taken the first step on the Noble Eightfold Path. Let him aspire to knowledge, and the second step is under his feet. The rest lies with research. Om. I take my refuge wholly in the light and peace of Buddha. Om. I take my refuge slowly working out his law of good. Om. I take my refuge lowly in his pitying brotherhood. 1902. The Three Characteristics. Listen to the Jataka, said the Buddha, and all they gave ear. Long ago, when King Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the common formula for beginning a Jataka, or story of a previous incarnation of the Buddha, Brahmadatta reigned 120,000 years. It came to pass that there lived under his admirable government a weaver named Suraj Ju, and his wife Chandi, the sun and the moon. And in the fullness of her time did she give birth to a man-child, and they called him Perdu ar Abu, Perdurabo, Crowley's motto. Now the child grew, and the tears of the mother fell, and the wrath of the father waxed, for by no means would the boy strive in his trade of weaving. The loom went merrily, but to the rhythm of a mantra, and the silk slipped through his hands, but as if one told his beads. Wherefore the work was marred, and the hearts of the parents were woe because of him. But it is written that misfortune knoweth not the hour to cease, and that the seed of sorrow is as the seed of the banyan tree. It groweth and is of stature as a mountain, and, it shooteth down fresh roots into the aching earth. For the boy grew and became a man, and his eyes kindled with the lust of life and love, and the desire stirred him to see the round world and its many marvels. Wherefore he went forth, taking his father's store of gold, laid up for him against that bitter day, and he took fair maidens, and was their servant, and he builded a fine house, and dwelt therein, and he took no thought, but he said, Here is a change indeed. Now it came to pass that after many years he looked upon his love, the bride of his heart, the rose of his garden, the jewel of his rosary, and behold, the olive loveliness of smooth skin was darkened, and the flesh lay loose, and the firm breasts dropped, and the eyes had lost alike the gleam of joy and the sparkle of laughter, and the soft glow of love. And he was mindful of his word, and said in sorrow, Here is then a change indeed. And he turned his thought to himself, and saw that in his heart was also a change, so that he cried, Who then am I? And he saw that all this was sorrow. And he turned his thought without, and saw that all things were alike in this, that naught might escape the threefold misery. The soul, he said, the soul, the I, is as all these. It is impermanent as the ephemeral flower of beauty in the water that is born and shines, and dies ere sun be risen and set again. And he humiliated his heart and sang the following verse. Brahma and Vishnu and great Shiva, truly, I see the Trinity in all things dwell, some rightly tinged of heaven, others duly pitched down the steep and precipice of hell. Nay, not your glory ye from fable borrow. These three I see in spirit and in sense. These three, O miserable, see sorrow, absence of ego, and impermanence. And at a rhythm he swooned, for his old mantra surged up in the long-sealed vessels of subconscious memory, and he fell into the calm ocean of a great meditation. 2. Ihi Eor, Allan McGregor Bennett, whose motto in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was Ihi Eor, i.e. Let there be light, now Ananda Metteya, to whom the volume in which this story was issued is inscribed. Ihi Eor was a mighty magician. His soul was dark and evil, and his lust was of life and power, and of the wreaking of hatred upon the innocent. And it came to pass that he gazed upon a ball of crystal, wherein were shown him all the fears of the time unborn as yet on earth. And by his art he saw Perdurabo, who had been his friend. For do what he should, the crystal showed always the sensual and frivolous youth as a fear to him, even to him the mighty one. But the selfish and evil are cowards. They fear shadows. And Ihi Eor scorned not his art. Roll on in time, thou ball, he cried. Move down the stream of years, timeless and hideous servant of my will. Taftatharath, or Taftartharath, the spirit of Mercury. He sounded the triple summons, the mysterious syllables that bound the spirit to the stone. Then suddenly the crystal grew a blank, and thereby the foiled wizard knew that which threatened his power, his very life, was so high and holy that the evil spirit could perceive it not. Avaunt, he shrieked, false soul of darkness, and the crystal flashed up red and swarthy red of hate in a man's cheek, and darkened utterly. Foaming at the mouth, the wretched Ihi Eor clutched at air and fell prone. 3. To what god should he appeal? His own, Hanuman, was silent. Sacrifice, prayer, all were in vain. So Ahi-Aor gnashed his teeth, and his whole force went out in a mighty current of hate towards his former friend. Now hate hath power, though not the power of love. So it came about that in his despair he fell into a trance, and in the trance Mara appeared to him, the archdevil of the Buddhists. Never before had his spells availed to call so fearful a potency from the abyss of matter. Son, cried the accursed one, 7 days of hate unmarred by passion milder, 7 days without one thought of pity, these avail to call me forth. Slay me, my enemy, howled the wretch. But Mara trembled, inquire of Ganesha concerning him. Faltered at last the fiend. Ahi-Aor awoke. 4. Yes, said Ganesha gloomily, the young man has given me up altogether. He tells me I am as mortal as he is, as he doesn't mean to worry about me any more. Alas, sighed the deceitful Ahi-Aor, who cared no more for Ganesha and any indignities that might be offered him that his enemy did. One of my best devotees, too, muttered, or rather trumpeted, the elephantine anachronism. You see, said the wily wizard, I saw Perdu Abu the other day, and he said that he had become Sratapati. Now that's pretty serious. In 7 births only, if he but pursue the path, he will cease to be reborn. So you have only that time in which to win him back to your worship. The cunning sorcerer did not mention that within time also must his own ruin be accomplished. What do you advise? Asked the irritated and powerful but unintelligent deity. Time is your friend, said the enchanter. Let your influence be used in the halls of birth, that each birth may be as long as possible. Now the elephant is the longest lived of all the beasts. Done with you, said Ganesha in great glee, but the idea struck him as ingenious, and he lumbered off to clinch the affair at once, and Perdu Abu died. 5. Now the great elephant strode with lordly footsteps in the forest, and Ahi-Aor shut himself up with his cauldrons and things and felt quite happy, for he knew his danger was not near till the approaching of Perdu Abu's arhatship. But in spite of the young, gently ambling cows which Ganesha shook care to throw in his way, in spite of the tender shoots of green and the soft coconuts, this elephant was not as another elephant's. The seasons spoke to him of change. The forest is ever full of sorrow, and nobody need preach to him the absence of an ego, for the brutes have had more sense than ever to imagine there was one. So the tusker was usually to be found, still as a rock, in some secluded place, meditating on the 3 characteristics. And when Ganesha appeared in all his glory, he found him to his disgust quite free from elephantomorphism. In fact, he quietly asked the god to leave him alone. Now he was still quite a young elephant, when there came into the jungle, tripping merrily along, with a light-hearted song in its nucleolus, no less than a bacillus. And the elephant died. He was only 17 years old. 6. A brief consultation, and the Sratapati was reincarnated as a parrot. For the parrot, said the wicked Ahi-Aor, may live 500 years and never feel it. So a grey wonder of wings flitted into the jungle. So a joyous bird, thought the god, could not but be influenced by the ordinary passions and yield to such majesty as his own. But one day there came into the jungle a strange wild figure. He was a man dressed in the weird Tibetan fashion. He had red robes and hat and thought dark things. He whirled a prayer wheel in his hands, and ever as he went he muttered the mystic words, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, the jewel in the lotus, Om, the most famous of the Buddhist formularies. The parrot, who had never heard human speech, tried to mimic the old Lama, and was amazed at his success. Pride first seized the bird, but it was not long before the words had their own effect, and it was in meditation upon the conditions of existence that he eternally repeated the formula. At home at distant Ingliston, an old lady and a grey parrot in a cage. The parrot was still muttering inaudibly the sacred mantra, Now, the moment of destiny was at hand. The four noble truths shone out in that parrot's mind. The three characteristics appeared luminous, like three specters on a murderer's grave. Unable to contain himself, he recited aloud the mysterious sentence. The old lady, whatever may have been her faults, could act promptly. She rang the bell. "Sarah," said she, "take away that dreadful creature. Its language is positively awful." "What shall I do with it, Mum?" asked the general. "Om mani padme hum," said the parrot. The old lady stopped her ears. "Wring its neck," she said. The parrot was only 8 years old. 7. "You're a muddle and an idiot," said the infuriated god. "Why not make him a spiritual thing?" "Make him a knot, then." A knot lives 10,000 years, the Burmese name for an elemental spirit. "Make him a knot, then," said the magician, already beginning to fear that fate would be too strong for him, in spite of all his cunning. "There's someone working against us on the physical plane. We must transcend it." No sooner said than done. A family of knots in a big tree at Anuradhapura had a little stranger, very welcome to Mama and Papa Knot. Blessed indeed was the family. 45 feet away stood a most ancient and holy dagoba. The government, in the interests of Buddhists themselves, reserve all ground within 50 feet of a dagoba. The incident described in this section actually occurred in 1901. And the children of light would gather round it in the cool of the evening or in the misty glamour of dawn, and turn forth in love and pity towards all mankind, nay, to the smallest grain of dust tossed on the utmost storms of the Sahara. Blessed and more blessed, for one day became a holy Bhikkhu for the land of the peacock, Siam, and would take up his abode in the hollow of their very tree. And little Perdu Ar Abu used to keep the mosquitoes away with the gossamer of his wings, so that the good man might be at peace. Now the British government abode in that land, and when it heard that there was a Bhikkhu living in a tree, and that the village folk brought him rice and onions and gramophones, it saw that it must not be. And little Perdu Ar Abu heard them talk, and learnt the great secret of impermanence and of sorrow, and the mystery of unsubstantiality. And the government evicted the Bhikkhu, and set guard, quite like the end of Genesis 3, and cut down the tree. And all the gnats perished. Ahiaor heard and trembled. Perdu Ar Abu was only 3 years old. 8. It really seemed as if fate was against him, poor Ahiaor. In despair he cried to his partner, "O Ganesha, in the world of gods, only we shall be safe. Let him be born as a flute girl before Indra's throne." "Difficult is the task," replied the alarmed deity, "but I will use all my influence. I know a thing or two about Indra, for example." It was done. Beautiful was the young girl's face as she sprang mature from the womb of matter, on her life journey of 100,000 years. Of all Indra's flute girls, she played and sang the sweetest, yet ever some remembrance, dim as a pallid ghost, that fleets down the long avenues of deodar in moonlight, stole in her brain, and her song was ever of love and death, and music from beyond. And one day as she sang thus, the deep truth stole into being, and she knew the noble truths. So she turned her flute to the new song, when, horror, there was a mosquito in the flute. Tootle tootle she began, buzz buzz, went the mosquito from the very vitals of her delicate tube. Indra was not unprovided with a disc. Alas, Ahiaor, art thou already in the toils? She had only lived 8 months. A whirling disc is Indra's symbolic weapon. 9. "How you bungle," growled Ganesha. "Fortunately we are better off this time. Indra has been guillotined for his dastardly murder, so his place is vacant. Eureka's," yelled the magus. "His very virtue will save him from his predecessor's fate. Behold, Perdu Ar Abu then as Indra. But oh, dear me, what a memory he was getting. It seems to me," he mused, "that I've been changing a lot lately. Well, I am virtuous, and I read in Crowley's new translation of the Dhammapada that virtue is the thing to keep one steady." He abandoned this. A few fragments are reprinted in his oracles. So I think I may look forward to a tenure of my Mahakalpa in almost Arcadian simplicity. Lady Bhavani, did you say, boy? Yes, I am at home. Bring the betel, Geldy, he added, with some dim recollection of the British government when he was a baby not. The Queen of Heaven and the Lord of the Gods chewed betel for quite a long time, conversed of the weather, the crops, and the affaire Humbert, and the law in relation to motor cars, with ease and affability. But far was it from Indra's pious mind to flirt with his distinguished guest. Rather, he thought of the hollow nature of the safe, the change of money and of position, the sorrow of the two confiding bankers, and above all, the absence of an ego in the brothers Crawford. While he was thus musing, Bhavani got fairly mad at him. The sprete injuria formae gnawed at her vitals with pangs unassuageable. So, shaking him roughly by the arm, she put it to him straight. "Oh, madam," said Indra, "this part of the story has been told before, about Joseph," but Bhavani simply lolled her tongue out, opened her mouth, and gulped him down at a swallow. Ihe Aor simply wallowed. Indra had passed in 7 days. 10. "There is only one more birth," he groaned. "This time we must win or die." Goetia, the world of black magic, expects every god to do his duty. He excitedly lunographed to Swarga, heaven. But Ganesha was already on his way. The elephant-headed god was in great spirits. "Never say die," he cried genially, on beholding the downcast appearance of his fellow conspirator. "This'll break the slate. There is no change in the Arupa Brahmaloka, the highest heaven of the Hindu. Formless place of Brahma is its name." "Rupee me no rupees," howled the necromancer. "Get up, fool," roared the god. "I have got Perdu Arabu elected Maha Brahma." "Oh Lord, have you really?" said the wizard, looking a little less glum. "Eh," cried Ganesha, impassively. "Let Eon follow Eon down the vaulted and echoing corridors of eternity. Pile Mahakalpa upon Mahakalpa, until an Asankhya of crores have passed away." Innumerable, the highest unit of the fantastic Hindu arithmetic, Asankhya, and crores 10,000. "And Maha Brahma will still sit lone and meditate upon his lotus throne." "Good, good," said the magus, though there seems a reminiscence of the Bhagavad Gita and the Light of Asia somewhere. "Surely you don't read Edwin Arnold?" "I do," said the god disconsolately. "We Hindu gods have too. It's the only way we can get any clear idea of who we really are." Well, here was Perdu Arabu after his latest fiasco, installed as a worthy, respectable, perfect, ancient and accepted, just, regular Mahabrahma. His only business was to meditate. For as long as he did this, the worlds, the whole system of 10,000 worlds, would go on peaceably. Nobody had better read the lesson of the Bible, the horrible results to mankind of ill-timed, though possibly well-intentioned, interference on the part of a deity. Well, he curled himself up, which was rather clever for a formless abstraction, and began. There was a grave difficulty in his mind, an obstacle right away from the word jump. Of course, there was really a good deal. He didn't know where the 4 elements ceased, for example. See the witty legend in the Questions of King Melinda. But his own identity was the real worry. The other questions he could have stilled, but this was too near his pet chakra. Meditation may be performed on any of the 7 chakras, wheels or centers in the body. Here I am, he meditated, above all change, and yet an hour ago I was Indra, and before that his flute girl, and then a knot, and then a parrot, and then a hathi. Oh, the hathis pile and teak in the sludgy creek, sang Parameshvara. Why, it goes back and back, like a biograph out of order, and there's no sort of connection between one and the other. Hello, what's that? Why, there's a holy man near that bow tree. He'll tell me what it all means. Poor silly old Lord of the universe. Had he carried his memory back one more step, he'd have known all about Ihe Aor in the conspiracy, and that he was a Sratapati, and had only one more birth. and might well have put in the 311 trillion and 40 billion myriads of eons which would have elapsed before lunch in rejoicing over his imminent annihilation. "Venerable sir," said Mahabrahma, who had assumed the guise of a cowherd, "I kiss your worshipful trilbies," or feet. "I prostrate myself before your eminent respectability." "Sir," said the holy man, none other than our Lord himself, "thou seekest illumination." Mahabrahma smirked and admitted it. From negative to positive explained the thrice-honored one. Through potential existence eternally vibrates the divine absolute of the hidden unity of processional form massed in the eternal abyss of the unknowable, the synthetic hieroglyph of an illimitable, pastless, futureless present. To the uttermost bounds of space rushes the voice of ages, unheard of save in the concentrated unity of the thought-formulated abstract. And eternally that voice formulates a word which is glyphed in the vast ocean of limitless life. Do I make myself clear? Perfectly. This astonishing piece of bombastic drivel is verbatim from a note by S.L. Mathers to the Kabbalah Unveiled. Who would have thought it was all so simple? The god cleared his throat, and rather diffidently, even shamefacedly, went on. But what I really wished to know was about my incarnation. How is it I have so suddenly risen from change and death to the unchangeable? "Child," answered Gautama, "your facts are wrong. You can hardly expect to make correct deductions." "Yes, you can, if only your logical methods are unsound. That's the Christian way of getting truth." "True," replied the sage, "but precious little they get." "Learn, O Mahabrahma, for I penetrate this disguise, that all existing things, even from thee unto the grain of sand, possess three characteristics. These are mutability, sorrow, and unsubstantiability." "All right for the sand, but how about me?" "Why, they define me as unchangeable." "You can define a quirk as being a two-sided triangle," retorted the Savior, "but that does not prove the actual existence of any such oxymoron, or contradiction in terms. The truth is that you're a very spiritual sort of being and a prey to longevity. Men's lives are so short that yours seems eternal in comparison. But, why, you're a nice one to talk. You'll be dead in a week from now." "I quite appreciate the force of your remarks," said the seeming cowherd. "That about the characteristics is very clever, and curiously enough, my perception of this had always just preceded my death for the last 6 goes." "Well, so long, old chap," said Gautama. "I must really be off. I have an appointment with Brother Mara at the Bow Tree. He has promised to introduce his charming daughters. Goodbye, and don't do anything rash." "Rejoice, our Lord wended unto the tree." As blank verse, this scan but ill, but it clearly shows what happened. Arnold, Light of Asia. 11. The 19th Mahakalpa brought aught its April number. There was a paper by Hutslananda Swami. Mahabrahma had never been such more than an idea. He had only lived 6 days. 12. At the hour of the great initiation, continued the Buddha, in the midst of the 500,000 arhats, the wicked Ihe had joined himself with Mara to prevent the discovery of the truth, and in Mara's fall he fell. At that moment all the currents of his continued and concentrated hate recoiled upon him, and he fell into the abyss of being, and in the halls of birth he was cast out into the lowest hell. He became a clergyman of the Church of England, further than he had ever been before from truth and light and peace and love. Deeper and deeper enmeshed in the net of circumstance, bogged in the mire of tanha and avidya, ignorance and doubt, and all things base and vile. False Vichikichi had caught him at last. Bliss of non-existence, one of Crowley's Eastern names. 13. The hour was at hand. Perdu Arabu was reincarnated as a child of Western parents, ignorant of all his wonderful past. But a strange fate has brought him to this village. The Buddha paused, probably for effect. A young man there, sole among them, was not yet an arhat, turned pale. He alone was of Western birth in all that multitude. Brother Abhavananda, bliss of non-existence, one of Crowley's Eastern names, little friend, said the Buddha, what can we predicate of all existing things? Lord, replied the neophyte, they are unstable. Everything is sorrow. In them is no inward principle, as some pretend, that can avoid, that can hold itself aloof from the forces of decay. And how do you know that, little brother? Smiled the thrice-honored one. Lord, I perceive this truth whenever I consider the universe. More, its consciousness seems ingrained in my very nature, perhaps through my having known this for many incarnations. I have never thought otherwise. Rise, Sir Abhavananda, I dub thee Arahat, cried the Buddha, striking the neophyte gently on the back with the flat of his ear. The Buddha had such long ears that he could cover the whole of his face with them. Ears are referred to spirit in Hindu symbolism, so that the legend means that he could conceal the lower elements and dwell in this alone. And he perceived. When the applause and praise and glory had a little faded, the Buddha, in that golden delight of sunset, explained these marvelous events. Thou, Abhavananda, he said, art the Perdu Arabu of my lengthy tale. The wicked Ihi Aor has got something lingering with boiling oil in it, while waiting for his clerical clothes, while, as for me, I myself was the bacillus in the forest of Lanka. I was the old lady. I was, he shuddered, the British government. I was the mosquito that buzzed in the girl's flute. I was Bhavani. I was Hutslananda Swami. And at the last, at this blessed hour, I am that I am. But Lord, said the 500,001 Arhats in a breath, thou art then guilty of 6 violent deaths. Nay, thou hast hounded one soul from death, to death through all these incarnations. What of this first precept of yours? Here is the little rift within the lute which alienated Crowley from active work on Buddhist lines, the orthodox failing to see his attitude. Children, answered the glorious one, do not be so foolish as to think that death is necessarily an evil. I have not come to found 100 Years Club, and to include mosquitoes in the membership. In this case, to have kept Perdu Ar Abu alive was to have played into the hands of his enemies. My first precept is merely a general rule, a more likely idea than the brilliantly logical nonsense of Pensil Supra. In the bulk of cases, one should certainly abstain from destroying life, that is, wantonly and willfully, but I cannot drink a glass of water without killing countless myriads of living beings. Every form of life, the inherent and If you knew, as I do, the conditions of existence, struggle, deadly and inevitable, every form of life the inherent and immitigable foe of every other form, with few exceptions, you would not only cease to talk of the wickedness of causing death, but you would perceive the first noble truth, that no existence can be free from sorrow. The second, that the desire for existence only leads to sorrow, that the ceasing from existence is the ceasing of sorrow. The third, and you would break in the fourth, the way, the noble eightfold path. I know, O Arhats, that you do not need this instruction, but my words will not stay here. They will go forth and illuminate the whole system of 10,000 worlds, where Arhats do not grow on every tree. Little brothers, the night is fallen. It were well to sleep. 1902. Ambrosii, Magi, Hortis, Rosarum. It would require many pages to give even a sketch of this remarkable document. The Kabbalistic knowledge is as authentic as it is profound, but there are also allusions to contemporary occult students, and a certain very small amount of mere absence of meaning. The main satire is, of course, on the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreutz. A few only of the serious problems are elucidated in footnotes. Translated into English by Christios Lucificius. printed by W. Black at the Wheat Sheaf in Newgate, and sold at the Three Keys in Nag's Head Court, Gracechurch St. Gracechurch. Opus. It is fitting that I, Ambrose, called IAO, should set down the life of our great Father, who now is not, yet whose name must never be spoken among men, in order that the brethren may know what journeys he undertook in pursuit of that knowledge whose attainment is their constant study. Prima Materia, A.O. It was at his 119th year, i.e. when 118 equaling change, affirmant, strength, also before he was 120, the mystic age of a Rosicrucian. The star, Suaconch, Herschel, or Uranus, the planet which was ascending in Leo at Crowley's birth. The star, Suaconch, being in the sign of the Lion, that our Father set out from his castle of Ugg, Vow and Gimel, the Aerophant and the High Priestess in the Tarot. Hence, from his castle of Ugg means from his initiation. We cannot in future do more than indicate the illusions. To attain the quintessence or philosophical tincture, the way being dark and the golden dawn at hand, he did call forth 4 servants to keep him in the midst of the way, the custodes, or the cherubim. And the lion roared before him to bid the opposers beware of his coming. On the bull he rode, and on his left hand and his right marched the eagle and the man, but his back was uncovered, seeing that he would not turn. Sapiens dominatibur astris. And the spirit of the path met him. It was a young girl of 22 years, and she warned him that without the serpent, see Table of Correspondences. A Table of Correspondences was intended to appear as an appendix to the first volume of Crowley's collected works. It is not in the 1970s reprint from which I am working, and may not have been in the original. See 777 instead. T.S. His ways were but as wool cast into the dyer's vat. 22 scales had the serpent, and every scale was a path, and every path was like an enemy and a friend. So he set out, and the darkness grew upon him. Yet could he well perceive a young maiden, the 22nd key of the tarot. The other tarot symbols can be traced by anyone who possesses, and to some degree understands, a pack of the cards. The occult views of the nature of these symbols are in some cases Crowley's own. Having a necklace of 72 pearls, big and round like the breasts of a sea nymph, and they gleamed round like moons. She held in leash the 4 beasts, but he strode boldly to her, and kissed her full on the lips. Wherefore she signed and fell back a space, and he pressed on. Now at the end of the darkness a fire glowed. She would have hindered him, clung she to his neck and wept. Intellectus. But the fire grew, and the light dazzled her, so that with a shriek she fell. But the beasts flung themselves against the burning gateway of iron, and it gave way. Our Father passed into the fire. Some say that it consumed him utterly, and that he died. Howbeit, it is certain that he rose from a sarcophagus, and in the skies stood an angel with a trumpet. And on that trumpet he blew so mighty a blast, that the dead rose all from their tombs, and our Father among them. Now away, he cried. I would look upon the sun, and with that fire hissed like a myriad of serpents, and went out suddenly. It was a green sward, golden with buttercups, and in his way lay a high wall. Before it were 2 children, and with obscene gestures they embraced and laughed aloud, with filthy words and acts unspeakable. Over all of which stood the sun calm and radiant, and was glad to be. Now think ye well, was our Father perplexed, and he knew not what he would do. For the children left their foulness, and came soliciting with shameless words his acquiescence in their sport. And he, knowing the law of courtesy and pity, rebuked them not, but master ever of himself, he bode alone, about and above. So he saw his virginity deflowered, and his thoughts were otherwhere. Now loosed they his body, he bade it leap the wall. The giant flower of ocean bloomed above him. He had fallen headlong into the great deep. As the green and crimson gloom disparted somewhat before his eyes, he was aware of a beetle that steadily and earnestly moved across the floor of that sea unutterable. Him he followed, for I wit well, thought the adept, that he goeth not back to the gross son of earth. And if the sun hath become a beetle, may the beetle transform into a bird. Wherewith he came to land. Night shone by a lamp of waning moon upon a misty landscape. 2 paths led him to 2 towers, and jackals howled on either. Quid umbratur in mari. Now the jackal he knew, and the tower he knew not yet. Not 2 he would conquer, that were easy. To victory over one did he aspire. Made he therefore toward the moon. Rough was the hillside, and the shadows deep and treacherous. As he advanced, the towers seemed to approach one another closer and closer. Yet he drew his sword. With a crash they came together, and he fell with wrath upon a single fortress. 3 windows had the tower, and against it 10 cannons thundered. 11 bricks had fallen dislodged by lightning. Deo Deus comite fero. It was no house wherein our Father might abide, but there he must abide. To destroy it I am come, he said, and through he passed, out therewithal. Yet 'twas his home until he had attained. So at last he came to a river, and sailing to its source, he found a fair woman all naked, and she filled the river from 2 vessels of pure water. Vestigia nulla retrorsum. She-devil, he cried, have I gone back 1 step? For the star Venus burned above. And with his sword he clave her from the head to the feet, that she fell clean asunder. Cried the echo, Ah, thou hast slain hope now. Our Father gladdened at that word, and wiping his blade he kissed it and went on, knowing that his luck should now be ill. And ill it was, for a temple was set up in his way, and there he saw the grisly goat enthroned. But he knew better than to judge a goat from a goat's head and hooves. Adest rosa secreta eros. In the first week he sacrificed to that goat a crown every day. The sacrifices are the 10 Sephiroth. The second a phallus, the third a silver vase of blood, the fourth a royal scepter, the 5th a sword, the 6th a heart, the 7th a garland of flowers, the 8th a grass snake, the 9th a sickle, and the 10th week did he daily offer up his own body. Said the goat, Though I be not an ox, yet am I a sword. Mast, O God, cried the adept, verily thou hadst not sacrificed. There was silence, and under the goat's throne was a rainbow, see table, of 7 colors. Our Father fitted himself as an arrow to the string, and the string was waxed well, dipped in a leaden pot wherein boiled amber and wine. Hermaphroditus, and shot through stormy heavens. And they that saw him saw a woman wondrous fair, robed in flames of hair, moon-sandaled, sun-belted, with torch and vase of fire and water. And he trailed comet clouds of glory upward, rainbow being the ancient form of the key of Samek. Thus came our Father, blessed be his name, to death, considered as the agent of resurrection, who stood scythe in hand, opposed, and ever and anon he swept round, and men fell before him. Look, said Death, my sickle hath a cross handle. See how they grow like flowers. Give me salt, quoth our Father. Mors genua vitae. And with sulphur that the goat had given him, and with salt did he bestrew the ground. I see we shall have ado together, says Death. Ay, and with that he lops off Death's cross-handle. Now Death was wroth indeed, for he saw that our father had wit of his designs, and they were right foul. But he bade him pass forthwith through his dominion, and our father could not at that time stay him, though for himself had he cut off the grip, yet for others. Well, let each man take his sword. The way went through a forest. Adeptus. Now between two trees hung a man by one heel. Love was that tree. In the true key of Mem, the tree is shaped like the letter Daleth, Venus or love. The figure of the man forms a cross above a triangle, with apex upwards, the sign of redemption. Crossed were his legs and his arms behind his head, that hung ever downwards, the fingers locked. Who art thou, quoth our father? He that came before thee. Who am I? He that cometh after me. With that worshipped our father, and took a present of a great jewel from him, and went his ways. And he was bitterly acold, for that was the great water he had passed. But our father's paps glittered with cold, black light, and likewise his navel. Wherefore he was comforted. Now came the sudden twittering of heart, lest the firmament beneath him were not stable, and lo, he danceth up and down as a very cork on waters of wailing. Terre ultor anima terre. Woman, he bade sternly, be still. Cleave that with thy sword, or that must I well work. But she clept the cords, bitter-faced, smiling goddess as she was, and he went on. Leave thine ox goad, quoth he, till I come back an ox. Lamed means an ox goad, Aleph an ox. Lamed Aleph means no, the denial of Aleph Lamed, El, God. And she laughed and let him pass. Now is our father come to the unstable lands. Odd wot, for the wheel whereon he poised was ever turning. Sworded was the Sphinx, but he outdared her in riddling. Deeper pierced his sword. He cut her into twain. Her place was his. But that would he not, my brethren, to the centre he clomb ever, and having won thither he vanished. Sapientiae lux, viris baculum. As a hermit ever he travelled, and lamp and wand were his. In his path a lion roared, but to it ran a maiden, strong as a young elephant, and held its cruel jaws. But force he ran to her. He freed the lion, one buffet of his hand dashed her back 6 paces, and with another blow smote its head from its body. And he ran to her, and by force embraced her. Struggled she and fought him, savagely she bit, but it was of no avail. She lay ravished and exhausted on the Libyan plain. Femina rapta in spirit gaudium. Across the mouth he smote her for a kiss, while she cried, Oh, thou hast begotten on me twins, and mine also is the serpent, and thou shalt conquer it, and it shall serve thee, and they also for a guide. She ceased, and he, having come to the world's end, prepared his chariot. 4 square he builded it, and that double. He harnessed the 2 sphinxes that he had made from one, and sailed, crab-fashion backwards, through the amber skies of even. Wherefore he attained to see his children. Lovers they were, and lovely, those twins of rape. One was above them, joining their hands. That is well, said our father, and for 7 nights he slept in 7 starry places, and a sword to guard him. Pleiades. Note well also that these children and those others are 2, being 4. And on the 6th day, for the 7 days were past, he rose and came into his ancient temple, a temple of our holy order. O my brethren, wherein sat that Aerophant who had initiated him of old. Now read he well the riddle of the goat. Blessed be his name among us forever, nay, not forever. And therewith the teacher made him a master of 6-fold chamber, and an ardent sufferer toward the blazing star. Dignitates. For the sword, said the teacher, is but the star unfurled. Read reverse the star. The will in the great work is to fold up the Sephiroth, i.e. to attain nirvana. And our Father, being cunning to place Aleph over Tau, read this reverse, and so beheld Eden, even now and in the flesh. Ambrosii. Whence he sojourned far and came to a great emperor, by whom he was well received, and from whom he gat great gifts. And the emperor, who is Solomon, told him of Sheba's land, and of one fairest of women there enthroned. So he journeyed thither, and for 4 years and 7 months abode with her as paramour and light of love. For she was gracious to him, and showed him those things that the emperor had hidden, even the cubical stone and the cross beneath the triangle. Amor. Even the cubical stone and the cross beneath the triangle that were his and unrevealed. And on the 3rd day he left her and came to her, who had initiated him before he was initiated. And with he bode 8 days and 20 days, Sophia, and she gave him gifts. The houses of the moon. All the gifts are lunar symbols. The 1st day a camel, the 2nd day a kiss, the 3rd day a star glass, the 4th day a beetle's wing, the 5th day a crab, the 6th day a bow, the 7th day a quiver, the 8th day a stag, the 9th day a horn, the 10th day a sandal of silver. Dona Virginis, the 11th day, a silver box of white sandalwood, the 12th day a whisper, the 13th day a black cat, the 14th day a phial of white gold, the 15th day an eggshell cut in two, the 16th day a glance, the 17th day an honeycomb, the 18th day a dream, the 19th day a nightmare, the 20th day a wolf black-muzzled, the 21st day a sorrow, the 22nd day a bundle of herbs, the 23rd day a piece of camphor, the 24th day a moonstone, the 25th day a sigh, the 26th day a refusal, the 27th day a consent, and the last night she gave him all herself. Puella urget Sophiam sodalibus, so that the moon was eclipsed and earth was utterly darkened, and the marriage of that virgin was on this wise. She had 3 arrows, yet but 2 flanks, and the wise men said that who knew 2 was 3. 3 the number of Gimel, 2 the number of the card Beth. Should know that 3 was 8. The equality of 3 and 8 is attributed to Binah, a high grade of theurgic attainment. If the circle were but squared, and this also one day shall ye know, my brethren. And she gave him the great and perfect gift of magic, so that he fared forth right comely and well provided. Now, the Sophic Sudler. Now at that great wedding was a juggler, the Sophic Juggler. Juggler, the first key, the magical weapons correspond to the cherubim. A riddler, for he said, Thou hast beasts, I will give thee weapons one for one. For the lion did our father win a little fiery wand like a flame, and for his eagle a cup of ever-flowing water. For his man the juggler gave him a golden-hilted dagger, yet this was the worst of all his bargains, for it could not strike other but himself only. While for a curious coin he bartered his good bull. Alas for our father! Now the juggler mocks him and cries, 4 fool's bargains hast thou made, and thou art fit to go forth and meet a fool. The key marked 0 and applied to Aleph 1. For thy mate. But our father counted thrice 7 and cried, 1 for the fool, seeing the serpent should be his at last. None for the fool, they laughed back, nay, even his maiden queen. For she would not any should know thereof. Yet all were right, both he and they. But truth ran quickly about, for that was the house of truth, and Mercury stood far from the sun. hammer of Thor. Yet the subtler was ever in the sign of sorrow, and the fig tree was not far. So went our father to the fool's paradise of air. But it was not lawful that I should write to you, brethren, of what there came to him at that place and time, nor indeed is it true if it were written. For alway doth this arcanum differ from itself on this wise, that the not and the amen passing are void either on the one side or the other, and who shall tell their ways? Arcanum. This is obscure. So our father, having won the serpent crown, the Urius of Antient Chem, did bind it upon his head, and rejoiced in that kingdom for the space of 231 days. The sum of 0 through 21. And knights turned him toward the flaming sword, the Sephiroth. Now the sword governed 10 mighty kingdoms, and evil, and above them is the ninefold lotus. And a virgin came forth unto him in the hour of his rejoicing, and propounded her riddle. Griffiths 1. The first riddle. The maiden Malkuth is blind, unredeemed. Answer. She shall be what she doth not, i.e. sea. She shall be the sea, i.e. exalted to the throne of Binah, the great sea. The Kabbalistic phrase to express her redemption. We leave it to the reader's ingenuity to solve the rest. Each refers to the Sephira indicated by the number, but going upward. The maiden is blind, our father. She shall see what she doth not. And a second virgin came forth to him and said, the second riddle, Detegitur Yod. Griffiths 2. Quoth our father, the moon is full. So also a third virgin, the third riddle. Man and woman, O fountain of the balance. Griffiths 3. To whom our father answered with the swift flash of his sword, so swift she saw it not. Griffiths 4. Came a fourth virgin, having a fourth riddle. What egg hath no shell? And our father pondered a while, and then said, On a wave of the sea, on a shell of the wave, blessed be her name. Griffiths 5. The fifth virgin issued suddenly and said, I have 4 arms and 6 sides, red I am, and gold. To whom our father, Eli Eli lama sabachthani. For wit ye well, there be 2 arcana therein. Griffiths 6. Then saith the sixth virgin openly, Power lieth in the river of fire. And our father laughed aloud and answered, I am come from the waterfall. Griffiths 7. So at that the seventh virgin came forth, and her countenance was troubled. The seventh riddle. The oldest said to the most beautiful, What doest thou here? Our father. And she answered him, I am in the place of the bridge. Go thou up higher, go thou where these are not. Griffiths 8. Thereat was commotion and bitter wailing, and the eighth virgin came forth with rent attire, and cried the eighth riddle. The sea hath conceived. Our father raised his head, and there was a great darkness. Griffiths 9. The ninth virgin, sobbing at his feet, the ninth riddle, by wisdom. Then our father touched his crown, and they all rejoiced. But laughing, he put them aside, and he said, Nay, by 620 do ye exceed. Kether adds up to 620. Griffiths 10. Whereat they wept, and the 10th virgin came forth, bearing a royal crown, having 12 jewels. And she had but one eye, and from that the eyelid had been torn. A prodigious beard had she, and all of white. And they wist he would have smitten her with his sword, but he would not. And she propounded unto him the 10th riddle. Countenance beheld not countenance. So thereto he answered, Our father, blessed be thou. Countenance? Then he brought him the sword, and bade him smite withal. But he said, Culpa urbium notatere. If countenance behold not countenance, then let the 10 be 5. and they wist that he but mocked them, for he did bend the sword fivefold, and fashioned therefrom a star, and they all vanished in that light. Yet the lotus abode nine-petaled, and he cried, before the wheel, the axle, so he chained the sun. These are the letters of Ain Soph Or, the last two of which he destroys, so as to leave only Ain, naught or nothing, and slew the bull, and exhausted the air, breathing it deep into his lungs. Then he broke down the ancient tower, that which he had made his home, willy-nilly for so long, and he slew the other bull, and he broke the arrow in twain, and after that he was silent. For they grew again in sixfold order, that his latter work was double. But unto the first three he laid not his hand, neither for the first time, nor for the second time, nor for the third time. So to them he added, to 1 plus 10 plus 50, 3 times 10, he adds 300, Shin, the flame of the Spirit, sits at 6. That spiritual flame, for they were 1 and 10 and 50, thrice and again, and that was the beast, the living one, that is, Lifan. Let us be silent, therefore, my brethren, worshipping the holy sixfold ox. Sits at 6, 6 times 111, 111 being Aleph the ox. That was our Father in his peace that he had won into, and that so hardly, for of this shall no man speak. Now thereof let it be spoken of our Father's journeyings in the land of Vo, his journeys as initiator, and of his suffering therein, and of the founding of our holy and illustrious order. Neshama. Our Father, brethren, having attained the mature age of 358 years, set forth upon a journey into the mystic mountain of the caves. Nakash, the serpent, and Messiah, the Redeemer, being 358. He took with him his son, Abigenos, Abiagnes, Biagenos, Abiagnes, metatheses of the name of the mystic mountain of initiation. The next paragraph has been explained in the essay Kabbalistic Dogma. Abiagnes, a lamb, life, and strength, for these 4 were the keys of that mountain. So by 10 days and 50 days and 200 days and yet 10 days he went forth. After 10 days fell a thunderbolt, whirling through black clouds of rain. After 260 the sun drove away the rain, and the star shone in the daytime, making it night. After the last day came his mother, his Redeemer, and himself, and joining together they were even as I am who write to you. 17 they were, the 3 fathers with the 3 mothers, they were 32, and sixfold therein, being as countenance and countenance. Yet being 17, they were but one, and that one none, as before hath been showed. In this enumeration is a great mysterium of our art, whence a light hidden in a cross, Mysterium LVX. Now, therefore, having brooded upon the ocean, and smitten with the sword, and the pyramid being builded in just proportion, was that light fixed even in the vault of the caverns. With one stroke he rent asunder the veil, with one stroke he closed the same, and entering the sarcophagus of that royal tomb, he laid him down to sleep. Pastos. 4 guarded him, and 1 in the 4, 7 enwalled him, and 1 in the 7, yet there were 7 10, and 1 in the 10. Now therefore his disciples came unto the vault of that mystic mountain, and with the keys they opened the portal and came to him and woke him. But during his long sleep the roses had grown over him, crimson and flaming with interior fire, so that he could not escape. They were withered at his glance. With that he knew what fearful task was before him. But slaying his disciples with long nails, he interred them there, so that they were right sorrowful in their hearts. May we all die so. And what further befell ye shall also know, but not at this time. Going forth of that mountain, he met also the fool. Then the discourse of that fool, my brethren, it shall repay your pains. Trinitas. They think they are a triangle, he said. They think as the picture folk. The belief in a trinity, ignorance of death. Base they are, and little infinitely. Ein Elohim. They think, being many, they are one. Belief in monism, or rather Advaitism. Crowley was a monist only in the modern scientific sense of that word. They think as the Rhine folk think, many and none. Ein Elohim. They think the erect is the twined. Confusion of the various mystic serpents. The big-nosed folk, i.e. the Jews. We leave the rest to the insight of the reader. And the twined is the coiled, and the coiled is the twin, and the twin are the stupors. They think as the big-nosed folk. Save us, O Lord. Serpentes. Ein Elohim. Abracadabra. Thus, in collected works, may be a compositor's era for abrahadabra, or maybe not. T.S. The chariot, 418. 5 are one, and 6 are diverse. 5 in the midst, and 3 on each. The word of power, double in the voice of the master. Ein Elohim. Amethsh. 4 sounds of 4 force. Oh, the snake hath a long tail. Amen. Ein Elohim. Sudden death, thick darkness. Ho, the ox. Ye flyfit. 1 and 1 and 1. Creator, preserver, destroyer. Ho, the Redeemer. Thunderstone, whirlpool, lotus flower. Ho, for the gold of the sages. Ein Elohim. And he was silent for a great while, and so departed our father from him. Forth he went along the dusty desert, and met an ancient woman bearing a bright crown of gold studded with gems, one on each knee. Mysterium Matrice. This is all obscure. Dressed in rags she was, and squatted clumsily on the sand. A horn grew from her forehead, and she spat black foam and froth. Foul was the hag and evil, yet our father bowed down flat on his face to the earth. Holy Virgin of God, said he, what dost thou here? What wilt thou with thy servant? At that she stank so that the air gasped about her, like a fish brought out of the sea. So she told him she was gathering simples for her daughter that had died to bury her withal. Now no simples grew in the desert. Therefore our father drew with his sword lines of power in the sand. Evocatio. So that a black and terrible demon appeared squeezing up in thin flat plates of flesh along the sword lines. So our father cried, Simples, O Axcatsraborthrax, for my mother. Then the demon was wroth and shrieked, Thy mother to black hell, she is mine. So the old hag confessed straight that she had given her body for love to that fiend of the pit. But our father paid no heed thereto, and bade the demon to do his will, so that he brought him herbs many and good, with which our father planted a great grove that grew about him. For the sun was now waxen bitter hot, wherein he worshipped, offering in vessels of clay these 7 offerings. Referred to the planets. The first offering dust, the second offering ashes, the third offering sand, the fourth offering bay leaves, the fifth offering gold, the sixth offering dung, the seventh offering poison. With the dust he gave a sickle to gather the harvest of that dust. With the ashes he gave a scepter that one might rule them aright. With the sand he gave a sword to cut the sand withal. With the bay leaves he gave a sun to wither them. With the gold he gave a garland of sores, and that was for luck. With the dung he gave a rod of life to quicken it. With the poison he gave also in offering a stag and a maiden. Somnia auri potabilis. But about the noon came one shining unto our father, and gave him to drink from a dull and heavy bowl. And this was a liquor potent and heavy by Our Lady, so that our father sank into deep sleep and dreamed a dream, And in that mirific dream it seemed unto him that the walls of all things slid into and across each other, so that he feared greatly, for the stability of the universe is the great enemy. The unstable being the everlasting, saith Adu Bim Aram the Arab, O Elman Zata, our Sophic pilaster. Further, in the dream there was let down from heaven a mighty tesseract bounded by 8 cubes, whereon sat a mighty dolphin having 8 senses. Further, he beheld a cavern full of most ancient bones of men, and therein a lion with the voice of a dog. Then came a voice, 13 are they who are one. Akkad, unity adds to 13. There follow attributions of the 13 times tables. Once is a oneness, twice is the name. Tredicime voces. Thrice let us not say. By 4 is the sun, by 5 is the sword, by 6 is the holy oil of the most excellent beard, and the leaves of the book are by 6, by 7 is that great Amen. Then our father saw 104 horses that drove an ivory car over a sea of pearl, and they received him therein and bade him be comforted. With that he awoke and saw that he would have all his desires. In the morning therefore he arose and went his way into the desert. There he clomb an high rock, and called forth the eagles, that their shadow floating over the desert should be as a book that men might read it. Ordinus Inceptio. The shadows wrote, and the sun recorded. And on this wise cometh it to pass, O my brethren, that by darkness and by sunlight ye will still learn ever these the arcana of our science. Lo, who learneth by moonlight, he is the lucky one. So our Father, having thus founded the order, and our sacred book being opened, rested a while and beheld many wonders, the like of which were never yet told. But ever chiefly his study was to reduce unto 8 things his many. And thus, O brethren of our venerable order, he at last sits seated. Those who know not will learn little herein, yet that they may be shamed, all shall be put forth at this time clearly before them all, with no obscurity nor obfuscation in the exposition thereof. Writing this, saith our Father to me, the humblest and oldest of all his disciples, write as the story of my quintessential quest, my spagyric wandering, my philosophical going. Write plainly unto the brethren, quoth he, for many be little and weak, and thy hard words and much learning may confound them. Therefore I write thus plainly to you. Mark well that ye read me aright. Vitae. Our Father, blessed be he name, entered the path on this wise. He cut off 3 from the 10. These are the Buddhist paths of enlightenment. Thus he left 7. He cut and left 3. He cut and left 1. He cut and became. Thus 4-fold, 8-fold. He opened his eyes. He cleansed his heart. He chained his tongue. Vaiac. He fixed his flesh. He turned to his trade. He put forth his strength. He drew all to a point. He delighted. Therefore he is not, having become that which he was not. Mark ye all, it is declared. Now of the last adventure of our Father, and of his going into the land of apes, that is, England, and of what he did there, it is not fitting that I, the poor fool who loved him, shall now discourse. But it is most necessary that I should speak of his holy death, and of his funeral, and of the bruit thereof, for that is gone into diverse lands of a false and lying report, whereby much harm and ill luck come to the brethren. In this place, therefore, will I set down the exact truth of all that happened. Mirabilia. In the year of the great passing over were signs and wonders seen of all men, O my brethren, as it is written, and well known unto this day. And the first sign was of dancing, for every woman that was under the moon began to dance and was mad. 1 Signum, so that headlong and hot-mouthed she flung herself down, desirous, whence the second sign, that of 2 Signum, that of musical inventions, for in that year, and of rose women, came A and U and M. Om, the sacred word, the mighty musicians, and the third sign likewise, namely of animals, 3 Signum, for in that year every sheep had lambs 13, and every cart was delivered of a wheel. Cheth, the cart, becomes O, a wheel. The commentators who have suspected the horrid blasphemy implied by the explanation becomes Kaf, the wheel of fortune, are certainly in error. And other wonders innumerable, they are well known, alia signa, insomuch that the year is yet held notable, alia signa. Now our father, being very old, came into the venerable grove of our august fraternity and abode there. And so old was he and feeble that he could scarce lift his hands in benediction upon us. And all we waited about him, both by day and night, lest one word should fall, and we not hear the same. But he spake never unto us, though his lips moved and his eyes saw ever that which we could not see. At last, on the day of D, the mother of P, Demeter and Persephone, he straightened himself up and spake. This his final discourse was written down then by the dying lions in their own blood, traced willingly on the desert sands about the grove of the illustrious. Also here set down, but who will confirm the same? Let him seek it on the sands. Children of my will, said our father, from whose great eyes fell gentlest tears, it is about the hour. The chariot, Cheth, is not. Cheth, H. Hades, see the tarot cards in classical mythology for the symbols. And the chariot is at hand. Yet I, who have been car-borne through the blue air by sphinxes, shall never be carried away, not by the whitest horses of the world. To you I have no word to say. All is written in the sacred book. To that look ye well. Pater Jubet, Scientium, Scribe. Ambrose, old friend, he said, turning to me, and I wept ever sore. Do thou write for the little ones, the children of my children, for them that understand not easily our high mysteries. For in thy pen is, as it were, a river of clear water, without vagueness, without ambiguity, without show of learning, without needless darkening of counsel and word, dost thou ever reveal the secret heights of our mystic mountain. For, as for him that understandeth not thy writing, and that easily and well, be ye well assured all that he is a vile man and a losel of little worth of worship, a dog, an unclean swine, a worm of filth, a festering sore in the vitals of earth. Such an one is liar and murderer, debauched, drunken, sexless, and spatulate, an ape-dropping, a lousy, flat-backed knave. From such an one keep ye well away. Use hath he little, ornament maketh he nothing. Let him be cast out on the dunghills beyond Jordan. Sedes profunda Paimonis. Let him pass into the SPP, and that utterly. With that our father sighed deeply and laid back his reverend head, and was silent. But from his heart came a subtle voice of tenderest farewell, so that we knew him well dead. But for 70 days and 70 nights we touched him not, but abode ever about him. Oculi nox secreta. And the smile changed not on his face, and the whole grove was filled with sweet and subtle perfumes. Now on the 71st day arose there a great dispute about his body, portae silentium, for the angels and spirits and demons did contend about it, that they might possess it. But our eldest brother, V.N., bade all be still, partitio, and thus he apportioned the sacred relics of our father. To the angel Agbagel, the forepart of the skull, to the demon Azaz, the back left part of the skull, To the demon Olcott, the back right part of the skull, Colonel Olcott the Theosophist. To the 10,000 myriads of spirits of fire, each one hair. To the 10,000 myriads of spirits of water, each one hair. To the 10,000 myriads of spirits of earth, each one hair. To the 10,000 myriads of spirits of air, each one hair. To the archangel Zazelazel, the brain. To the archangel Eusbusalot, the medulla. To the demon Eulilomus, the right nostril. To the angel Opael, the left nostril. To the spirit Coepia, the membrane of the nose. To the spirit Pudra, the bridge of the nose. To 11,000 spirits of spirit, the hairs of the nose, one each. To the archangel Tuftuftufal, the right eye. To the archangel Upsupsh, the left eye. The parts thereof entrust to be divided among their servitors, as the right cornea to Affleck, the left to Urnball. Mighty spirits are they, and bold. To the archdevil Rama, the right ear and its parts. To the archangel Umamatus, the left ear and its parts. The teeth to 32 letters of the sixfold name, 1 to the air and 15 to the rain and the ram, and 10 to the virgin and 6 to the bull. The mouth to the archangels Alalel and Bicharach, lip and lip. The tongue to that devil of all devils, Jehovah. Ho, devil, canst thou speak? Jehovah. The pharynx to Mahabonishbash, the great angel. The 37 myriads of legions of planetary spirits, the hairs of the mustache to each one. To 91 myriads of the Elohim, the hairs of the beard, to each 13, and the oil to ease the world. To Shalak, the archdevil, the chin. So also with the lesser relics, of which are notable only, to the order, the heart of our Father, to the book of the law, his venerable lung space to serve as a shrine thereunto, to the devil Aot, the liver, to be divided, to the angel Exarpt and his followers, the great intestine, to Bitam, the devil and his crew, the little intestine, to Ob, Od, and Or, the venerable phallus of our Father, to Ash, the little bone of the same, to our children K, C, B, C, G, T, N, H, I, and M, his illustrious fingernails, and the toenails to be in trust for their children after them, and so for all the rest. Is it not written in our archives? As to his magical weapons, all vanished utterly at the moment of his passing over. Therefore they carried away our Father's body piece by piece, and that with reverence and in order, so that there was not left of all one hair, nor one nerve, nor one little pore of the skin. Thus there was no funeral pomp. They that say other are liars and blasphemers against a fame untarnished. May the red plague rot their vitals. Amen. Thus, O my brethren, thus and not otherwise was the passing over of that great and wonderful magician, our Father and Founder. May the dew of his admirable memory moisten the grass of our minds, that we may bring forth tender shoots of energy in the great work of works. So mote it be. Benedictus Dominus Deus, noster qui nobis dedit, signum RC. Epilogue. When the chill of earth black-breasted is uplifted at the glance of the red sun million-crested, and the forest blossoms dance with the light that stirs and lustres of the dawn, and with the bloom of the wind's cheek as it clusters from the hidden valley's gloom. Then I walk in woodland spaces, musing on the solemn ways of the immemorial places shut behind the starry rays, of the east in all its splendor, of the west in all its peace. And the stubborn lights grow tender, and the hard sounds hush and cease. In the wheel of heaven revolving, mysteries of death and rebirth, in the womb of time dissolving, shape anew a heaven and earth, ever changing, ever growing, ever dwindling, ever dear, ever worth the passion growing to distill a doubtful tear. These are with me, these are of me, these approve me, these obey. Choose me, move me, fear me, love me, master of the night and day. These are real, these illusions, I am of them. False or frail, true or lasting, all is fusion in the spirit's shadow veil, till the knowledge lotus flowering hides the world beneath its stem. Neither I nor God life showering find a counterpart in them. As a spirit in a vision shows a countenance of fear, laughs the looker to derision, only comes to disappear. Gods and mortals, mind and matter, in the glowing bud dissever. Vein from vein they rend and shatter, and are nothingness forever. In the blessed, the enlightened, perfect eyes these visions pass and cease, poor shadows frightened, leave no stain upon the glass. One last stroke, O heart-free master, one last certain calm of will, and the maker of disaster shall be stricken and grow still. Burn thou to the core of matter, to the spirit's utmost flame, consciousness and sense to shatter, ruin sight and form and name. Shatter lake-reflected spectre, lake rise up in mist to sun, sun dissolve in showers of nectar, and the master's work is done. Nectar perfume gently stealing, masterful and sweet and strong, cleanse the world with light of healing in the ancient house of wrong. Free a million mortals on the wheel of being tossed, open wide the mystic portals, and be altogether lost.